Jesus. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much. We appreciate your company tonight, even as we start out our political discussion show. We apologize. There is a technical hitch with our Facebook account, so we will all follow our YouTube channel in order to catch up with the latest on our political front. President Uhuru Kenyatta comes out clear about the slap claim and says he was ready to turn the other cheek if that would do better for this country. He said the fight for presidents wasn't worthy the bloodshed, so he was ready to let go. That is message to one Deputy President William Ruto, who has come out and say he could not let go. Uhuru says, I was ready to let go. AZIMIO la UMOJA, led by their captain, one Raila Amolo Odinga, are camping in Western Kenya, crisscrossing, drumming up their support, consolidating their vote basket, ensuring that they leave nothing to chance. And of course, Kenya Kwanza with the Deputy President William Ruto are back in the mountain, camping and rechecking and reassuring themselves that they can back the Mount Kenya vote, which is very necessary if they stand a chance in these particular elections. 31 days to go. So where are we, and are we doing well? Are we set for this? Let's all come in and get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. And apologies, those of you who follow us on Facebook, they seem to have a technical hitch with our Facebook account. Please, all of you, move to the YouTube channel. That is where we are, and it seems we'll be there for a while. So please, if you follow us on Facebook, our Facebook connection has a problem. Please let us all gang up on the YouTube channel. That is where we are for this particular show. So let's invite everybody by sharing the YouTube channel. That is where we are live. The Facebook accounts, both the page and the profile, are not connecting. Please be aware of that. And I want to appreciate everybody that is finding their place, their way here as we get set to discuss tonight. Kuna Ferdinand Juma, karibu sana. Alex, asante sana, karibu. Meril, hi to you. Veronica Njenga, karibu kwa show. Salome Mbone, karibu kwa show. Mohamed Nyamawi, karibu kwa show. Hi to you. Alafu kuna nano Otieno Wycliffe, you're welcome. Mirembe. The other one is not, there's not said that way, but Mirembe to you. Alafu, of course, there is Mato and dates. Wait to win, Nabi, wait to win. Kelvin Otieno, karibu sana. Tunashukuru, tafadhali na endelea kuwahimiza kwamba matangazo yetu ya Facebook account iko na shida. Kwa hivyo kila mtu ahamie YouTube, Tumewaonya hii masuala yote, tukiwaambia ujitahidi kuwa member, kwa sababu huwezi tegemea technology inaweza kwa kuingia na chochote alafu kuwe na itilafu. Kwa hivyo sasa hivi tunapatikana kwa YouTube channel. Kwa hivyo kama hautupati, tutafute kwa YouTube channel, tunapatikana mpaka ule mushkili tulio nao na Facebook ukuwe sorted out. Otherwise, you are most welcome for tonight's show as we look at Uhuru's response to William Ruto's claim, and of course the AZIMIO la UMOJA with Raila Amolo Odinga comping and consolidating the Western Bloc as their voting basket. And of course, Kenya Kwanza are back in Mount Kenya hardly 2 days trying to get what they must get, because the Mount Kenya vote is very important as far as their bid in this particular election is concerned. So I'll share the link again. Those of you who want to get into the studio, follow the link. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. And if you have a friend, please inform them. We are not able to connect on Facebook. There is a problem. So we will only work with YouTube until the Facebook issue is sorted out. So kila mtu migrate ni vuka kutoka kwa Facebook njoo kwa YouTube. Hapo ndipo tunapatikana katika kipindi cha leo. Inaonekana kuna mushkili na Facebook page na Facebook profile. Thank you very much for those of you that are coming in. Please make sure that you invite as many as you can to join into the discourse tonight. Uhuru Kenyatta says the fight for presidents wasn't worth the bloodshed, so he was ready to let go. He was ready to let go. Now, do you support him, or do you support William Ruto? Say he should get the presidents, come rain, come sunshine, at all cost? Are you for Uhuru Kenyatta's sentiments, it wasn't worth it? Or you are for William Ruto's sentiments, you should get it by all means, no matter what, no matter who cries, no matter whose blood is shed, he must be president, and therefore it has to be. Is that how to do democracy? Let's look at it keenly and get talking. Please, those of you who want to get into the studio, we still have got a chance. Make sure that you do fast. And the people who follow us on Facebook, please make sure that you do what? You migrate to YouTube. YouTube hapo ndio tunapatikana. Connection ya Facebook imekatika na kuna shida fulani huko, mpaka itatuliwe ndipo tutaweza kupeperusha kwa Facebook. So watu wote wahamie YouTube, kila mtu ahamie YouTube. Na kama unatufuata Facebook ama umetupata kwa YouTube, share that link ya YouTube kwa Facebook page yako, kwa Facebook group yako, ili kila mtu akiklik anakuja direct kwa YouTube, kwa sababu Facebook imekataa. Sawa sawa. So inform kila mtu kwamba tunapatikana wapi, kwa YouTube channel peke yake kwa usiku wa leo, mpaka itilafu iliyoko na Facebook itatuliwe. Make use of the link, get into the studio, let us get talking. I want to appreciate everybody that is coming in. Now there is a new black, it's called All Blacks. I tell you, these names are something else. True Fosa Lai, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Wekesa, karibu, nashukuru kukuona. Njoo, leo ni siku yako. Yeah, so let's, as Facebook gets sorted out, please let's ensure that everybody is up to speed, even as we get into talking tonight. Are you in support of Uhuru Kenyatta, of letting go if it will stop the bloodshed, or you stand by one William Ruto wants the presidents by all means, and it doesn't matter whose life is lost, it doesn't matter who is pained by the same. If it is yours, you must get it at all cost. Is that how to get leadership? Let's look at it keenly. And of course, we've been tracking Baba's move in Western Kenya. You must have one or two things to say about the same. Please get in here and let us get talking. Thank you very much, everybody that is inviting somebody. Make sure that you do that and do that faithfully. Make sure you do that and do that faithfully, because we need everybody here so that everybody can be informed and nobody will take advantage of anybody's ignorance. Failure to know can land you into big, big, big problems. But if you are informed, then you are forearmed, and that makes you fit for whatever assignment you are undertaking. Once again, here is the link for those who want to come and voice out their views. Apologies, our Facebook followers. There is a problem with our Facebook connection, so everybody must follow us on YouTube. So get that YouTube link, share it in your Facebook groups, and inform everybody. Our show is streaming only on YouTube. So kila mtu ahamie YouTube. Kama ulikuwa uja subscribe, ndio nilikuwa nakuambia usubscribe. So unaona sasa unaanza kupitwa na mambo kwa kukosa kusubscribe kwa YouTube. Make sure that you migrate, okay? Migrate or just add YouTube subscription to your Facebook following, because there is a problem with our Facebook connection and we will not be able to stream on Facebook for some time until that is sorted. So kila mtu migrate, na kama unatupata kwa YouTube, chukua hiyo link unatumia kutupata, share in all your Facebook groups, share in all your WhatsApp groups. Let everybody coming tonight and let us get talking. Toya, is it Toya? Toya, habari ya leo? Share Toya. Unmute and speak. Huyu Toya ako kweli? Uko in All Star Hotel? Bwana Anderson, habari leo?
Vena mambo.
Fiti, namna gani leo? Unmute, umeblock tena.
Labda we Bena.
Niko salama, nashukuru. Tuko ready na usiku wa leo kuchambua masuala jinsi yalivyo. Unayaonaje?
Hata mimi niko sawa, hapa Vika tuko sawa, kazi tunachapa. Sasa nikiingia kwa mjadala, angekuwa hata mimi ningekubali. Unajua uwezi furahia damu imwagike juu ya uongozi. Hakuna haja, hata watu wangekufa wote angeongoza nini? Si kama huyu mtu mwingine Ruto. Unajua Ruto hajali chochote. Hata kama ni kifo yeye hataki kujua, yeye hata anaweza ongoza tu watu zero. Yeye bora tu ameingia. Lakini Uhuru ako sawa. Hata Raila ashafanya hivyo. In 2007 Raila aliaja kwa sababu aliona vifo, aliona watu wanaisha na akaaja. Huyo ndio kiongozi, lakini sio mtu anakimbilia tu kitu bora yeye aingie. Huyo ni mlafi. Huyo unajua Ruto ni mlafi. Yeye bora aingie. Si hata anataka kuongoza. Kwa hivyo kama ni mimi ningekuwa Uhuru, hapo ningeachilia tu. Alafu jambo lingine, hapa Vihiga tuko sawa. Kazi hata tunaona sasa nataka kwenda kazi. Hata siku hata huko kuona Raila ako sawa. Western akuja amalizie zile votes. Kuna zile votes walikuwa wameharibu huku kwa vijana. Akuja amalizie, na sisi tunafanya kazi. Nataka tufanye kazi iishe kabisa, tumalizane na huyu Ruto. Otherwise niko poa, tuko pamoja, nitarudi tena.
Okay, asante sana Anderson, tunashukuru kwa kazi nzuri na tunakuhimiza kuendelea hivyo hivyo. Lazima tuhakikishe kwamba uongozi wa nchi hii unakwenda kwa wale wanafaa kuongoza na kuhakikisha kwamba nchi inasonga mbele, si wale wako tayari kuturudisha nyuma, wote wakataliwe. Nimemwona Wanjala leo ako na energy. Ruto tawe. I'm waiting to play that video. Tafadhali kumbusha kila mmoja atupatikane kwa Facebook kwa leo. Kwa hivyo kila mtu ahamie YouTube. So chukua hiyo link ambayo unatupata nayo kwa YouTube, share it kwa Facebook so that mtu akiklik anapelekwa moja kwa moja kwa YouTube. We are not able to stream on Facebook and it will take a while before that gets sorted out. So please let everybody be informed. Tunapatikana kwa YouTube channel peke yake. Tom, namna gani? Bwana Tom, unmute. You're still mute.
Habari ya jioni.
Iko salama.
Okay. I hope mnanipata vizuri. Okay.
Unapatikana sawa, endelea.
Mjadala ya leo imenifurahisha sana. Leo wakati nilikuwa na watch news, nimeona na president akisema yeye mambo mengi hataki na mambo yao wawili wakiwa kwa ofisi. Alisema yeye kuliko yeye mwenyewe aliamua kabisa, hata kama ni na pande ingine pia jamaa endelee nayo. Hiyo is a clear indication that and akona Kenya at heart. So I have to thank the president for that. Jambo la pili, uchaguzi tunaelekea, uchaguzi itakuwa na amani. Iko kabisa kwa upande yangu, sababu kulingana na vile na Kenyans hawataki maneno. Kenyans hata ukisikia vile wanaongea kila ni tu, that is the order of the day. So mwenye anataka maneno, hata yeye atajifikiria tu aseme kwa vile Kenyans hawataki maneno na mimi. So hiyo ni furaha yangu kabisa. Ya tatu, mambo ya uchumi, naona Kenyans wamekuwa pande ya basic needs hizi, naona wametulia. Jana ndio niliona wengine serikali wawasikie, wametulia. Hata kama tuko na shida, Kenyans ni watulivu. So leo niko na machache, lakini pia kama kuna mubali niendelee. Niko ana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Tom, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, kwa huo utangulizi. Tunasonga mbele. Tafadhali kila mmoja makinika, atupatikane kwa Facebook kwa sababu kuna shida na connection. Kwa hivyo kila mtu ahamie kwa YouTube channel, na link ambayo unatumia kutupata hiyo ndio unashiriki na kila mtu. Share it on Facebook, inform the people on Facebook. We can only be found on YouTube, so that if they want to participate in this particular show, let them come forth and participate by sharing what they think and feel about what is going on. There are these guys on the comment section. I want to appreciate all of you, and please, let's keep it clean, let's keep it safe. Kenya 254 ameleta propaganda hapa. They have cornered the deep state. Who is they have cornered? You guys need to style up. You need to style up. Do you even know what deep state is? Just you know, it's important when you are campaigning for your candidate, campaign for your candidate on facts. Njia ya muongo ni fupi, wahenga washasema. Okay? Na uwezi kutumia uongo kupata uongozi. Unaweza fika mahali lakini uwezi fika mwisho nao. Kwa hivyo mjitahidi sana. There are no cooked numbers. It is a fact that William Ruto has no chance against one Raila Odinga. Not in 100 years. He cannot match him. Take that to book. It's not possible. So the only available seat that is in competition here, I inform you very early, it is number 2. And even the number 2 is threatened. Wajakoya could just take it. So William Ruto should be prepared to be number 3 in this election. And that's not prophetic. It is just common political analysis. He has lost the mountain. He has lost the majority of the Rift Valley. He has no numbers. So just thumping and saying you have cornered the deep state, oh, you have done this and this, oh, you have what you don't have. And when you don't have, you don't have. Mama Selina hapa amesema kila mara, huwezi tumia meno ya mwingine kucheka. Ota ya kwako. Kama huna, enda ununue ufix. Ili ukicheka ni ya kwako. Lakini kama unatumia ya jirani kucheka, mwenye meno akijia basi ndio hivyo. Unabaki kibokoyo. So tulia. So hakuna mtu ako afraid, and it seems you are the most afraid guys, because you want to make everybody feel that you are something. It doesn't matter how much you make people feel you're something. If you're nothing, you're just nothing, and that is it. So let us debate soberly and understand the political reality. There is political reality and there is political perception. Creating perception without a backup of the reality of the same, it will just get you unawares. So watu wa kukata miti zidi tafadhali, kwa sababu hii mambo yataenda kuleta kiwewe katika mioyo ya wengi. Asante sana. Bwana Joseph amefika. Joseph vipi? Joseph, are you set?
Niko Ben.
You unmute once and then you get speaking.
Nadhani nime-unmute. Hello? Am I in?
Yes, uko sawa, endelea.
Okay, habari ya Ben. Leo ni siku yangu ya kwanza kuingia. Nimekuwa nikiwa kwa comment. Na nashukuru
tuko salama, karibu.
Yeah. Nasema ninashukuru kipindi. Kwa leo sitaongea mengi sana, lakini nataka kuchangia mambo matatu kuhusu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Nimeona kama deputy ameingia kwa trap ya rais mzuri sana. Kulingana na ile clip ilikuwa imetolewa, leo rais amethibitisha ya kwamba yenyewe hayo yalikuwa, na kama angekuwa amegongwa moja huku angepindua upande mwingine pia gongwe. Na hiyo ndio vile kiongozi huwa anakuwa. Sasa rais deputy mwenyewe nikiangalia upande yake sasa amekosa, anaweza sema nini juu yale yote mabaya alikuwa ametenda imeshaonekana. Sasa kwa saa hii hakuna kitu anaweza danganya nayo wa Kenya. Watoto wale wamekuwa wakidanganya pia wamekuwa werevu saa hii. Yao watoto ni wetu. Tukikaa nao chini tutawaonyesha 1, 2, 3 na wenye kuelewa wataelewa. Sasa yeye upande yake tunaongoja tu siku ifike. Hata juzi umeona kama mheshimiwa baba amemchezea kidogo, akamwambia ndio nitaboycott, na kaingia kwa hiyo trap. Kaanza kusherekea, leta watu Uhuru nani sisi tuko tayari, wewe utafanya ndio gani, tutakushinda. Sasa hayo yote ni matrap anawekewa na anaingia, alafu anaenda kubweka. Ndio unasikianga mzee akisema anapiga mdomo papa. Na Kakamega leo nimeona, na kulingana na kuna jamaa huwa ninamuona kwa comment anaitwa Kevin Odwori. Juzi ametembea Vihiga, ametembea Kakamega, na akakuja akatuelezea kwamba huko ground ili shift kitambo. Ni huku tu wachache wale tuko naye hapa Nairobi ndio wamekuwa radicalized. Unajua kuna wakati waliitwa wakaenda wakapewa 2,200. Wanatusumbua sana huku. Hao ndio ukikaa na hao chini unasikia wanakusumbua sana, na sioni kama deputy kuna pale anaweza enda, ana kura. Hata tukiangalia vizuri kura ako nayo wapi? Ni hizi macrowd tu wale wanaendanga kama maybe wamelipwa kitu ndio wanaenda kuhudhuria hizo mikutano. Hayo yote kama mimi ninatoka Lang'ata, na hapa Lang'ata tunajua ni nini inaendelea, mikutano za usiku na kupeana handouts usiku. Hizo ndio siasa wanapiga, hakuna ajenda. Sasa Bernard, kwasi hilo unafanya, mimi ninashukuru. Tushikilie hapo, tumebaki na siku 31, niseme tu ni 30, na najua ushindi iko kwetu na hakuna mtu atatoa ushindi. Nadhani bado tuko pamoja, hata ukiona nimetoka nitakuwa kwa comment mpaka masaa tu. Ukienda kulala mimi pia ninaenda na wewe ndamkia nikiwa na kina Themba, kina Makiani. Siku njema. Asante.
Sawa, asante sana Bwana Joseph, tunashukuru kwa hayo yote na tunashukuru kwa kuendelea kufuata na kuchangia. Ni muhimu tuwajibike, hii nchini yetu lazima kila mmoja afanye sehemu yake ili kazi ikikamilika inakuwa imekamilika kwa sababu tumeifanya, si eti imefanyika tu bila sisi. Thank you. I want to appreciate everybody. Please, I keep reminding us, let us inform everybody we are not able. Yeah, thank you, Joseph. And mute now. We remind everybody we are not able to connect on Facebook for there are some technical hitches, so we can only stream on YouTube. So what you do is you get the link that you are able to get us with on YouTube, copy that link and then share it on Facebook. If somebody clicks on it, you will be directed to YouTube and you'll be able to get the broadcast as usual. The only hiccup is for us to connect to Facebook. We can't do that directly, but you can share that link and whoever clicks on it will be led to where the broadcast is live. I know we have people who follow us directly on Facebook, and so they may be waiting for the show to start when it has already started. So please notify them if you are able to do that, so that nobody is left behind in what is happening. We are looking at the two characters, okay? One, Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, and their response to the crisis. William Ruto says the presidency must be gotten by all means at all costs. It doesn't matter which blood is shed. It doesn't matter how many people die. It must be gotten, and it has to be gotten. Uhuru says it is not worth shedding blood to be president. He was ready to let go. Who between the two is the leader to be emulated in terms of coherency and navigation of this great country to the destiny that is supposed to get to? All these are leaders in their own ways, but who between the two demonstrates the leadership that carries the nation along, other than tearing the nation apart simply because you must be what you want to be? And of course, tracking the AZIMIO la UMOJA campaign in Western as William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza get back to the mountain again to get their people what they want to, get. So we'll go back to maybe Anderson, and then I will be ready to play the video that is getting set. Thank you very much.
Hey, Bena. Hey, Bena.
Sasa Anderson, nataka uni update katika local politics za Vihiga. Kuna Kaniri, kuna nani huyu, the current governor Otichilo, alafu kuna Agoi na nani kwa ugavana. Mambo inaendaje? Unmute Bwana Anderson.
Hapa ugavana farasi ni wawili.
Unmute, uko bado unmute, tukusikii officer. Yes. Yes. Unmute tena. Farasi ni wawili, hiyo ndio tusikia peke yake.
Akaranga na Khaniri. Otichiro alikataliwa, huyo alikataliwa, though ni mtu wa ODM lakini alikataliwa kwao. Huyo kwao kura zao za hapo Bunyore alikataliwa. Akaranga anapendwa juu unajua Akaranga alichapa kazi. Huyo at least huyo anaweza pata. Though Khaniri hajaipoteza nini hajaipoteza kura yoyote. Sasa hapo ni mambo mawili. Akaranga akilala Khaniri atamuibia. Unajua Khaniri naye hata kura anaibanga tu. Ndio ni mtu wa Azimio lakini kwa kura ni mbaya sana. So tunaambia Akaranga akae rada. Khaniri ni mbaya, ni wangu.
Sasa nyinyi mnataka Karanga rudi ama Khaniri akuje fresh?
Khaniri hapana. Unajua Khaniri hakuna maendeleo anafanyanga by the way. Khaniri hapana. So Akaranga akae rada. Unajua Akaranga kura zake, unaona mahali Akaranga atapata kura mingi. Atapata huku Tiriki na hapo Maragoli, alafu atang'oa hapo Bunyore kidogo. Lakini Khaniri huku kwetu Tiriki amekataliwa by the way. Hakuna maendeleo amefanya huku Tiriki, anafanyanga huko Maragoli na Bunyore. Lakini huku kwetu afanyangi, kwa hivyo tumemweka X. So farasi ni wawili. Otichiro huyo mtoe tu kwanza, hata kama ni wa ODM. Huyo atakuwa namba 3. Akoi sahau mambo ya UDA, wachana nayo Bernard. Mambo ya UDA tu sahau hapo. Huyo atakuwa namba 4. Huyo Akoi. Hapo hiyo ndio inaenda hivyo kwa mambo ya nini. Ugavana hapo. Alafu nikirudi kwa mjadala.
Na useneta unakaaje?
Sorry?
No, kwa useneta. Tuambie useneta kwanza. Yes.
Useneta ni kawaida Azimio. Watu wa Azimio ndio wako jua. Hiyo ni Azimio. Maybe UDA watapata kwa MCA. MCA wanaweza pata kama 3 ama 4 hivi. Lakini ubunge, useneta, ugavana hiyo ni Azimio damu. Tumewapatia wapate UMCA kidogo ndio wajichoje huko. Hata nani amemwaga pesa, nilikwambia jana. Mudavadi amejaribu kumwaga pesa zake, lakini bado mambo ni mabaya bena. Huku ni kubaya. Anamwaga hivi, mchana tunakula, usiku tuko job. Hata sasa nataka kuenda kazi. Mahali anapitia mchana, sisi tunapita usiku. Tunaeleza wamama, tunawaeleza vizuri. Mahali ametoka tunaenda tunawaambia watu tukule pesa, lakini kura ni baba na mama. Kwa hivyo hata vijana sasa tumewaeleza, wameelimika. Sasa kila mtu anaongea baba na mama. Hapo tumemalizana na Mudavadi hivyo. Na raundi naambia baba kama anasikia, Mudavadi akianguka asimrudishe, achane naye aende akiendanga tu. Yeye ndiye anaendanga anamrescue. Hatutaki hiyo mambo. Akianguka aende akiendanga. Story za huyu Mudavadi tumekataa. Alafu tena huko Bungoma. Hiyo story ya Wetangula wachana nayo. Hii Bungoma ndio inatuangushanga kwa kura sana. Hatutaki mambo ya UDA sisi. Unaona waliingizwa box. Wanaambiwa sijui ni Kenya Kwanza. Hakuna kitu kama kwenye Kenya Kwanza. Hiyo ni chama ya RUTO. So hapo tumemalizana na UDA huku kwetu. Hapa Vihiga hakuna UDA. Na kitu tutawarumia tu wapatie MCA 3. Then hatutawaacha bure. Tuwapatie tu MCA 3. Hapo watakuwa sawa, lakini ubunge kuanzia kwa ubunge kwenda juu Azimio. Nikirudi kwa mjadala kidogo, naongelea mambo ya UDA. Kila siku wanarudi Mount Kenya. Bena kama mahali ni stronghold yako, ni nini unashinda huko? Baba aliwapatia tu mama amewapiga, mama mmoja tu amewapiga mpaka wanaishi huko. Hata Ruto anaishi huko, anakula huko Mount Kenya. Na ni mama tu. Walikuwa wanafikiria Uhuru ndiye atakuwa na wakanyaga, wakachezewa kagemu, wakapewa tu mama. Mama amewakanyaga mpaka saa hii wanaishi huko. Ruto hatatoka huko, atatoka huko tarehe 8 mwezi wa 9. Atatoka huko akienda Sugoi direct. Hiyo na tumemwekea hivyo, hakuna kitu atafanya. Nataka Ruto arudi huko na arudi juu anasema ni stronghold yake, aishi huko Mount Kenya. Akipotezea huko na hii timu Azimio inatembea Kenya mzima. Tukirudi huko mara 2 wanarudi mara 3, kura zinaenda hapo. Tumemalizana nao hivyo. Asante Bena.
Asante sana Bwana Anderson, hiyo ni ngoma kali. Nashukuru sana kwa uchambuzi wako, na Wakenya wako kangari kufuata vile tunavyochambua, wanajifunza. Lakini kuna mmoja hapa anasema, kuna DDZ anasema Otichilo is winning in Vihiga, he has good plans. Agaranga tena hatumtaki. Sasa hapo mbivu na mbichi itajulikana tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Kwa sasa hivi tuangalie, lakini cha muhimu lazima ukague kila kiongozi. Usipatie kura mtu kwa sababu ako Azimio. Patia mtu kura kwa sababu ataendeleza maendeleo ambayo yatafaidi wananchi na yataendeleza nchi. What we want is the country to move forward. We will not be able to compete with the international community if we remain intervillage, backward, no infrastructure, no electrification, no water supply, no water connection. As long as we remain dark in the dark continent, we will not be able to compete with the international standards and the international requirements. And so let the governor be a person with foresight. Let him be looking at the county and see what can we do as a county to match other countries. We can make Vihiga be a county that competes with Rwanda or competes with Burundi, competes with another nation in terms of how well you articulate matters. So kagua kila mtu. Usipoteze kura yako kwa sababu walikuambia eshenyu na eshenyu. Eshenyu na eshenyu is not a standard. Okay? Tunaweza kuwa tulitoka tumbo moja, lakini hatutaingia kaburi moja. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tukubaliane kwamba tutaendeleza nchi hii, na kuendeleza nchi hii kutahitaji wewe kuchagua kiongozi ambaye anasaidia. Thank you very much. Wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha mtu kujiunga nasi katika kipindi hiki, tafadhali jitahidi hakikisha kwamba una invite mtu. Samahani kwa watu wa Facebook, wale huwa watu natufuata kwa Facebook, hatuwezi connect kwa Facebook kwa sababu kuna mushkil fulani ambao bado unatatuliwa. In the meantime, chukua hiyo link unatumia kutupata kwa YouTube, share it in your Facebook group so that somebody clicks, will be directed to YouTube and be able to follow the broadcast as usual. So please keep doing that. Don't relent. Let's keep inviting so that our viewership continues to remain high, even when we are doing one channel at the expense of the other two, until that matter is sorted out. Thank you very much. Tom, ulikuwa unasema nini?
Bwana Bernard, kirudi kidogo, kuna jambo nimeona Bwana Anderson ameongea. Hiyo jambo ni kweli kabisa. Tukiangalia mambo ya tuseme party, sisi ni wanazimio. Tukilazimishwa na mtu na huyo mtu ana uwezo ya kutusaidia, hatuwezi kumfuata, sababu hiyo ndio imefanya a number of counties, especially in Nyanza, that is my county, in my province, a number of counties in my province wamekuwa nyuma sana, because tukiangalia places like Siaya County imekuwa nyuma kabisa. Na unajua Bwana Raila aliweka hii devolution ili tusaidie, mtu wa kwenu asaidie kwenu. So tunaona shida sana kwa hii maneno, hata kama anasema suit, hiyo mambo ya suit hiyo hatuoni kama inaweza kutusaidia, though kwa upande ingine inasaidia kwa upande ya backup. Akiwa huko kama kuna mjadala anaweza kuwa na umati ya kumsaidia, but on the other side inaumiza mtu wa kawaida. Tumeona hata places like Homa Bay, ukiingia Homa Bay town unashindwa governor anakaa ofisi yake iko wapi. The setup of the town is confusing. You can't even tell where the government offices are. You know, town is in a mess. Unakuta ng'ombe, mbuzi zinatembea kwa town, unaona, so unashindwa iko namna gani. So hiyo maneno ya party pia tunaangalia kwa upande mwingine, lazima pia tukatae. So mimi naona baba kwa upande yake, pande ya mlima huko, baba amenyorosa. Alisema ataenda na tingatinga, na kule tingatinga imepanda mlima, imefanya bwana Uda sasa hata akiamuka akiosa uso hivi kidogo anakumbuka tu huko kwa mlima. So mlima ndio imekuwa sasa ndio area ya kuangalia. So tumeona baba kwa kazi yake na Martha, kazi ni mzuri hapo, nimewapongezi, and I hope kura itapatikana kwa wingi hapo, nina hakika. So ni machache tu bwana Bernard, wacha tu tukiendelea pia nitarudi tu. Asante.
Sawa bwana Tom, nashukuru sana. Tunasema suti lakini ikuwe material mzuri. Suti sio suti, bora lazima ikuwe material mzuri. So ukitaka sisi tupige suti, basi tupatie material fit, ili tukipiga suti inaingia sawa. Lakini ukileta material hafifu alafu nataka tuone suti ambayo itaishia tu kwa siku moja, hapana. Mundu wa nyumba, iko nini leo? Umetuletea hii poster hatujakuzoea, mpaka watu kwa comments wanateta, wanasema hiyo sio kawaida yako. Kuna nini?
Hakuna chochote Bernard, ni salamu, nimesalimika. Na unajua mara nyingi Anderson, habari yako pia? Na Tom Jakadete, hiyo jina ngumu kidogo, ni sawa. Sasa sijui kama wanateta, unajua mimi sisomagi hiyo side. Sasa unajua wazee saa zingine position yao wanataka wa change. Ni logical tu. Sasa na elevate miguu, nimeshinda na governor leo na mchana mzima tukizunguka Nakuru yote, miguu imechoka. Sijui kama nimevunja sheria yote Bernard. Kama unajua wazee wataki kuvunja sheria, lakini hakuna nini, hamukuweka sheria yenye mmetuambia ati position ya kukaa ama ya kuvalia. Ngaje nasikia ukiongea habari ya suit, ni sawa tu. Hata naona huko suit leo. Ni sawa, tuendelee. Ni kwa kifupi, I'm just relaxing, my legs are tired. Sasa hii vile, asanti. Kuna mambo zingine na pia I remember talking saying life, lazima maisha tunaichukua vile ilivyo, and there's nothing that is a matter of life and death. Watu wengine wanachukua kuwa president ya Kenya is a matter of life and death. It isn't. And I like the way our president, His Excellency Uhuru, the way he answered that somebody wanted to slap him because he didn't want to compete with the Honorable Raila for a second time. To some people, it's a matter of life and death. Why should it be that way? It's miserable. Nafikia hiyo miti sasa nimekubali ikatwe vile rafiki yangu Kipu anasemaga, kwa sababu people go to the extreme. Why must you think that you must be the president of Kenya? How? Why not me? Why not Tom? Or even Bernard? Ama Anderson? We qualify. Lakini mwingine nafikia ni yeye tu out of the 50 million. Kwa nini? Anyway, I like the way that one hiyo. Unajua I like the way Uhuru does his thing. I'm in box. The guy is flawed actually. But it's a very simple statement. You can see the difference and contradiction between the two. Uhuru is not power hungry. He can, anakubali uachilia. And that's why at the end even, that's why the handshake came in. Why should Kenyans keep on fighting? And if a handshake can sort it out, and some were telling him not to handshake, they didn't care about the Kenyan blood being spilled. Ai, wasahau waende nyumbani, lakini wameenda nyumbani already. Na naona hii wakati inaendelea haraka, wacha hii Agosti 9 hii kuja haraka, tumalize hii maneno. Hii ni formality tu. Haya, ingine Azimio la Umoja in Western. I like the way Anderson, every statement that was coming out of your mouth, I was liking it, Anderson. Na nyie hamunijui Anderson na nani na Tom. Mimi I'm even older than Mudavadi. We're in the same department way back in the 80s. Same faculty. Unajiongeleza wewe Tom ama unaongea na nani? Haya, nani? Bernard, nikubalie kuna simu imetoka mbali kidogo. Mwingine aingie tafadhali, Bernard. Bernard, ama Tom, Anderson, one of you pick up. There's a call I want to pick, Please, naona Bernard amekuwa frozen. Any one of you, please. Chip in. Mnanisikia? Tom.
Yes, tunakusikia.
Tafadhali ongea kidogo. Kuna simu nachukua. Kuna shida hapa kidogo.
Okay. Tunakusikia. Wacha tuendelee. Bwana Bernard, wacha niendelee kwa niaba ya bwana nani amewacha anaendelea na simu. Anderson, ama una jambo? Una jambo bwana Anderson?
Sawa Tom.
Bwana Anderson, endelea tu bwana Anderson.
Sawa, kuna mtu alikuwa amesema kwa comment mambo ya Vihiga, ati Otichiro atachukua ugavana. Nilikuwa nataka kumrekebisha kidogo. Otichiro hakufanya maendeleo yote, hata kama kwa ODM, lakini hakuna maendeleo alifanya. So hiyo kitu ndio imemweka nje. Kitu ya maendeleo ndio imeweka Otichiro nje. Kwa hivyo Otichiro hataona. Akimaliza vizuri sana, akijaribu atamaliza number 3. Kwa hivyo anamaliza tu miaka yake, siku zake zimebaki chache, amalizia aende. Gavana hataona tena. Alafu mambo ya Khaniri, venye nilikuwa nasema Khaniri si mara ya kwanza hata kuiba kura, si mara ya kwanza. Hata akiwa mbunge in 2007 kuna kijana alimshinda kura kwa wingi sana, lakini Khaniri kuna kura Khaniri alifanya mambo yake, akaiba kura, huyo kijana akaenda hivyo. Kwa hivyo ndio nilikuwa hata tunajenda tukiambia Karanga achunge sana Khaniri. Khaniri, usicheze na Khaniri. Ni mtu anajua kitu anafanya. Kwa hivyo upande wa gavana huku ni kati ya Khaniri na Karanga. Otichiro mtoe hapo. Alafu nikirudi kwa mjadala kidogo, RUTO. Najua RUTO ni ule kiongozi anataka vitu kwa anatumia kifua. Na hapa story ya kifua hapa Kenya imeisha. Huwezi tumia kifua ndio uingie ukuwe president. Lazima angeenda polepole. Unajua yeye mwenyewe aliambiwa na Uhuru awaje campaign wafanye kazi kwanza. Yeye mwenyewe ndiye alijaribia. Uhuru angemuunga mkono. Lakini wakati aliacha akaanza kukimbia huku na huku huko Mount Kenya, amemaliza miaka 4 huko bado hata hajaridhika, anaendelea tu huko Mount Kenya. Ni nini alibakisha huko hizo miaka zote 4? Miaka 4 full mtu ameishi tu Mount Kenya. Ni nini amebakisha? Ama ni uongo gani hajamaliza kusema huko? Kama ni uongo, alianza uongo second term ya uongozi wao, amedanganya uongo wote umeisha. Sasa hakuna kitu anasema. Wakauzia watu wheelbarrow ikaisha. Uongo zote wameuzia watu imeisha. Sasa ni mzee wa kitendawili, sijui nini. Sasa watu hata hiyo mambo ya kitendawili wamesahau. Sasa anafurahia baba boycott uchaguzi. Hakuna, tunaingia uchaguzi. Hiyo tutaenda. Kama anafikiria baba atakataa, hiyo asahau sana. Tutaenda uchaguzi. Na tunataka tuone hizo numbers wanasema kila saa wako na numbers. Mara Wetangula wanasema Western watapata 95%. Walisahau. Unajua Ruto wakati aliambia Mudavadi na Wetangula walete 75%. Maybe alisema 75 people na hawa hawakusikia. Maana hata 25% sioni kama watapata Western. Lakini nawaombea wajaribu sana, wakifikisha watu hata 200, hiyo ni sawa. Tutawasaidia. Wakipata watu 200 hapa Western, si mbaya. Hizo pesa watakuwa wamekula za RUTO zitakuwa au watu 200 watakava hizo pesa. Wasiende bure. So Mudavadi na Wetangula hao tuliwaacha tu Western waende peke yao, wafatane na mambo ya RUTO. Lakini upande wa kura tutawaonyesha tu tarehe 9. Asanteni. Kama kuna mwingine ako na jambo aendelee.
Asante sana kwa niaba ya Bernard. Bernard ni kama ako busy kidogo. Bwana Henry, uko na maneno, tueleze kidogo.
Jambo wenzangu. Mnanisikia? Ile kitu naweza kusema nimeshangazwa sana na vile na yale maombi wamefanya Nakuru leo. Huyo mpiri Gidau sijui Biblia gani anasoma, hata kama mimi sijui Biblia. Ningependa Bernard kama anaweza acheze hiyo clip ya huyo pastor. Sini pastor ama ni padri. You cannot bring politics into the church. Na unajua hata Yesu alisurubishwa kwa kutumia peni 3. So what he was saying, that guy, I don't know what's wrong to the church. Bernard inaweza kutusaidia. Kanisa sijui hata uwezi kujua kama Bernard ni ameokoka ama mimi nimeokoka hapa na wengine, lakini wao kulingana na wao wanaona kiongozi ambaye ameokoka peke yake ni deputy president. Hata kwa Biblia imeandikwa mwenye alikuja asubuhi na mwenye alikuja jioni walilipo the same. Sasa huwezi kujua kama hao watakuja kuokoka the last minute na yeye anguke the last minute. So we cannot. This guy was touching others. Na that's politics. Unapigia debe mwingine apate. This should stop. Waambiwe ukweli. Na mimi naomba mwenye alikuwa anahubiri hapo Nakuru aenda angalie clip na asome Biblia vizuri. Mimi sisoma vizuri, sio pastor ama priest, lakini yeye asome vizuri. You cannot do that. Sasa mnatuelekeza sisi wapi nyinyi wenye mnatuhubiria? If you say this, the next. So that's why I say this camp ya udaku ama UDA tuangalie vizuri. I'm not judging, but I'm saying according to the scriptures ile wananisomea. So you cannot, the Bible is not a scripture. The Bible is one. So we cannot say this verse says this, amejenga kanisa. Kama you can build the church na hiyo pesa umetoa wapi? Pengine you never know kama umekandamisha mwenzako ukachenga, but na hata kuna mahali wakati walikuwa wanatoa sadaka, yule mwanamke alileta shilingi ngapi kidogo, watu tajiri alileta mingi na yule mwingine akaleta kidogo, alafu Yesu akasema huyu mwenye ameleta hii ndio mingi, ile kidogo umepata kwa njia ya halali. So I'm not saying okay, building the church is not bad. We must create a good picture. This is your what. So those people listening wanapiga makofi sijui nini, ati deputy alikuwa anakuja na ndege wakatupa mapepo. What are you telling people? Hati hiyo ni mapepo kama ndio maana akakuja na ndege, akakuja kwa gari. So you know that thing is going to be heard and watched by lots of people. So what are you trying to show to people, and what are you saying? But in the real sense, mimi hata nimekasirika kidogo. Ndio maana I said, hata kama sina wakati, I said sometimes when I watch this, mimi nasikia nahuzunika kidogo. So these people, when they are addressing people, wanaenda wanazungulia their speeches. I'm requesting them, wakimaliza they go back waangalie speeches zao. So another thing, nimeona Garwale.
Bwana Tom, are you confirm if you're able to get me? You seem to have issues.
Okay, Garwale alienda kubembeleza Oparanya amsaidie kupata kura. Sasa wewe alimwambia Oparanya, alimwambia wewe ni mzuri, isipokuwa ile nyumba umeingia siwezi kukusaidia ukiwa hapo. Kama ungekuwa hapa wewe ndio umekuwa governor. So Garwale, wewe unalialia mara huko kwa hapa unasema iko hii, sisi hatuwezi kufanya. So double speeches, sisi hatutaki watu vigeugeu. Tunataka leaders ambao wako focused, ambao wako development conscious, ili Kenya yetu iende mbele. Otherwise ile limeniuma ni hiyo maupiri ya huyo Githau. I'm sorry to, but he's the one who was doing that. Thank you, Bennett.
What happened, Tom? Umenyamaza? Bernard hajarudi? Simpatie Joshua. Joshua, Mark, endelea. Joshua, endelea.
Sorry, apologies. I seem to be... Thank you, Mundu wa Nyumba. Are you able to get me? Please confirm.
Yes, clear.
Yes,
clear now. Ama uko hacked?
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay, thank you. I seem to be under siege. I seem to be under siege, but I think I'll
we can hear you.
So who is next?
We can hear you, Mr. Medan.
Oh, you can hear me.
Bernard, see, I just
thank
finished
you,
very
you.
fast.
It's like my network today is a bit unstable.
It is not by mistake. It's by design. These people design things that are beyond you. Bernard. But I can talk very briefly before they messed us the other day in the other panel. Total disaster. It is intentional. But we keep on fighting until 8th, and then they'll be subdued. So, you know, somebody called Nini. Egg. In Kikuyu. You know, egg. That's a tough man. Technical, digital. He's an expert in that field. So let me just finish very fast. KK to Mount Kenya. These people have been there all the time, and this is an exercise in futility. They are not going to get any more votes. And everybody has said, yeah, Thomas said it, and 4 years is not a few days remaining that they are going to make. In fact, they have been losing. When the Tinga climbed the mountain with a four-wheel tractor, na wheelbarrow ilikuwa inasukuma ipande Mount Kenya, it was defeated, and in that time it was rainy, in a sleep wanaanguka huko. So as I said earlier, okay, now there's a time Honorable RUTO was 80%, right? It was less than 20. Now it's the other way around. And if they get 50-50 in Mount Kenya, we are in, because there's no kumira for people who know kumira, and again the percentage is okay. So they can keep on going to the mountain as much as they want. It doesn't matter. It's done. It's a done thing. Yeah. Now finally, election countdown. I'm happy that days are going faster. They are shorter. Even today was a very short day for me. So 9th August is with us, and then we celebrate. And as you promised, Bernard, let's have a proper celebration for our efforts. All this time we have been working very hard for the success of AZIMIO, which is our party. And baba na mama wachukue madaraka, tengeneza Kenya kidogo, imeharibiwa ni hao watu sana. Thank you, Bernard. And panelists also. I thank you, all of you, for listening.
Okay, asante sana Mdua Nyumba. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and we keep following. Those of you who are able to get us, please don't watch alone. Invite somebody to join into the discourse. I told you we are not able to stream live to Facebook. There is a hiccup. So what you need to do is use that link you are getting us with on YouTube, share it on Facebook so that our Facebook people can come on YouTube and get the broadcast. And I've had some hiccups. If I get thrown out, please don't get quiet. The broadcast is allergic to silence. You just take over and say something. Even if there is nothing to say, you must say something. The broadcast is allergic to silence. But I'm happy that you are here and we are discussing. I want to play a video or two before we bring in I was given a cousin here called Wasike. I will take that since he carries my grandpa's name before we investigate. And then from there we'll go ahead. Thank you, the people on the there is this. Bernard addressed this question: why were there no Luya leaders at Baba and Mama meeting in your area? Which other Luya leaders? You didn't see Wanjala? Or which other? Or Paranya was leading the campaign yesterday or the day before? I don't think we people are so much into details. The AZIMIO brigade, especially the people traveling with Baba, is a whole team in itself. Then there is a team being led by Oparanya to do the groundwork. It's a whole system in itself. They can converge where necessary. But these ones, they were doing some stopovers here along the way. So it didn't need to carry everybody. But I saw Wanjala. Wanjala is a Luya and is a leader, in my opinion. And of course, it is a combined force campaign, especially the really target was the locals. So if they go to Lugari, they want the locals in Lugari, the aspirants, to reach their audience. So I don't think there is anything sinister on it. although I'm sure that people will want to carry it and spin it around. I'm happy what Anderson said. Amesema at least it is not 70%. They needed to go and confirm. It is actually 75 people. I think that's achievable. If it's 75 people, it's achievable. Davati, his family, and a few of his village are able to add up to 75 people. But 75% of Western Kenya as a mission impossible. Mission impossible, haiwezekani. Naomba tusikilize hii alafu tusonge mbele. I think we start here.
Bernard, today you're in trouble. Bernard. Pole.
It seems, I think I will just hand over to Ekesa. It seems Amanda Siege, and I will have to accept it. So Ekesa,
I think your network has a problem.
Lakini nahimiza kila mmoja kama unanipata. Yes. Let me disappear. I'll come back when it is working. Thank you, everyone. Ekesa, take it.
Sorry, wacha niangalie kitu fulani hapa na narudi.
Okay. Sawa. Nimeona my friend Nyumba, Joshua, Henry, and Tom Wasike. I've had two guys talking when I was joining in. So maybe I'll just briefly weigh in and we proceed. Yesterday night, I caught a few clips on RUTO's program on KTN. And one of the issues that came out were he's still calling Uhuru a silly guy. How could you do a silly thing like that just to give up on a presidency? That is being foolish. Those are two words he used. And I think he's too much full of himself. I don't know who is advising him. He may think, I think he needs to balance between popularity and electability. There was a time they used to say that Raila is popular but not electable. And you see, that was the beginning of politics where he was trying to play into the gallery. And this is what RUTO is doing right now. The popular politics, where you can be a hero by shouting certain words. You know, there are words that make you a hero, the same way Wachakoyo is trending. But if you ask Kenyans how many are willing to elect him, maybe okay, there's a section who may prefer him, but not majority. So yes, it's true. RUTO may come out as a hero when he talks about, I am the one who said that Uhuru hawezi acha hii kitu. But someone should invite him to think through it, because the mountain he's talking to, he might have been sleeping through the revolution. The mountain, if you have preached the mountain for 4 years and they are still undecided, then you have to walk there carefully. If you have been seeing the errands of Baba on Mount Kenya, Baba doesn't speak on the mountain so much things towards the mountain. He only speaks the positive things he has done for the mountain, and then the rest he speaks the politics of other side. But Ruto is so much comfortable. He thinks he owns the mountain, so he can even ravel the feathers of the leaders of the mountain and say anything that he wants to say against them and get away with it. I'm sure the young men, yes, they are excited and they are seeing him as a hero, but the Wazees are watching him and seeing like, no. Even if you were to be an alternative, I think waja tu tukue na, that is where the saying came from. Better the devil we know than the angel we don't know. So Uhuru ni mbaya lakini bado ni wetu. So we cannot allow someone. And today Uhuru came out as a hero when he talked about, yes, someone forced me into this issue and he wanted even to slap me. But I was ready. If he could have slapped me, I would have turned the other cheek so that I'm slapped twice. What he was saying is that as a leader, you need to be humble. Now, can you imagine Uhuru owns the instrument of power? He is a CIC. He can do anything with the sword he has. But he has chosen the humility way. But here is another guy who needs to be a helmet, but is coming out like, I am the one who is the bearer of the sword, and nothing should happen to us. You see, that gives us jitters as Kenyans who are considering to have a new CIC. How? And Martha Karua is bringing that situation out clearly, that huyu jamaa bado ako na makasiriko, tunafaa kumpatia time, the makasiriko iende chini kiasi. So that means if he's not he has not managed well his temper, then he needs time to work on himself before Kenyans can consider him as a serious leader. Yeah, the Martha Karua who is saying is not the Martha Karua of 2007. 2007 Martha Karua was that go-getter, and she was ready to combat anybody. But the time matures people, and she has been seasoned. And now she sees, when she sees such aspects appearing in his colleagues, she doesn't appreciate it. The other thing that came out is that Ruto is always a copy-paste. When Uhuru calls for clergies in State House for prayers, he just manufactured as another meeting similar to that in Nakuru, just to try to cancel the impact or to steal the show. But yeye akiibiwa show analia sana. He even complains why Wachokoyo launched the manifesto on the same day as he is. Anyway, we understand it's a silly season of politics, but most of the things we say will have a long impact and ramification in our way we perceive our leaders. I have heard there was someone, I don't know who is Stanley, or complaining about the message from Nakuru, and I agree with you. But it's not the church. I will put it in perspective that these are some UDA cults who are just using the opportunity to speak like we are the church. because when we go to the real dynamics of religiosity in our country, you will know that evangelicals are only 20%, and not 20% of the evangelicals are supporting Ruto. So out of the 20%, we can come back maybe and find maybe it's 8% which is following him. And so we should not just say that it's the church. It's just a few people he has he has chosen to use, just as when we hear Silvanus Onzoro is speaking, we cannot say that is Kisii Nation speaking. It's just a few guys who have decided to follow Ruto from that area. So we should condemn them as individuals, just as we refused to condemn the issues to do with terrorism to a particular denomination or a particular tribe or whatever. So we have to face issues and say these guys are wrong. They will not use the name of the church. I heard even the message of the deputy president, what he was saying. He's actually categorically said that he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit is saying. We have to distinguish between people who are in the Spirit and those who are not in the Spirit. So in other words, he has already enthroned himself on the side of the church and is speaking as though he's the chosen one. They played the same script when they were bringing Uhuru. The Uhuru they are rejecting. They are telling us Amaliza Ende. They are the same guys who came in the arena with prayers, Sahek, and telling us that God has chosen Uhuru to be our president. So personally, I don't take them seriously. I know we look at God gives us leader based on our needs. If the need today is we need to deal with corruption in the land, then God will give us a leader who has the dexterity, the ability, the know-how to deal with the issues of corruption. If the issue bedeviling us today is peace and tranquility, then we need God will raise a leader who will bring us together and ensure that the nation is stable. So I want to borrow from one of the scripture of Isaiah. I think it's Isaiah 18. Isaiah, is it 18 or what? 60, yes. And it's somehow repeated in Luke 4 there, 18. It talks about Jesus was saying, the Spirit of God is upon me. It has anointed me to do the following. And he lists that one of the things was to preach good news to the poor. The other thing is to liberate the oppressed. In other words, it is not so much about talking about the Spirit. It's so much about declaring the responsibility of that Spirit. So if we cannot understand the responsibility of Ruto to us, then the rest of the Bwana Sifiwe, sijui nini, that is noise to us. What we want to understand, are we seeing the character of Jesus in Ruto? When we look at Ruto, do we appreciate that this is the character of the church? Because Christianity was a nickname. It was born in Antioch where people were named after the disciples of Christ, that these one are behaving like Christ. These are behaving like that guy. So if we are not bringing out the character of Christ, we have no business talking about Christ. When people look at us and associate us with robbers, when people look at us and associate us with room 350, when people look at us and associate us with people who will pickpocket us, we have no business highlighting every day Bwana Sifiwe. And for me, I'm very religious, by the way, but I don't do the Bwana Sifiwe everywhere and anyhow. because I may not know the Bwana Sifio we are, which Bwana tuna praise. Yeah? And we need to be very clear. Sasa mimi nimekutana tu hapa na Tom, and then ninaanza Tom, Bwana asifiwe. I don't know which Bwana you praise. I don't know your spiritual background. I don't know the gods, the altars you worship on. I don't know what you value as your spiritual stand. So why should I just meet you and say Bwana asifiwe and say amen and we go? That's hogwash. And by the way, you will realize that is not even a universal greeting. Some of these were born what we call East Africa revival. You may go even in other nations and you don't hear that Bwana asifiwe and you are shocked. Like, kumbe Bwana asifiwe is not a greeting. And it should be an echo of what has happened. Haukawezi niambie jana nilipata accident Bwana asifiwe. So why should we praise God because you got an accident? We must associate the right things, slogans with the right things. And for me, I am very much against what DB is doing because they are not adding value to Christianity. They are actually watering it down. Remember, there were days when people were calling people for interviews. And the first thing was they check and say, are you a Christian? And then you get an upper hand. Right now, there's no that upper hand because we have watered that thing and it looks like you're even con man. In fact, some people, when they see you with the Bible, they think you just want to use that to con them. So unless people need to rethink through this thing, and for me, I don't even blame the politician, I blame the church itself. They have given away their own innocence and they will regret having it. You have given away your own values and you will regret mixing the altar of God with the political altars because these guys, they have nothing to lose. All they want is to win votes. The rest will not count. Thank you. I thought I needed to respond to that because today it seems it was a prayer day, and I had to focus on the spiritual cross currents happening to our nation. Most of them just want to mislead us for expedience purpose. We ni nani ako on? Okay, so who had not contributed to before when I joined in? Wasike, had you met your contribution?
No, not yet.
Okay, maybe I play one clip and then you.
Wasike, can Wasike just proceed?
Okay. I think pali
No, wait
tumefika
first.
saizi.
Wait first.
Through the Holy Spirit of God, as tikaga muthamaki nyumba ya Jomo tondu ni Israeli maugi awo tukaririkana ciana ciake tukaririkana Jomo.
The record is going to bear me witness. I have resisted as much as I could to respond to my boss.
Ya, wanafikiria ukienda huko ati ho. Ukiona mtu hapo akaona shida, mimi nitatatua hiyo. Kwa nini huku tatua huko mbele? Mwache kuniletea bana.
Na mimi William Ruto namuuliza ndugu yangu Uhuru Kenyatta, mimi sishindani na wewe my friend. Mimi nashindana na mzee wa kitendawili. Wacha mimi nimenyana na kitendawili. Wewe simama kando.
I am a very patient person. The record is going to bear me witness. I have resisted as much as I could to respond to my boss.
Conversations going on
about
slapping the president. I mean, that does not speak to a man who does not care to antagonize.
Honestly, I mean, that is figurative speech. Nobody can slap the president, surely.
But
I mean, surely. Surely.
Surely.
You sincerely think you can slap the president, honestly?
You said it.
You know,
I wouldn't even.
That is a figure. That's a figure of speech. What the point I was trying to make to this audience was, the president was almost giving up. You know, William, I don't want to continue. Me, I want to go to Ichaweri. You know, you guys, you. I told him, my friend, you know, you are not about to do anything silly like that. You know. And so, I mean, that's what a genuine friend is all about. You know, when your friend is about to give up, you must be there to support them. You must be there to encourage them. You must be there to tell them not to make the wrong decisions. You know? In fact, many Kenyans have actually even quoted the Bible. I think it is Proverbs 27, I think 6 or something. They are saying, a slap from a friend is actually better than a kiss from an enemy.
Lakini naibu rais, kama ni rafiki yako kweli,
he is my friend.
Mbona uje umwanike mbele ya watu kwamba nusura ningempiga kofi? Ni vitu ambavyo unastahili kusema hadhara. Nyinyi ni viongozi wa taifa.
Wale nilikuwa, I was speaking to a small audience. Whoever leaked that,
haijalishi hata kama ni mtu mmoja, nadhani kwa heshima kubwa sana, huyu ni rafiki yako na ni rais wa taifa.
In fact, my friend, the point was made when I told those people, you know, I was just explaining to them how Uhuru Kenyatta is my friend. You know, if I was just another roll-of-the-mill character, I would have told him, oh yeah, I think we should just give up and go away. You know, that would be very foolish. You don't think so?
That will be very foolish, huh? That will be very foolish. Uy, Jama. Anyway, let's have Wasike. Make your contribution. You can also weigh in on the clips I've played.
Yeah, I think pali tumefika saizi kila mtu anaweza jua sasa we are entering the last stretch na Ruto I think is clutching on straws. Kampeni yake inaenda mrama. Hata leo Rigathi Gachagua alikuwa aende Laikipia lakini aliacha Mturi kwa mataa. Na hizo clips zenye umecheza mbili inaonyesha kwamba ni mtu ana hasira, ni mtu ambaye asemi mambo ya ukweli, kwa sababu hata kwa hiyo speech yenye anasema tayari ashatusi president, kwa sababu
ni season ya baridi ama nini, watu wanakwama, wanakatika. Network is affected by, I think, by the waves. Huh? Tom, you can weigh in kirudi. Naona amehang.
Yes, when I Wekesa, on my side, the network is not proper. It's breaking. So somebody else can just proceed.
Yeah, but tumebaki na wewe, usimuona huyu mwingine amekwama. Let me see if I can play another clip.
It's a problem because even yourself, when you talk, I can't get you properly. It's just breaking.
Me, I'm getting you clearly, so maybe it's
yeah, breaking
the earpiece part.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry for that. Let me play another clip as we wait for the guy to come.
Will be on the ballot in this election.
We have also had in this country ministers in charge of agriculture. Today, today nasomewa about the collapse of Mumias, about the collapse of Sijui Nzoia Sugar, about the collapse. Sasa, was I there when those things were collapsing? Yeah? Wale ambao wanashtumu jiulizeni nyinyi walikuwa wapi? When we're sitting back, wakati tulikuwa na KMC ambaye ilikuwa inachukua mifugo ya our pastoral people, right? Ambaye tuliweka billions of shillings na haikufafulu. Leo go and visit KMC,
even the clip
right?
is distorted.
And see, yes, a company that before was slaughtering 3 or 30, let's say, let me take the monthly figure, 30 animals a month, and they could not even pay salaries, to a company today that is slaughtering 300 a day. All right? And for less than a quarter of the money that we had given them to go and revive. Go today to Mwea, where people were throwing away their rice. We are expanding that rice project. When they used to buy rice from Pakistan, today, our prisons, our military, our police, we as government are buying from our farmers in Ahero and Mwea. And the price is there for all to see.
We are telling our competitors that we will deal firmly with conflict of interest. We will deal firmly and eliminate brokers and cartels and monopolies that have taken hostage our agricultural sector.
Huyu Munya miaka 3 amekuja amebadilisha mambo huko katika agriculture, amebadilisha. Hawa walikuwa huko miaka 8 walifanya nini?
That women will no longer use jembes to till their land. Government will import between 7,000 and 10,000 tractors into the country.
Na wale wanatugula ni wetu tena. Sio gina weta gina Orengo, tunawajua nyinyi. Murkomen Jerarge nilisoma na baba yako 1954. Nyinyi siku zinahesabika. Kunyongwa heri kukufa kuliko kuishi Kenya. Mnasikia? Heri kukufa kuliko kuishi Kenya. Heri kibo kabisa. Watoto watoko naenda cheza na sisi namna gani? Weta na Orengo na Moi. Nyinyi ni senior. Inji hawezi endeshwa namna hii hata nyumba yako.
Thank you for earning 1 million plus. Sisi wakulima hapa, watoto wetu hawaendi shule. Yours, I know they're in Australia. They are in United States of America.
Wakulima hawa wanashuku nyinyi kwamba nyinyi ndio kateli wakubwa. Huo ndio ukweli wa mambo. Huyu mnyama anaitwa kateli ni nani ambaye nyinyi hamwezi kumtaja? Ukifika huko ati kuna katela na kula serikali. Ukifika huko kuna katela na kula cereal. Kwani huyu kateli ni umbwa mwitu?
Tunaimba hapa Kiswahili kizuri, Kiingereza kizuri, lakini hakuna inakuishia sanduku ya Senate. Mrecommend, wewe unajua kusungumuza sana. Sungumuza mahindi leo. Mahindi ilitoka kwa Mexico. Ilikuwa ya nani?
Mumekuja hapa kututanganya. Mumekuja hapa kutuweka sisi merry-go-round. Maneno ya 2022 watu wetu nakuba hapa ribarol kama msike. Sisi tuko na tabu ya kutosha. Hii watu mnapoona namna hii tuna tabu. Mahindi ndani ya sito, mahindi ndani ya cereal, mahindi sasa tayari kwa shamba. Na munakuja tu kutuchekelea akiamu.
And we will make sure that every farmer has access to quality seeds, has access to subsidized fertilizer, have access to markets, have access to good prices, and they have access to government support so that they can produce food for our nation, so that every farmer can earn a decent earning for their produce.
So when we talk about GMR, these are two things. Number one, we are targeting resource poor farmers, and we have said where we are going to spend 90 billion shillings in 5 years. And these farmers, in our calculation, they will produce 500 billion shillings in 5 years.
All right.
Okay, that clip is actually outlining one of the things that Ruto said that he's going to major in is agriculture. And he promised he's going to deal with cartels. So it was giving us a flashback on what we mean by cartels and how exactly is he going to deal with them. Maybe the question will be, will he deal with himself? Okay, inawezekana, you're welcome. Tom, you are not hearing us. What is the problem? People in the comment section say they can hear you loud and clearly. So maybe it's your earpiece. If the earphones have a problem, you can change and go use just it plain without the earphones. So inawezekana, how are you?
I'm good, Mr. Wekesa. How are you?
I'm fine. Yeah. You look like a cartel.
I'm not a cartel.
Cartel.
Yes, Mr. Wekesa, nimeona leo nikuje ni wajoin. I always tune in. I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran here. I'm always here to listen to what's happening back at home. And yeah, it's good. Today I realized I could get a chance to come here, but si ati niko na mambo mingi ya kuongea. I was just about to speak about this our deputy president. Ni mtu ako na mambo mengi sana, ni mtu ako na wasiwasi, there's this, I don't know if it's a Bible verse, you know, I'm a Muslim, but this one I hear, when God wants to destroy you, or when God wants to finish you, he will first make you mad. Unaona hayo mambo yenye anasema, like he doesn't care, like he doesn't realize that he's making a mistake. He's just there to speak. I think he believes when the more he speaks, the more he's gaining votes, you know. Ukisema, he just throws in words, big names. Anadhani Wakenya wakisikia 500 billion tutaweka kwa sekta ya vijana. Like when you calculate such amount, hizo zenye anasema, when you calculate to the reality, yani ikuje chini, unapata ni pesa kidogo sana yenye itapatiano kwa vijana. As in, hizo vitu zenye anasema, they are just unrealistic. Sio vitu za ukweli, you know. Yeah, and that's just one thing I wanted to put forward. And yeah, that's just it, Mr. Wekesa.
You haven't watched, there was a prayer for the president in State House. There was also a rally in Western Kakamega. There was also an event in Nakuru, Naivasha, I think. So that is the current politics we are dealing with.
Yeah, about, you know, sometimes, Mr. Wekesa, tunataka kufuata politics from both sides. We want to listen to what the DP is talking about. We want to listen to what the other side, Wajakoya and Raila, are saying. But inakuwa very difficult to listen to what the DP is saying. So, and I'm sure most Kenyans ambao wako upande wa Azimio, they fail to even have to take a minute to listen to what they are saying, kama venye wamekuwa pale Nakuru. But niliwatch one stop moja pale when Baba was in Kakamega today. And yeah, we Luyas tunampenda sana. Hiyo iko kwa damu. And at one point Atuoli alikuja akasimama. Sijui kama one of you caught when Atuoli spoke. He spoke in one of my dialects in Luya. Na akasema hii uongozi lazima ipitie upande wa nini, wa mto, inaitwa mto, lazima ipitie huko ndo ikuje upande wa Luya. And people were really happy about it when he said such a thing. And yeah, we believe that is the way. And Raila is one of us, we as Luyas. I'm sorry if itaumiza watu wengine, but he is one of us. Yeah, that's just it.
Naendelea na slogan ya anaitwa nani? This guy from Budalangi. Ruto tawe, Etangula tawe, Musalia tawe. Laban, how are you?
I'm good now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Habari za jioni kwanza.
Tuko salama.
Hata mimi niko salama. Sasa mimi sijui kama nianzie na submission ama just a comment.
Depends vile unataka setbook yake ikae. Kwanza na the end ama the beginning.
Sasa nitaanza kwa ufupi kwanza leo, na moja kwa moja nitaenda kwa hii conversation ya Nyaruto alikuwa nayo, ilikuwa Serena Hotel nafikiria, na pale ni hizo na admission aliongea mambo ambayo yalikuwa ni kama ni ukweli, kwamba yeye aliongea kwamba anaweza piga rais kofi. Lakini ukirudi nyuma kiafrika, mtoto wako hata kama ni mbaya, halafu wewe ni rafiki yake, sasa uwe umesikia kwamba huyo mtu anatoka anaenda kuongelea mambo ya ndani ya familia yako, sababu Ikulu ni kama familia kwanza, na mtu amekuja kuwatembelea na baadaye ametoka huko na maneno yako, ni kama aliadmit kwamba alipata rais kama ni mlevi. So kwa mara ya kwanza huyu mtu kama ameoa, ya pili ako na mamake, na wewe umekuja pale umetoka na mambo ya familia na umeenda umesema mambo ambayo vile uliona hiyo familia ikiwa. Kwanza kiafrika hiyo ni utofu wa nidhamu, lakini hilo sio swala kubwa sana kulingana na yeye. Yeye anaweza liona hivyo. Mimi hilo alinisumbui sana, kwa sababu kuwa na kiongozi ambaye hana msimamo wake na chenye aliona kama angeweza kulizuia, unajua ni kama huyo mtu alienda kujigamba mbele ya watu wengine kwamba yeye si mlevi na bibi yake ni maybe ni askofu, so huyo mwingine ako hivyo na mambo mengine. Lakini sasa swala ambalo linaudhi kabisa ni swala ambalo huwa jina ya Raila. Yeye anaitwa mtu wa kitendawili, mara sijui ni mganga, na huyo mmoja ametoka kwa huyu anaenda kwa mwingine na kumuita majina mengi. Huyo ni kiongozi ambaye anaweza aminika na mambo ya nchi ya Kenya? Mimi ukweli ni kwamba huyo jamaa anangojea masiku tu ya kuitwa official opposition leader. Hiyo itakuwa title yake ya kwanza yenye kuanzia tarehe 10, na sisi tutamheshimu akiwa na hiyo title. Kwanza mengine yakifuata baadaye nitawaachia hapo kwa sasa.
Yeah, the problem with life is that sometimes truth is boring. So we like people who entice us. And that's why our friend has mastered this thing of flattering us with so many lies, coming up with so many programs. If you look at his agenda, there's nothing that he said that was not captured in either Big Four or their 2013, 2017 manifestos, just rewarding and making it look like he has come out to tell us something new. And the problem with him is always copycatting. Now, yesterday he was talking about 2 million farmers, just because Baba talked about 2 million Kenyans he wants to support with 6K. He now goes to 2 million farmers, and he wants to show that by supporting 2 million farmers, he's doing something better than Baba giving 2 million Kenyans pesa ya bure. Umeona? So the issue is to outshine others. When Uhuru is having a prayer meeting in State House, anajua huyu hajui sana maombi, let me put another prayer meeting in Nakuru, and I make sure I put the person to preach brings out the issues that want Kenyans of that caliber to hear. They are even trying to justify. Unasikia ati, unajua Moses kabla Mungu amtumie sijui aliua mtu Egypt na Mungu akaona huyu mtu ako serious. You see, they are trying to use Bible stories to justify why somebody is God's chosen and needs to be. We want to okay, angekuwa Baba wangesema wana sanitize, but we are using actually the Bible, if not sanitize, is to sanctify someone and to make him look like he's the one sent to us. Mama Selina, how are you?
Well, Wekesa,
Yes.
hii mambo nimesikia, kwanza nimesikia pole nikasikia akiongea, nikasikia vile alikuwa na advice wase vile alisema mambo ya kuchapana kofi. This man is very sick in head. Kila kitu anajaribu kuitengeneza uongo. I've never seen a person of that caliber. Unaenda kuambia Penat nikuje kwako, nitamwambia bibi yako vile wewe unafanya, alafu unacheka, unafikiria umesema kitu mzuri. That is not right. Hiyo mambo anasema haiwezi, hata hakuna binadamu anafanya vitu kama hiyo. We are really worried. I think somebody is sick. Munataka kupeleka mtu hospitali. Hii vitu ya rais. Sasa hii yote unasema amefanya in these 32 days. Ona hiyo watu, hata akitaka kufananisha. Ona watu wamekuwa kwa maombi ya Uhuru. Ona hiyo pastors. They are crying for their son. And they are watu matured. Unajua Penat, conmen ni kitu mbaya sana. You con until you don't know when you are supposed to talk the truth. Actually, I'm really like sisi wa Kalenjin, tumekuwa kicheko ya Kenyans. Because Deputy President ya nchi ya Kenya alikuwa anaongea hiyo mambo ya Uhuru akisema alilewa, alitaka kuchapa kofi, akicheka. He was not serious. Anyway, chenye nataka niambie Kenyans ni kwamba kwa 32 days Penat. No, not Penat, Wekesa. Wacha tuambie watu yetu wakuwe ready kwa election. Na kuna kitu nimesikia. I don't want to kujua kama, and I think it is truth. Inasemekana election ya sasa vile Chebukati alisema, kama tunaweza chunga kura zetu na tukue na agents kwa polling station Wekesa, that is the last resort. So hii vita mingi vile baba amesema vijana, na mimi narudi kusema supporters ya baba, tuweze kupatia chakula hiyo vijana wakiwa kwa polling station, na to make sure baba amekuwa na agents all over the country. Azimio ya umoja, kama tuko na councillors, kama tuko na members of parliament, kama tuko na women reps, let's make sure baba hako na agents. Sijui hizo polling station Kenya msima ni ngapi. Hiyo ndio kitu tunataka kuendelea kutoka saa hii. Second, I know I'm not supposed to say this. Nasikia Chebukati amekuwa na uoga. They are panicking because of Martha Karua kusema hakuna kustaki commission individuals. So hakuna mtu anataka kubeba msalaba ya mtu Penat. Hata kama walikuwa bedroom na mtu kwa sahi, ile kitu itatu save Wekesa ni tuwe na agents kwa every polling station 34 form A. Na nikauliza swali, hii mambo ya register kunaendaje? Nimeongea na mtu ya Electoral Commission na nikauliza kabisa what is going on. Kwa nini tunaongea hii mambo ya manual? Akasema kuna listi itawekwa kwa every polling station. Hizo majina itakuwa kwa polling station to make sure imeshikana na ile siko ndani. So we need to educate our people. Ya kwamba tuchunge sana to make sure ile orodha polling itatolewa na kuna polling station inashinda 700. So those are the things tunataka kufanya saa hii, ya kwamba tuimise IEBC itoe hiyo kama si register hiyo listi aweke kwa polling station, na baba make sure tuko na agents. I think that is what I can say as for now. Otherwise, everybody is worried.
I think what you are highlighting, they need to worry, but they also need not to worry. What is happening is Baba and his team, they want to, all the gray areas, they want to ensure they are dealt with. Every area that had loophole, they are trying to seal.
Yes.
So that's why they are bringing these things out. And when they are satisfied on that, they tick. So they are ticking areas that they saw they can use for those the shortcuts that they normally use. And that issue of the 10,000 polling station was there, and there was supposed to be distribution of 100, 200 votes, and by yani kuanza tu kura hivi mtu anaanza na milioni mbili. That was supposed to give them a head start. Now you see they are busting all the plans, and you know when they bust your plans in public, you see they sent a confusion even to those planning it, and so everybody thinks like, okay, kumbe tumejulikana. So
yes,
confusion is bad, but is also good, so that everybody is doing things carefully. So this is what I think I said the other day, that it's not good for UDA to celebrate, or KA, that Baba is crying. The reason why Baba needed deep state was not to rig election, because for him, he doesn't want to rig election. He only needed some intelligence. For him,
and
he just
free
wanted
and fair. Yes.
If there is something going wrong, he's told there's something going wrong there. They fix. But when you look at how he wants, yes.
Again, Wekesa, hii story imesemekana Chebukati na Wetangula ni relatives, na ndio amesema wametoka sehemu moja. For the inside story, inasemekana wakati hiyo imeleak, is not normal man now. Ako panic. And that is good. Junet Mohammed did a good thing. Na tunataka itoke more.
Yeah, those things were there, and I was telling people they had waited for the right time to strike. Some people were asking, why didn't they do? No, they were waiting for the right time to strike, and they did it at the perfect moment. So right now, that's why you are seeing, if you have people who can go and visit the plant like that, they will be giving us now updates and updates of everything that is going on. Again, if you did a meeting with only 2 people somewhere in a hotel, and already people have discovered, if you have gone to someone's home, have a discussion, and people have known, will you do another meeting? Right now, even you fear picking a phone call alone from some people you know you are not. I would love to after Simia Nigeria sasa, but you know now, right now, the NIS is very alert. So anything sinister will not happen. That is what happened 2002, by the way. Moi had planned very well to help his candidate win. But when things were discovered at the last minute, he told the guys, can you prepare for concession speech? Because the plans just crumbled. Yeah, so I think, so what Baba did, some people thought like he was panicking. No, he just wanted to send the message to everybody at once. You see, if he is going through boardroom like that, it cannot reach. You send the message direct to everybody at once. And that is, he managed to reach everyone. Inawezekana, uko na comment?
Yes, Mr. Wekesa, I just have one question concerning this topic of why Baba ana need, why baba needs the government of the day, or can we call it the deep state? Here is what I'm trying to think. Ruto anasema yeye ndio single-handedly is the one who made Uhuru Kenyatta the president. Why is it that during that hiyo voice tukisikia venye alisema, alienda akauliza Uhuru kama kila kitu iko sawa, Uhuru akamhakikishia kila kitu iko sawa. So between him and Uhuru, ni nani ambaye alikuwa ndio kusema hapo, you know? So this is what Raila needed, because Raila could not do that in 2017 because some things were right, but kuna vitu zingine ambazo zilikuwa mbaya ziliachiliwa zihappen. Kumaanisha there is that power that is there ambayo Kimemia alituambia, is it Kimemia in one of the interviews alituambia there is deep state, and deep state inakubalisha when it favors one side, hata wafanye kitu gani hiyo side tu itapita. So I don't know if you guys have understood what I'm trying to put across. Yeah,
but what we are focusing on, so that these even guys know that we are not interested. We know deep state can only help you if you are deficit with the votes, but you are somewhere. But for us, baba akona kura mingi. All we want to ensure that kura zake zimelindwa vizuri. Nobody can interfere with it. Then things will be okay. And that's why these guys are now shouting a lot. You see, even maybe 2027, Wetangula can claim, I helped you, Ruto, because he initiated some process. If at all the help helped. But you see, that's how people claim. And maybe you just participated in one of the processes. So it doesn't mean that you did everything. Because they say winning an election is a process. And I don't know any process in any company that is handled by one person. I don't know any process. Even a home process cannot be handled by the father alone. There is the role of the father, there is the role of the mother, there is the role of the children. So there is no way you can say that you handled a whole process from point A to Z. So Apple too, one of the things, you know, William is always lie. He will always want to take credit. Hata saa hizi our independent candidate wa Nyanza wa Kiwini atasema yeye alikuwa anawasupport. That's how he normally takes credit even where he does not deserve. Wakianguka hatasema, wakiwini anasema I was funding them. Okay, let's Laban. Tuliongea na wewe ndio ukahang mahali.
Yes. Unaweza nisikia sasa?
Yes.
Unajua mtu mkora anakuanga ni mkora tu, lakini ukweli ni kwamba William Ruto, unajua yeye alianza siasa zake ama aliingia kwa bunge 1998 kwa mara ya kwanza, and I think wakati huo hakukuwa na deep state, ilikuwa ni uongozi wa kidikteta. But kitu yenye najaribu kudrive hapa ni kitu kimoja. Before amekuwa akiambia watu kwamba yeye hahitaji deep state, na pia yeye kitu yenye huwa anaamini ni Mungu na wananchi. Kwa sababu nataka niongelee hili swala kwa njia ambayo tunataka tuliangalie kwa jinsi hiyo, na nataka afanye heshima sana kama anaamini kwa hao wananchi na Mungu. Kuna huu mjadala wa presidential candidates ambao ameadmit kwamba hatahudhuria. Kwa hiyo conversation yake katika KTN Hata niliona ni kama hao wanadada ni kama walikuwa wanambabasa. Maswali ambayo William Ruto anatakiwa kuulizwa ni maswali ambayo ni political, sio ku-explain his manifesto. Hapana, ile kitu yenye anatakiwa kujibu ni maswala ambayo ni political. Na sasa unajua, anajua kabisa kwamba hii uongo yake yenye amekuwa akitumia kwa muda mrefu kudanganya a group of people kila mahali. Saizi kwa presidential candidates, maswali yenye yatauliziwa ni maswali ambayo ni historical, maswali ambayo ni administrative, na maswali ambayo ni ya kisiasa kwa hali vile ilivyo. Na kwa sababu yeye amehusika kwa hayo mambo yote kwa miaka 9, kwa nini ana avoid wale wananchi wenye alikuwa anasema ako nao? Mbona hataki asimame aulizwe maswali na ajibu? Kwa sababu anajua hana hayo majibu at hand, ama hata kuwa na uwezo wa kuyajibu moja kwa moja.
Did you hear aliuliza kitu moja and then hakujibu? Aliulizwa story ya you said you value women, you have women charter, and then you are going to give women 50%. So why didn't you begin by having an executive, your running mate to be a woman, so that it's already 50-50? Hakujibu hiyo. Unajua but he never answered that.
Hiyo kwanza hata sio jibu. Hiyo yenye alipeana hata sio jibu. Ndio nasema hawa wamama walikuwa wanamuoji, sio kuwadharau nikiwaita hivyo, kwa sababu gender ni wamama. Hawakumuuliza maswali vile ilivyo ratibiwa. Ni kama walikuwa wanapapasa na kumassage hiyo kitu yenye alikuwa ana launch anaita manifesto. Sisi tunataka akuje kwa presidential debate. Akikuja kwa presidential debate ajibu, kwa sababu kama saizi ameelezewa vitu vizuri na Ali Hassan Joho kwamba jambo la kwanza ni familia ya Muteshi irudi kwa shamba yao ambayo they own, na yeye mwenyewe alichukua na mahakama ikampata na makosa na alilipa hiyo fine. So wacha tuongee ukweli kwamba huyu ni mtu ambaye karakta yake sio kitu yenye imefichika anywhere. Akuje open, aulizwe maswali, ndio hiyo percentage kidogo yenye anashikilia ianguke yote chini, na iwe ni one game one goal, na hiyo maneno ishe hivyo tarehe 9.
Asante. Nilisikia hiyo kitu Western wakisema, I think ni Fred Gumo alikisema baba akiwin tuta make sure familia ya Muteshi imerudishiwa shamba lake, and Joe endorsed it, the Minister of Lands. So mambo ni kama hayo. Joshua, how are you?
Salama.
Tuambie.
Yes, leo tumeona Uhuru amerespond vizuri sana. Alipoita au mapasta na mabishop State House. You know at first Ruto thought that maybe amemchallenge Uhuru when he was trying to please, anasema kuwa it is me. Mmoja alikuwa anapiga kifua kuwa it's me who ensure that Uhuru stay to power. Ruto wanted to please Wakikuyu kuwa yeye ndio amefanya nini, yeye ndiye alimfanya Uhuru akawa president. But little did he know kuwa leo Uhuru amemexpose. Uhuru amejitenga, akasema kuwa yeye anapenda amani, but Ruto is somebody is violent. And that alone today, the statement ya Uhuru already imempiga Ruto down, imempiga Ruto chini kabisa. And to me, I think that clip, the clip ambayo was leaked out, I'm sure that Uhuru was aware of that clip, and I'm even not surprised. Kwa is the one who said it, kwa wache clip iende so that we can see how Ruto is going to react. But problem with Ruto ni kama he doesn't have wisdom, or the advisors wake are a little bit misguiding him, because like that clip, he ought not even to respond over that clip. Angachana nayo clip iishe hivyo hivyo, but now Ruto decided to respond, and then he was responding in such a way ionekane ana admit kuwa mimi I did this because I knew that Uhuru alikuwa anaenda nyumbani, kuwa Uhuru already alikuwa ameconcede kuwa let him, he wanted to leave the power and go back home. Now he wanted to portray Uhuru as Uhuru is a weak person, that it is him who has managed to put Uhuru on power. But today I'm very surprised the president, he came out akasema kuwa he was not happy when he could see the bloodshed because of just power. That statement alone imempiga Ruto, and I don't know what tomorrow Ruto tena ataongea, kwa sababu Ruto, problem ya Ruto ni kuwa he want to speak each and everything, he want to react over that. I'm sure tomorrow he'll also want to react over the statement ya Uhuru today. If it's really wise, better he leave that thing to rest. But Ruto si mtu wa kunyamaza. Ruto kesho utasikia kwa rally anapiga mdomo. So today what president did was one of the best statement I've ever had since I knew Uhuru in my life. Today he spoke well, and he came out well, and akamweka Ruto akaonekana somebody who just rang it for power. By the way, Ruto is not busy whether people are dying. It's not busy with anything, because even 207 is the one who was pushing Raila not to accept, but already people are dying. 2017 the same thing. Yeah, he was just busy, anataka kuwa he must win, they must remain to the power, yet people are dying. So I'm really happy for the president today. Azimio alikuwa Western, and I'm very happy kwa Raila. He was trying to articulate, and he was trying to elaborate about his manifesto. But ukiangalia Ruto on the other side, Ruto is fighting so many things. Yeye anapigana mambo election ambaye Raila alisema kwa wanaenda kurig. And I'm still telling you kwa Ruto the advisors are not giving you good advice. When Junet and Raila the other day walisema kuwa there is an attempt ambaye watu wa Kenya Kwanza they have a plan of rigging election. Now that thing still remain with Ruto. But ukiangalia the rally ambaye Raila amekuwa nazo few days ago, aliachana mambo rigging. Hata leo hakuongea mambo rigging kabisa. But Ruto bado anapigana mambo rigging, anajaribu kuambia Raila kuwa if he doesn't want election aachane nayo, atafute mtu mwingine. So Ruto is probably with Ruto that instead of him selling his agenda, he's dancing a tune na watu Azimio, because right now the name not giving us his manifesto and bring his manifesto well, because ukiangalia manifesto ya Azimio ya Raila, there are things that you can talk about, like 6,000 you can talk about, free education you can talk about, kuna baba care, but to the side ya Kenya Kwanza, there's nothing you can say about even a single thing. Mtoto mdogo mwambie, hata mtoto mdogo Azimio, mtoto mdogo can tell you manifesto Azimio hiyo 6,000. He can tell that there's something known as baba care. But when you go the other side of Kenya Kwanza, no one can even tell you even a single manifesto. That's a simple one. What will Kenya Kwanza do to the people of Kenya wakishinda 2022? So I'm really worried with the way the Kenya Kwanza are playing the politics, because it seems that now they wamebaki na propaganda. It might be hii mambo ya rigging of election was just a propaganda. But now instead ya Kenya Kwanza to stick on the agenda, now that's the tune ya rigging. And I'm sure tomorrow the same thing wataendelea nayo. Yet watu Azimio walichana hiyo mambo ya rigging. Now they're moving ahead. And I think Raila was I think he was advised achane mambo ya kusema kuwa ata boycott election. No, when you say to boycott election, you're making your supporters to start fearing. Because I had some few friends walikuwa wanasema saka huyu mzee ni kama ashaanza kuogopa. So I think he was advised that can you don't mention issue of boycotting election. Wewe kanyaga hapo hata kama Ruto has a plan of rigging election, don't say it right now. So tomorrow they are still in Western, and I'm sure by the end of the week already Western itakuwa imeenda na AZIMIO. So I don't see where Ruto is going to win this election. Even today I was looking at their rally part of Nakuru. Watu wako pale the people that wave ambayo Ruto alikuwa nayo Nakuru imepungua kabisa. So Ruto is really struggling. He's really struggling. And the remaining 30 days, Ruto hata rally yake will not be attended with people. Because right now people have started to realize that Ruto is a liar. You remember yesterday alipokuwa anahojiwa na watu wa media. He was asked about mambo ya extrajudicial killing. Ruto was boldly saying kuwa the issue he has tried to bring that issue, and alikuwa anajaribu hiyo mambo ya extrajudicial killing. And then he was asked, he said that's why he was kicked out of the intelligent meeting. Anasema kuwa the reason why he was kicked out is because huwa anauliza difficult question. But you remember there was a time Kibicho came out with the issue kuwa AZIMIO will win by 60% out 60%. Ruto said kuwa yeye ndio anapata intelligence after Uhuru shapata is the next person. So I don't know where is intelligence anapata wapi. Yet yesterday he confessed kuwa I was kicked out and he doesn't have any information about any intelligence. So Ruto is a liar, and the remaining 30 days Uhuru is going to come out, and Uhuru ameanza tu leo. We still have Sagana 4. So hiyo Sagana 4 ambayo itakuwa very soon. That Sagana 4 will crush Ruto 100%, because that's the time Uhuru will spill out everything that Ruto has been doing. So I'm sure Mount Kenya is already gone. Hiyo ishaenda na AZIMIO. Mount Kenya now is gone, and it never come back to it again. Thank you. Kesa shamaliza.
Out of the farmers that we have, we are targeting 2 million farmers who today they are farmers.
How will they be identified, these 2 million farmers?
We have already a data bank. It is with the government. We already have a data bank of all our farmers. We carried out a census of farmers 6 years ago.
6 years ago from data science is almost what you would consider irrelevant data in terms of farmers list.
Pia amemalizwa yani. Anasema we carried out kwanza our data. Then anaulizwa anasema 6 years. Kwanza hiyo data ya 6 years, kwanza hiyo ni ya Jubilee. And then how is data ya 6 years relevant to today? Because population grows, there are dynamics even in agriculture that happens. So you see how Ruto anajifunganga na yeye mwenyewe na story zake. Welcome Nyambura, welcome. Let me put my long-sighted nini kwanza ndio nione. Welcome Enterprise. Yeah. Kulikuwa na swali, kuna mtu alikuwa na swali. Someone was carrying up the hand. Yes, Laban.
In fact, hata sio ilikuwa swali, lakini nilikuwa nataka niongelea hapo kitu Joshua amegusia kidogo. Hiyo issue ya extrajudicial killing. Unajua kuna mambo ambayo maybe serikali inafanya ambayo huwa ni siri ya intelligence, lakini unajua sasa mambo mengine hapa lazima tuyaangalie na tujiulize exactly ni serikali tuko nayo ama si serikali, kwa sababu hilo swali ukiliona na kama itawezekana hiyo clip tukiipata vizuri na ndio itatukumbusha vizuri, unajua it's like ni admission kwamba the police ndio wana carry out extrajudicial killings kwa watu hao. That is exactly the answer that Ruto gave, na akailink na mambo yake ya kuhudhuria hiyo intelligence meeting ambayo huwa wanafanya, ambayo yeye huwa anasema kwa sababu aliuliza maswali huko ndio sababu alikatazwa kuwa anahudhuria. So is it an admission kwamba government inaua watu wake alafu yeye alikuwa anawatetea na akakatazwa kwa hiyo vikao?
Okay, let me look for that clip. Sawa, let's have Nyambura and then we go to Tyrant.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Wekesa. I don't know, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, proceed.
Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, niko tu na points kadhaa just from what we've been talking, and I thought I also add my voice. So first of all, there was the issue of where you said, you know, we need to discuss what are some of the things we should do in order to protect Baba's votes. And I think one of the things that has been, been discussed in the mtandao, and I know this is something also that has already been said, is actually to have the list at the polling station, so that anybody mwenye ako registered, before they can vote, they need to see their name, cross it out, and then they can vote. So I don't know whether that can actually be verified, because I think if that can happen, that will help to tighten. Because I think my only concern is that both parties, just as we are very confident here, the other side is as confident as we are. So unless we now make sure that any loopholes that are there are tightened, so that kusikwe na, obviously rigging imekuwa all these years, it's not going to stop now unless they're, they're practicals in, they put in place to make sure that it doesn't, it tightens the situation rather than giving it a loophole. And then the other thing I also wanted to add my voice on is just the clip that we've played now. Yenye imeongea kuhusu, the farming and the 2 million farmers. I come from Kitale, and to be honest, I find that laughable. Right now, of all the years, this has been the worst year the farmers have had in Kitale. First of all, maize, tulikuwa na KFA, which is the Kenya Farmers Association, is no longer there. Farmers have had to be selling their maize anyhow, cartels involved, watu wengi wamepoteza pesa. Fertilizers used to be again ordered from the government. It's no longer the case. A lot of farmers wamekuwa conned by a lot of cartels in the middle. Yet, the same person who's talking about saving farmers from this situation has been in government. So I think what would have made me respect him very much, angekuwa anasema, look what I did for the last 5 years. Now, if I get into power, I'm going to do ABCD. Now, for that reason, I feel he's just been trying so hard to get in power that he forgot to do his job. So for that reason, he doesn't get my vote. And then finally, I just wanted to also add the issue of rigging. I know, everyone has been saying, oh, okay, this is what they've done all over the years. So I think both parties, they know what they're talking about. But I think, obviously, it's easy for them to, I was actually talking, a few people, just a few guys, and I'm saying, what do you think, which party will win? And everybody are very confident, my party is going to win. And the other person anasema, my party is going to win. So I think there's a danger in that. Kwa sababu, if we are also confident, we have two parties. One has to win, one has to lose. Are we ready if we were to lose? Or are they ready if they were to lose? Because if we don't also have that in our mindset, that also will put us in the same situation that we were a few years ago. So I think, yes, there's a need for us to continue being positive, and talking about if we win and what will happen. But at the same time, let's not be overconfident, because also the other party also is strong. And at the same time, not to talk about rigging. Yes, they've done it in the past, but what are we doing? And so with that, I salute you.
Okay, Selina, you have a question or a response?
Yeah, Nyambura, you say you come from Kitale. Na unatuambia both parties are strong. Tuseme for example, mahali umetoka Kitale, kama ni Cherang'anyi, kama ni upande gani, kati ya former commissioner Mutembei and the opponent, who is stronger in that area? Then we leave that. Baba mwenyewe, for the last 2022, he has been starting with 6 million votes. That is for Baba. He has never lose even. Now with the central votes, simple mathematics, hiyo group ingine, I'm a Kalenjin. I come from Nandi. In Rift Valley, where we think it is tribute, Turkana are not with us. So the Maasais are not with us. The Bokots are not with him. And we have more silent majority from the Kalenjin community, even independent. So this man anategemea kura. Uhuru wakati walisimama alipatia Uhuru 2.5. Uhuru akachikuchia na kura sake. So today he is claiming also to own Central. You cannot own a house of somebody that alikupeleka, and now you are not with him. And then you want to say both parties are strong. Kama Kalenjin wenyewe wamenyamaza, they are not even talking. How many votes can these men have so that they can be equal with Baba? Because Baba ako na kura zake. Just that.
Yeah, and I totally hear you. I don't dispute whatsoever. I think Kitale, I can say to you, yes, there's, we are more on, well, let me not talk on everybody because I don't think it's fair. But kuna both parties there, yeah. But I think all I'm saying is, yes, kuna issue ya claiming ya rigging. And I think what put us into the situation we were in 2007 and 8 ni kwa sababu kulisemekana watu wamerig. So I think we need to kind of trend carefully. Yes, we kind of, simple mathematics, we think we know where it's going. But at the same time, we just need to make sure that kuna loopholes zenye ziko kama, so that people don't have to claim kumerigiwa, because if the names are being checked kama mtu anaenda kuvote, then the chances of them claiming we had 10,000 or 10 million yet only 5 million were crossed out, then kind of diminishes that situation. That's all I was trying to put across. But you're right.
But wametuambia this time round hata ile ingine haikurikiwa kwa polling station. Everywhere votes were correct in show. But rigging was in 35 and 36, 34A. I think Wekesa was right. Nobody rigged the election in polling station. When they were taking to professional, to county somewhere, and the mali wali had. But if we can be everybody, UDA, ODM, wapi, if we can protect our votes in polling station, and that is the last, they cannot rig. No rigging at all.
Completely.
Yeah, I think, okay, the concerns are valid, but at the same time, it's a natural process. I've ever had people maybe who are in a relationship say that as we want to part
Like Wekesa. Okay, who was following? I think Wekesa's. Okay.
network yangu ilikuwa imepotea but imerudi. Yeah, I was saying that what even people say in a relationship, that we want to part ways without hurting each other. You see, it looks cozy, but sometimes it's not realistic unless you guys never loved each other. But the truth is, if you loved each other in parting ways, there is always you will feel that pain even if you manage it. On the other hand, I think Baba supporters may not have too much trauma if he loses, because they have been there and they understand. Maybe it's the other side that needs to practice, because they are so overconfident, and it's their sure bet. According to them, it's a sure bet, and they need to see a possibility that they may not make it. For us, we have voted for Baba almost 4 times. And some of us, when we knew that Baba is winning 2017, but when things turned around, the following day we were supporting the government. We said, let's move on. So I think it's okay to, they normally say that prepare as if Jesus is coming today, but also work and invest as if you will never leave this earth. So we are putting maximum energy so that we can win. But we always say that in a race, one will win and one will lose. If they lose fairly, they should accept. If we lose fairly, we should also be quick to accept. But even contending for the results, it's part of the process. If you find someone is doing monkey business, it's good to shout. Hata kwa gari umeandikiwa zusha, ukiona dereva anaendesha vibaya zusha. So tukiona Chebukati anafanya drama tunazusha, tunawaambia hapo sio sawa. We want a free and fair election. All we want is peace for this country, and part is putting the processes right. Enterprise, I think it's your chance to submission. Sijui kelele inatokea kwa
downstairs.
Enterprise.
Unanisikiza, eh? Yes, I can hear you. I'm using my headphones. Let me see.
Yeah,
A minute, let me.
kuna some echo patikana. I don't know what's happening.
You can hear me now. Unanisikiza?
Yeah. Yeah,
Nilikuwa
tunakusikia, you
nasema
can
yangu ni ya Uhuru na Ruto. Hiyo ya Uhuru na Ruto kuna mahali imefika ikanichokesha. Because kama ni ukweli Uhuru alisukumwa na Ruto, Uhuru angeenda ongea hizo vitu zao huko kando. Waache kutuletea.
neti imekwama ama?
Because now unanisikiza?
I think neti yako inakatika katika. Ama sijui ni yangu, hebu watu wengine wakwambie. Ako sawa kweli? Mnamsikia? Najua me have been having also challenges in a network. Yeah.
Bado unanisikizi?
At least right now nakusikia, you can proceed.
Nilikuwa nasema Uhuru na Ruto vitu zao wangepeleka huko mbali sana, because hatuna haja kuzijua saa hizi. Hiyo historia yake kusukumwa na Ruto tulijua last year when Uhuru na kina huyo of Uhuru to the end. Hiyo ni yao and they need to deal with it. Now Baba and Ruto wacha wapatane kwa debe. It's true we may talk that Baba ako kwa ground because me nilikuwa Kenya Kwanza nilihama. But now I feel disappointed by him. Now akianza kusema tena ati anaona uchaguzi itaibiwa and he has the system. I came to him because I know he will win. Now he's showing me the sense of cowardice, telling me now the votes are being stolen. And he has the system. That time he never had the system, he won. Now he has a system na bado anasema anaogopa. I think his team should try and change how they are approaching those things na venye wanasema, because they might lose some votes in the process of now showing sense of defeat. If he knows he has to win, let him stick, he will win. Issue ya rigging it's not our business. Hiyo issue Wetangula wanatuambia saizi, who knows, it was the arrangement when between them and Wetangula before Wetangula switched off. We don't know. Maybe it was their plan. Then after the deal failed to see through, Wetangula akahama nayo akaletea Ruto. So we don't know all those things. So what I would encourage sisi watu wa Azimio, let us not focus on rigging too much. Let us put confidence on our people, our followers. Let us show them we'll win this with the system or without the system. Who is Ruto to rig the elections in the past?
Yeah, anyway, the issue is, and you see, they only say it one day because Nasia ati wamejua today. That process, majority of us knew what was going on. It's only they wanted to tell Chepkati they know what is happening. It's not that they were fearing. No, sometimes it's good to alert someone. Okay, they are not fearing that they will lose, but they were telling them, if you associate with this guy, we know what you are doing. In fact, you can look at it from both sides. From another angle, you can see that it's not possible to rig this election because these guys know every step. You know, they are telling you even the meeting you had, we know. So you are saying Baba has the system. Now the system is helping him to see all the loopholes that the opponent is trying to use, and they are sealing it. There are 7, if you look at when they approached Chepkati, they had around 7 issues they raised. And all those issues, when they were raising, Naskia Ata Chepkati alitetemeka because he knew now These guys know each and everything. So that is how to shut down the whole thing. If there was a plan, you stop it. You don't assume that, the purpose of having the system was to help you correct if there is something going wrong. Because what Baba wants is not to the system to help him rig election, but just to allow his votes to be protected. And part of it has been achieved. If he tells you there is a problem with the procurement, it has been stopped. If he tells you there is a problem you see, they were very precise. They talked about the 10,000 polling stations which were being allotted given number of ballot papers so that they can stop it. So the whole thing has been busted. So why are you complaining? For me, that was the right information. They were not just shouting empty things, but they knew actually what they were hitting. So that one has already been removed. And as a Baba supporter, you should now sit with confidence, knowing that kumbe today, if Chebukati raises his phone and calls someone, itajulikana. So that is how it raises your confidence that this process is under control.
Ni sawa, haina shida, lakini they need to change their approach. Wewe unaelewa hivyo, lakini wale wengine, those people who have put a lot of trust in them. Sisi wengine
let me tell you another thing. Let me tell you another thing. It was even a double-edged sword. Ruto were claiming that the system is with Baba. So he has already shifted their mind. They are trying to think that they are in control. Already he has changed their narrative.
Nimekubali, but all I did, they need to brace themselves up, because a simple mistake, hizo makosa wanafanya, if Uhuru should have kept quiet and get hiyo kitu flow. But now he has confirmed what people had been all along, what walikuwa nafikiri Ruto alikuwa anasema uongo. It has been confirmed ni kweli. The justification part, we don't want to hear it in the first place. Hatutaki kusikia, because he has run the government for 5 years. They have been accusing Ruto for running for 5 years, akifanya campaign for 5 years, but he knew what happened after the election. That's why immediately alianza kufanya campaign.
So you don't want Uhuru to respond to anything? I don't know when you start answering your network. I don't know. Are you moving something? You stabilize one place.
I'm not moving. What I'm trying to say, I'm confirm what was being said all along. They are given as an explanation why Ruto started doing the campaigns immediately after the elections. They broke down. They broke up immediately after the elections. You want to break out juicy. They broke up early 2017 after the elections up on the walianzia. So that's why Ruto alikuwa amefanya campaign zake. Uhuru has shown he is a weak president.
Can I talk?
Okay, let's have Joshua and then Selina.
Yes, Enterprise. I think this audio it was leaked out. Uhuru knew it very well going to leak. Sasa Uhuru alikuwa anajua hii video itakuwa, hii audio itakuwa leaked. And what Uhuru, the plan of Uhuru, he want to expose Ruto as somebody who is hungry for power. That's the only purpose of Uhuru. Anataka kuambia watu kuwa this person ambao mnamuona hapa hivi, this person is very hungry for power, because Uhuru hata leo alikuwa na respond. Uhuru anasema kuwa mimi nilikubali kwenda the way anasema, because I didn't want to see bloodshed. But on the other side upiti wake ambaye alimsukuma, umejua alikubali kuwa mimi I was going, but Uhuru ndiye alinisukuma. So what Uhuru is trying to tell Kenyans right now, and by the way, Uhuru is, before Uhuru the remaining 30 days, Uhuru will expose Ruto badly. And that's what Uhuru is doing right now, because there are things that Ruto has been doing Now Uhuru want to expose them. Like this is one of them. That Ruto is just person by you could just angry for pie. It doesn't care whether people are dying. And the most important thing that he wants is only power. So Uhuru to respond to Ruto, it's something it's something that he knew he knew, and that is a scheme that they're doing right now to expose Ruto as a person who is hungry for power.
And then you see, Tyrant is arguing for and against himself. One, he has said that Raila has a system. Part of the system is the president himself. When the president comes out with a dossier of the things he knows, or what do you understand by the system? Because according to the Moi days system, Moi alikuwa anatuambia serikali iko na mkono mrefu na macho inaona mbali. That is what system does, bringing out things that you as tyrant cannot know, but the system can bring them on the surface.
But to me, on my end, I see it. Yangu naiona kama cowardice. Mimi naiona kama uoga. He's a leader. He should have dealt with it long time ago. The children would not have known about all these things. Haingefika this level ya kuwa sasa mnaandikana, tumekaa naye miaka 10. Ndio unaanza kuongea. Ni kama mwanaume akianza kuongea uchi ya bibi yake mbele ya watoto. What about behavior is that? It is not right. Hakufanya vizuri. Angeenda tu relax. Sasa ameacha a government that is very volatile. We don't know what will happen after the election. Because now the current issue is that they have been betrayed. Watasema they have been betrayed. Never trust a Kikuyu. That is the truth. Wacha kupita shortcut. Hakuna mtu ataiamini Mkikuyu. Kikuyu is a traitor. Kenyatta betrayed Odinga. He now betrayed Ruto. What do you want us now to tell the other tribes? What are you telling them now? He has failed
So let me
as a leader.
Let's have Mama Selina ask a question, then we.
Okay. Are we talking betrayal for what? Unasema kwanza unatuambia Uhuru ni muoga. Alafu umerudi umesema Wakalenjin watasema Wakikuyu wamebetray. Kura ya Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin is not Kenya. I'm a Kalenjin myself. Na Moi alifanya kazi na Wakikuyu. This is not the first time. Na we kusema betrayal, nani alikuwa petrol kushinda mwingine? If kama kuna and I don't want to dwell on that. Kwa sababu hiyo ni kurudi nyuma. Sisi tunachenga Kenya. Constitution ya Kenya inasema Uhuru na Ruto walikuwa running mate. Wakati ya Moi tulikuwa na vice president na Moi alikuwa na powers ya kufukuza kazi president deputy wake. Huyu Uhuru unaongea. Anyway, sijui network yake. Isipokuwa ni Raila ama ODM ama NASA, wakati watu walikuwa nataka kuimpeach ama hata bila kuimpeach, Uhuru angepitisha kitu kwa parliament. So kumaanisha saa hii sisi ni wa Kalenjin, na ile kura utaona kutoka jamii ya Kalenjin, you will not believe. Wacha nikuulize swali moja. Tukiwa na serikali ya Moi, tulikuwa na wasee wa Kalenjin. Poinet alikuwa mkubwa ya jeshi. Mtu anaitwa Kiptum alikuwa Inspector General of Police. Tulikuwa na watu wengi kina Sally Koskei, kina Franklin Peck. Nikuisapie. Sumbeiwa ile wa Kalenjin wakiongea, kutaja neno moja watu wanasikia. The deputy president Ruto alikataa kusikia maneno ya wase na maneno ya Wakalenjin. He came to Central. Mimi ninaishi Nakuru. Mukafungulia biashara. Yeye hakuna mtu alimwambia aende Central. Uhuru alimulete. So betrayal, don't talk about betrayal. Sisi hatuna deni na hakuna betrayal imefanyika kwa Wakale. Kati ya Uhuru na Ruto, those are two individual na walikutana kwa inconvenient, mambo ya hate. nikuulize swali moja. Wakikuyu wale wako Rift Valley, wale walikuwa wamefurushwa, kuna siku Ruto amewarutisha kwa mashamba. Kanisa ile ya Kiambaa ilichomwa, na kwa sababu ametenga makanisa karibu milioni ngapi Central, kuna siku alienda. So story hata wakale wanajua they had nothing to do with the Kikuyus. So coming here to tell us betrayal, hiyo ni atujui sisi, hiyo maneno ni yao wenye waliulisana hiyo vitu. Otherwise at this time round tunataka Kenya moja.
Na Mama
Mahali
Selina.
Kikuyu moja, mahali Kikuyu atajisikia ako Kenya, na Mkalenjin na Mjaluo na kabila ingine wanajisikia ako Kenya. Wekesa sema.
Mama Selina, let me ask you. I think sometimes let's also define this. If two people are married and
Yes.
they part ways,
Yes.
see, each of them has a damage. And that is
Yes.
what Uhuru was saying today. So kama Uhuru alisaidia Ruto akakuwa vice president, deputy president, na Ruto akasaidia Uhuru akawa president. So when they part, each one has betrayed the other one, because I am the one who made the deputy president.
Nani alilia machozi akimwambia Uhuru, asante umenifanya deputy president. Titi Uhuru Kirai kwa mbele ya watu kumwambia Ruto asante kwa sababu umenifanya president. You know we are not fools. Nani alilia machozi kumwambia Uhuru asante umenipatia? You know now, na wacha niseme mwisho nisiongee. Saa ile mtu ameshindwa.
Maliza Kira uliza alafu ajibu hiyo.
Saa ile mtu ameshindwa Wekesa. Hata mkichapana watu wawili, wacha twende symbol. Mwenye anachapwa anasema aki mungeni wachie ningeua hiyo mtu. Aki munajua ningemchapa. The crying. Ile saa hii UDA inakimbia. Ruto alichua kitambo kitia. Kuna wacha nikwambie leo, my brother, Enterprise. Ruto knows kitia. Kuna ile kitu anatafuta ni members of parliament. Na kama angechua atawin kama president, Kenya Kwanza angeregister. Ruto ile kitu anatafuta, as we are talking today, is trying to get members of parliament, is trying to get the MCAs, kwa sababu ya ile pesa penat inapeanwa na political parties. It's not talking, anaongea tu wakale tulijua kitambo. Kila mtu anajua hiyo kiti ya kuna ana fight kukuwa na members of parliament. And that is why he is so bitter. Alifikiria na watu walimchekea, na ninarudi kumaliza, alicheka na meno ya wenyewe. Mwisho alikuwa baba mkate kwa Central. Sasa baba ya nyumba amerudi. Na vile amerudi, mama ameambia watoto yake, baba yenu kusaa ni huyu. Sasa yeye amepikwa teke. He was their contract. Yeye ni baba mkate. Na mimi nataka uniambie Wekesa, mahali baba mkate amewin kwa dunia hii, kama mwenyewe akirudi atapeana shamba, atapeana mali, watoto si yake. So hiyo biashara ilikuwa ni biashara anyway.
Yeah, thank you. So Shiro, let's ask you a question or a comment, and then Direct atajibu yote, we move on. Huh? Shiro, ama yuko na
Oh, wait, Wekesa, hi.
Hi. Hauko na sisi?
Nilikuwa huko kwingine but tumefunga tuende story nyingine. Mama Selina, habari?
Nzuri sana.
Mshamaliza huko.
Sasa nimesikia huyu wa Enterprise akisema ati hakuna mtu atakuja kuwa waamini wa Kikuyu. I want you to talk on your, useme on your behalf. Usiseme wa Kikuyu. Wa Kikuyu ni nani? Sisi hatuna deni ya Raila. Hatuna deni ya Ruto. Raila amefanyia Kenya vitu mingi sana, ametuletea devolution na vitu mingi sana, na unajua kama unafuatanga siasa, we are just appreciating him because he stood with our late son President Mwai Kibaki, where I come from. When he got an accident, the first person alimshughulikia mpaka akaenda akamfikisha airport aende akatibiwe, na akamfanyia campaign kama ako hospitali ni Raila. So we are not voting for him because tuko na deni yake. We are appreciating that man and we want him to go home, na ile tunasema unataka mtu aende nyumbani na heshima. Hatuna deni yake, tunampeleka nyumbani na heshima, aende apumzike. Mungu ampe miaka mingi, ndio tukienda huko Bondo ama kwenye atakuwa tunaenda at least anatuelimisha mambo ya siasa. Ruto hatuna deni yake. Ruto amesavu miaka 10, Uhuru 10. Tuko na deni ya Ruto gani ingine? Ni wapi waliadikiana? Ako na deni, na mwenye tuko na deni yake aende kotini, tutalipa. Sisi hatuna deni ya yeyote. Hakuna, tutapigia mtu kura yule tunataka. And if hata ni courage natakuja next time, tutampigia kura, lakini ati sio deni tuko nayo ya mtu mwingine. Wewe usiseme ati Wakikuyu wako na deni, useme yako. Kama uko na deni wewe lipa. Sisi hatuna deni. Hivyo tu.
Na Shiko,
Kesa nimemaliza.
Kabla respond kwa Shiko. Have you guys have been watching the political negotiations that happened before election? For example, Kalonzo aliitisha how many ministries? Akapewa chief. So if you join a coalition and umeitisha half of the government, Ruto aliitisha half of the government, akapewa deputy president, akapewa the several parastatals, whatever. So what other deni anaitisha? And tunajua hata beyond that kulikuwa na some handshake. So,
when Uhuru went to Sagana 3, wakati Uhuru wakati alienda Sagana 3 alisema na Kikuyu, wakati alienda kufanya handshake, the last person he talks to was deputy president, na akamwambia anaenda kufanya handshake. Lakini akikuja huku hata sikujua. We are not fools, we have known him. Huku ground imeshift. Ati sijui ati hakuniambia, aliyeshaambiwa kuna Uhuru anaenda kufanya handshake juu watu wanauliwa. Watu walikuwa wanauliwa Mathare, but na si alisema alikuwa anaambiwa akae ngumu wakati watu wanakufa. Alipewa walinini serikali, lakini wakati Uhuru sasa the next term yeye akajua. Ukiangalia the first term Uhuru ali include all the tribes na akawapatia hizo CS docket, but Ruto alienda akachagua watu wao au Marotiti na hao wengine wakakuja kuiba. The other thing that we will never forget about Moi University, a person called is it Oscar Sudi na Kipchumba Murkomen walisema wanataka ni vice chair akuwe courage. Tunajua hizi vitu mingi sana, and we don't hate courage. We don't hate them. They are here. Wengi hata wana support Jubilee. They are in Jubilee. Mkifikiria Kiambu County and we are not voting the Wamatagari. Wamatagari means Matambara. Atumpigi kura, tunarudisha Nyoro. So msifikirie ati Wakikuyu hawaaminiwa. Sisi hatuna deni. Wewe enterprise kama uko na deni ya Ruto umuripe ama uende kotini. Tafuta Mutata muende na yeye Supreme Court. Tusikie, tutaonea kwa news. Usiseme mambo ya Wakikuyu hapa tuko na deni.
Wait. Shiko, I'm recruiting a new person for you in your channel. Next time ita taire tuko, alafu muongee hiyo mambo ya madeni in the mother tongue.
Huko akitakaki uongo hawezi vumilia. Tunajua ana watch behind the cameras, but he cannot stand the truth. The truth is Baba is the 5th president of Kenya. Si ati tunamlipa, hatuna deni. We are appreciating that man, we love him. Tuliambiwa uongo, saa hizi sisi sasa sio wajinga. tumejua ni zilikuwa politics, sio mganga, na wenye wanasema ni mganga walishaenda, wanajua ni walienda kwa waganga wakaambiwa ni kama hata yeye anaendanga kwa uganga juu hajakufa, juu anamuombea akufe na hata kufa 5 years, na kama anataka kuongeza ingine 5 tutampea, na haendi nyumbani, haendi Bondo, lakini Wamatangali Sugoi nyumbani. Baba the 5th, and I'm a Kikuyu from Nyeri, and I can't vote for Rigathi Gachagua. Okay? Nyinyi mnadanganya hata ati wa Kikuyu tuko UDA. Mko UDA na nani? Utolewe kwa upikipiki upatiwe wheelbarrow ikufanyie nini? Upandie maua ama sukuma wiki huko kwa balkoni yako. Nonsense. Wekesa nimeenda shughuli zingine za debate yetu ya Wakikuyu. Thank you.
Sawa. Utatafuta Taire tupeleke huko. Taire to respond, then okay, we have. Wacha respond kwanza, then I give the next 2 guys. Sasa sijui kwa nini akianza kuongea network yake inakataa.
Ni tu anaongea uongo.
Okay, ulizeni maswali yenu.
Nitasomao.
Joshua.
Kabisa.
Joshua, then Brian, uliza maswali. Naona
nataka kuuliza huyu Enterprise. And you want to atuambie which
kama hakuna mtu ako na swali yangu Wekesa, mimi naweza enda kwa heri.
Haya, tukutane kwa Kikuyu, nitajifunza Kikuyu huko.
Sawa. Enterprise asiwadanganye, raundi ni mbaya. Wanaenda nyumbani. UDA ilikuanga under code. Sasa hii ni sahi tuko Azimio sisi. Hatuna mambo ya wheelbarrow. Yeye aende na wheelbarrow zake kwenye anataka kuenda, asiwadanganye hapa ati wa Kikuyu. Hizi wa Kikuyu. Talk of yourself.
Shiro. Ebu tuambie sasa, wakati baba na mama walishikana, Central wanasema nini kuhusu Martha Karua?
Unajua Central kuna wamama wengi single mothers. Na wanasemanga Martha Karua hawezi eka boda juu ni single mother. Saa hii watu wamedefect. Ukikuja huku hata ujaribu kusema hizo mawheelbarrow haziko. Hata wenye wanaeka hizo makampeni zao wanasimama na UDA waeki hiyo picha ya mtu wa Sugoi. Watu wamedefect sana by the way. Wenye tulikuwa tunasema ati Raila hatapata kura Mount Kenya, mtashangaa sana. Watu Raila hata hajawahi chaguliwa kama vile atachaguliwa raundi Mount Kenya. Tutaamka asubuhi mapema tumchague. Enterprise, kama mnataka kujiua mjiue saa hii mapema. Juu Raila ni yeye president.
Alice Waome, Kimani Ichung'wah, wale watu walikuwa nausa tribute RUTO wa Nyoro. Hebu tuambie wanarudi ama warudi. Kwanza nataka kuchua Kimani Ichung'wah, Alice Waome na
wewe nafaa niongee. Sijamaliza kwanza, kuna kitu moja nataka correct.
Hebu maliza Mama Serina.
Wacha Shiro atuambie.
Nilikuwa nasema mimi kwanza sikuwa nafaa ajue mimi si wa Kenya Kwanza. Wacha kunifukuza bwana. Mbona unanifukuza mahali mimi siko?
Shiro utuambie Kimani.
Hiyo mambo
nini? Nyamaza nisikize Mama Serina nikuache. Ni nini?
Tunapatana huko na kila Monene. Wacha hivyo nakuja.
Heshima. Hata mimi tunapatana, tuko WhatsApp group by the way. Ingia.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi, shida yangu si moja, shida yangu.
Nyamaza Mama Serina, malize uniulize swali. Heshima tafadhali. Asante.
Tumeuliza watu wenye walipepa RUTO. Si Uhuru walipepa RUTO milima. Uhuru walifanya campaign na yeye. Nimeuliza Shiro. Irungu Kang'ata alikuwa natusiana, sitamsikia. Alice Waome sitamsikia.
Alikuwa anataka kuwa deputy.
Sasa tunauliza walienda wapi?
They wanted to be the deputy, and someone was telling me that when walikuwa wamekaa kwa meza sasa wakijadiliana nani atakuwa running mate, wakati watu wote walikuwa wanavotia Kithure Kindiki, wakasema ni Gachagua. Wakati Gachagua alikuwa na 1 point aka left meeting akaenda, and Ruto was calling him to come back because sasa alikuwa anamwambia you have used me to ferry people, kutusi Uhuru. Sasa tena he just wanted to be, anataka kukua hapo kwa deputy president. Sasa wakina Harris Wahome unawasikia sahi, na tunataka waende nyumbani, na wanaenda nyumbani na ODM. Tunataka roti ingine, new politicians, not just politicians, leaders, and leaders with integrity. Hatutaki watu wa kukuja kutupatia Bible za uongo hapa.
Sasa
mtu anakuja kutudanganya mambo ya unga na yeye mwenyewe ndio waligura mahindi.
Kimani Uchungwa
Mimi
ameweka picha Saruta Sayuti kwa campaign.
Hata sijajibu yangu hata moja.
Si ugoja tumalize uongee.
Mimi nilikuwa naongea.
Ya kutuambia deni ya Wakalenjin na Wakikuyu haina faida. Hakuna mtu wako na deni.
Mama Serena, let me finish by saying Mama Serena, let me finish by saying Uhuru and Ruto, they were Uhuru alikuwa KANU kitambo, si ndio? But baadaye wakakuja wakaungana na Kibaki wakakuja kwa PNU, ndio 2007 post election violence zifanyike. Unajua hivyo. But the main thing now, these people, they had a case, a similar, yani kesi moja ya hiyo ya Hague. Tena vita ilianza Rift Valley, haikuanza Kisumu. Tuongeange ukweli, ilianza Rift Valley. But then this man, Uhuru is a tribal king. Aliona watu wao wanapigwa na pia wale wengine wanapigana huko juu. Pia kuna Wakikuyu huko kwa nini walikuwa wanapiga Wakalenjin, wakashikana juu ya amani. Lakini mmoja akajifanya mjanja, anaweza overturn yule mwingine achukue ile ni yake, yeye akue yeye ndiye the master. But the Kikuyus have forgotten Uhuru went to Hague because of the Kikuyus. He didn't plan to do anything. Hivi unaonanga gari za City Hopper zilikuwa zinabeba watu zinawaendea Eldoret wakuje huku Central. Wakae kwa mashure juu ya watu kupigwa, na tutaki kurudia hiyo. But some Kikuyus have forgotten. And they waliungana juu ya Wakikuyu na hiyo story tulimaliza. So mtu asikuje hapa kutuambia nini. But tena after Uhuru kujua venye Ruto anampangia, si ndiye aliachana na yeye? Nani ajui iko sana na rafiki na utakangi kumuona mpaka wa leo? Na ni watu wangapi wamerukishwa mpaka mali unanunua vitu China na unarukishwa? Watu watusidanganye hapa. Tumeshajajaruka. Baba the fifth Karua anakuja. Na Mbaruya, Karua atakuwa na nini Mbaruya, hata kama ni Oparanya. Nimemaliza Mama Serena, nataka kwenda kwa debate ya Kikuyu sasa.
Thank you. So, Tyrant respond quickly, we want to move on. Brian, ngoja kwanza na Joshua.
Wacha kupoteza wakati Wekesa.
Kwa heri, watana huyo. Kwa heri, tuonane.
Sawa, Brian, what did you want to say kindly? Aya, Brian pia. Okay.
No, I'm okay. Good evening, good morning everyone. Sijui kama Tyrus ananisikia.
Tyrus ako na issues ya network.
Ako tu anasikia, hawezi ongea lakini ongea.
Koze kuuzwa 2017, 2018 post election ameenda. Because akisema
but what we normally do, you respond because people are listening, so it's not about him, it's about all the people who are listening to the conversation. So just
Okay. Because during 2017, around 2017, 18, during the swearing on of Uhuru, if he really knew, some of them are talking without experience, because I experienced it as a person. It was on 2017, November 28. Yeah, remember that day. And it was not as easy as the way they are thinking, because I was even also attacked. You get on that day. And most of the people who are fighting were not even Kalenjins. Most of them are Kikuyu against other tribes. Because in Nairobi, we don't have Kalenjins. Most Kalenjins are very few in Nairobi. So the most people that were affected in Nairobi and the most are Kikuyus. And Uhuru could not sit there and see their people dying and their business being lost. Imagining that in Nairobi, or especially in Nairobi, most of the businesses are operated by Kikuyus. So he had to at least to give in, because now it had to give in, to accept that at least for the country to go on, to move on. Basi ati aliogopa, but alifanya hivyo for the sake of the peace. Na akitoka nje kuambia Wakenya whatever happened, Ruto has been going all over every time akimutusi. So akiambia Wakenya, at least Wakenya watajua what happened. There are two, ukiangalia watu wawili, kuna picha mbili zinatokeza. One is whatever he's fighting is for the good of the country. Kenya ikuwe na umoja. And another one, akona hungry, whatever he wants is power. So unapata hizo watu wawili kuelewana na kwa ngumu, and the only interest that kept them together ni moja, walishikana kwa sababu ya kesi ilikuwa imewashika. Then Uhuru trusted him with the government. Akiwa kwa serikali, akapewa half of the government, hiyo nusu yake yote ikakuwa ni wizi. Kuelekea 2017, Uhuru now wanted, because I'm almost retiring, I want also to leave a legacy. And Ruto knew that. Akaanda time ya kuelekea election, he took over control of Jubilee. Akatoa all the watu wenye wamesoma wote wakaweka to people that he can control. Uhuru akabaki bure hivyo. Then in 2017 after election, akawasanya wote pamoja. Then they went against Uhuru. And the war is going on. What can you do? And they want to force him to stay in power so that they can continue looting the country. When Uhuru refused with that, and now from there they decided to do what? To sabotage the same government. The Uhuru akasema hapana, ndugu yangu, things are becoming tough. Can you come and help me there? That's when now Raila came in. And the world, Kenya ilikuwa imepasuka, fight all over. Okay, thanks.
Okay, naona Wekesa akona shida ya network, tuwezi wacha studio namna hii. Wacha tukaribishe Baba the Fifth.
Thank you so much, Sally Chebu. Good morning, good evening, panelists. Yes, I have been listening very careful, and I want to go straight to the point. I can what I learned from our president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. You know, there is a difference between talking truth and spreading agitprop. President Uhuru Kenyatta is telling what it was and what is the truth about what happened in 2017. I have listened to him carefully. Sorry. Yeah, anasema he was ready to surrender because alijua hakushinda kwa halali na kulikuwa na shida katika huyo uchaguzi wa 2017. But because of his deputy president William Ruto, kuna ile tamaa ya uongozi ya power. I think he convinced him as what our president has said, na ndio I think hapo kukaanza kuleta ule mgawanyiko wao baina ya Uhuru na
na Ruto. Again, nimesikiza huu William Ruto kwa chani wengine pale inaitwa sijui ni NTV ama ni KTN, kwa hiyo walikuwa wanaongea pale akasema sijui he was excluded from the cabinet council for 3 years ago because he asked Uhuru Kenyatta tough questions sijui concerning about the manders and whatever, but zile akiongea tu vile unaona tu characters and gestures vile unaongea naona is just perfidize Kenyans and listeners, those are following him. He's not talking the truth, he's just covering him, trying to trying to prevent himself to tell Kenyans he is innocent. He has issue with his boss President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Ile mimi naweza ambia Kenyans ni we focus with our current politicians like kila mtu ako na side yake alienda. Kuna wale ambao wako kwa Baba the Fifth like who I am, kuna wale kwa wale wengine Kenya Kwanza. So let us not be confused by these politicians. Most of them they have nothing to tell, they have no new things to tell Kenyans. Ukisikiza upande mwingine wa Kenya Kwanza wamekuwa wakiongea mambo ya they are just insulting, but nothing is promising to Kenya, and if they are promising to Kenyans it's just what I can say is tears in the rain. You know, you can't see tears in the rain. Yeah, you can't see. So the promise after promise this William Ruto is giving to Kenyans are tears in the rain. No, he knows he can't fulfill it. He knows he just want to convince the voters so that they can vote him. Again, on the side of Baba is serious with what he's doing. He gave us his manifesto and they are realistic. Sorry for going back to his manifesto. He is serious with what he's saying, and at his age cannot prejudice Kenyans. Together with the mother Karua there, they are serious with what they are doing, and they are serious. They want this to lead Kenyans and to transform our country from one point to the another. So when we are going to vote, don't let us not vote because they are from our tribe or kind of that thing. Let's vote leaders and their manifesto, what they are selling to Kenyans. Thank you.
Okay, mlikuwa mmefika wapi? Nime drop off, hii network leo inasumbua, sijui ni because the temperature siko chini ama. Leo nime drop off several times. Joshua, you are making a submission or a comment?
Yes, I just want to add on whatever has been said. Uhuru is very sincere with his statement. Very, very sincere. Because, number one, 2017, it was very chaotic. And Uhuru knew very well that still you damu ya Hague bado ilikuwa inamshika bado. So kama angekwamilia power, Uhuru was, by the way, was going home. And then people shed blood. And then later to be realized that the election was rigged. I'm sure the first person ambaye watu wengi wangeenda kwake wangemfinya kwanza was Uhuru. That's Uhuru being a statesman, he said, well and good, let me leave this thing and go home. But Ruto was very hungry for power. He's the one who pushed Uhuru. But Uhuru said that, well and good, let me just pick it up and we move. But Uhuru realized that this Ruto, I ever met my friend, ajali maslahi ya watu, is just busy for power. He doesn't know that we are still from Hague. Hata Hague bado jaisha, and people are dying right now. That's why immediately after the handshake, Uhuru decided kumweka Ruto kando kabisa, because he had already known Ruto is just busy making money. He's busy to just want power. He doesn't care of any other human being. He wants it whether atapata kwa njia gani. So Uhuru is very sincere. And people, by the way, when we had handshake, watu wengi walisema kuwa Raila sasa anadanganywa na Uhuru, but Uhuru has been consistent since 2018 up to now. Uhuru has been consistent with this word kuwa handshake has helped this country. Even today, we're still talking about number handshake. Now, I want to talk about this Ruto, because Ruto, I don't think even with this manifesto, since his manifesto, hakuna siku Ruto on his campaign amezungumzia manifesto yake. The only thing that Ruto is doing is only attacking Raila, attacking Azimio. There's not a single day Ruto has even mentioned about this manifesto. The way Raila has been doing, he has been talking about Baba Care. So I'm sensing a danger if people decide to pick this Ruto. Hata hiyo manifesto yake which was looking lucrative and alieka some budget ambayo unnecessary budget. That manifesto kwanza tapiga nje kwanza, and then will come with his own agenda. So Uhuru coming up today clearly, and I'm still telling you, very soon we are going to have Sagana 4. Sagana 4 will be a point where Kikuyu will know the real character of Ruto, and that day, I'm telling you, Raila will get 80% in Central, and Ruto will only have 20%. Our Kikuyu ambayo bado what's really going on. So Sagana 4 is coming very soon, in the next 2 weeks. Sagana 4. The next 2 weeks are going to have a Sagana 4. That will be the point where Uhuru is going to speak the truth about this man known as Ruto. Thank you.
Okay. Why do we need Sagana 4 anyway? Let me just weigh in. Why do we need Sagana 4? I think today Uhuru, the way he was speaking, he was finally endorsing Martha Karua. You know, Martha Karua was somehow a choice of Baba. But amesema, if we have here somebody who is just and has always been passionate about issues of wananchi, why don't I stand with her? So in other words, already Uhuru has given her the blessings. And remember, on Sabasaba, she was anointed as together with Baba as the leader. So my thinking is that Uhuru is slowly releasing her and empowering her to take charge of the Mount Kenya affairs, because it's already late in the day. I don't think many people will listen to Uhuru, but what will happen, we only need Uhuru to come in and distract them the way he has come in. He will come in, maybe after 1 week, he comes in with another message, he distracts them, and we continue. But as for Mount Kenya leadership, he is slowly allowing Martha Karua to take charge of everything. That's what I've seen. That's why he was talking about, I want to have my peace. In fact, I will not add any single day. Thank you, Brian. I left you. Were you submitting? I think you are asking a question. So it's your chance to submit. I don't know if you submitted afterwards. Nimekuwa na issue ya network.
Okay, maybe I'll take like 1 minute. Okay, about Uhuru, I think this is the right time because he has kept quiet for long. And because since Ruto has been going around, insulting him, just one word and pointing to the right people. Because like Ruto has taken almost 4 years spreading lies, mostly with the church elders who has been buying his hogwash. But when he invited them in State House and tell them exactly the truth, why they disagreed and what that's the right step. Then about we have Baba in Western Kakamega County. I cannot have any doubt on that. That's Baba's bedroom. But my problem is Wekesa and Bernard. I think you'll try to advise us about Busia County. We have South Teso. where Ojamong is buying on an ODM ticket against Emase on UDA. And Ojamong having not performed for the 10 years he has been a governor, I don't know that he'll be able to convince the South Teso electorate to re-elect him as an MP. So I really don't know, somebody can also, maybe you can look into that. The Teso South.
Anyway, for
only
me, when it comes to MP, it's more of local politics than whether he performed as a governor. When you go to MPs, it's always about clans and whatever, hapo chini. So I may not have the facts on the ground. Maybe mtu anajua hizo anaweza tuambia. Bernard, you are back. Huh?
Yes, sir. I'm back.
You will be here shortly. Or shortly.
our enemies are at work.
Today I've seen strange things.
Maybe to respond to
Bernard, today I've seen a strange thing. I don't know what happened. Imekuja.
Yeah.
Kama system ina shut down the computer, kaniambia reconfiguring, then everything went off back. Everything blackout. We can restart the computer. So I don't know what's happening.
There's an attempt. The hackers the hackers. They want to hack the system. Don't accept any unnecessary promptings.
Yeah, I mean later
click here or do you accept this?
I mean later computer.
They send the malware to come and mess you.
Oh.
So beware. All those people are here.
Imekuja, I was trying to remove it, and then all of a sudden nimeona nimetolewa kwa system. Okay.
Pole. It's I think it will stabilize. Now, so may I respond shortly on the Ojamong issue? Like you said, local politics are different from county politics, and it depends on the wave. Ojamong could just make it based on the wave, not even on his performance. If UDA is a rejected item in the place strongly, and that's the only person he's vying against, he will just sail through. He will sail through. And then will that be a good lesson? I don't think so, but at times we have no choice in terms of getting the quality we want when we have been given substandard choices. And that's hapo nasema mkitaka tupige suti basi mpatie material mzuri ndio tushone suti kutoka juu mpaka chini, lakini mkituletea material mbaya alafu mnataka tushone suti, mbona mnataka sisi tushone suti ambayo haifai? So political parties needs to up the game, give us good quality and tell us to support the quality, not just because somebody ended up with a ticket. That is a disservice, and 5 years is a long time to be in the hands of an incompetent person. It's a long time to be in the hands of somebody who is milking the country instead of multiplying the cows so that we can have calves and we have more milk that every person can drink. It's important that we have a serious rethink on the same. RUTO and Mount Kenya, Mama Selina has already confessed, has been confirming that to us. Meno ya wenyewe, wenye meno wamekujia. Mama na watoto wamechukuliwa na baba. Baba Mkate has been kicked out. There is nothing RUTO can do now to reverse that. The few are still making noise. Ni ile tu closing ile stock ya mwisho inachukuliwa. Kishamaliza kioski itafungwa, alafu mbivu na mbichi inakwenda kujulikana. The same thing is happening with the undertones in the Rift Valley. We have the silent majority in the Rift Valley who are about to upset the system that has been running the affairs of Rift Valley for the short period of time. The people that William Ruto went against, the Moi family and the other people that worked with Moi very effectively, but when Ruto surfaced, he kicked them away. All those people are on the ground and their steam is boiling bit by bit. When it finally erupts, William Ruto will have to look for a covering. And that is why kukata miti ni cha muhimu sana wakati huu. Kama vile na insist kila mara, saa hii sio story ya kama Ruto atakuwa number 1. Ruto can only fight with Wajakoya for number 2. One of them will be number 2. Definitely, if Ruto does not take care, he will be number 3 on this race. He doesn't have the numbers. He doesn't have the support. All he has is the stamping and threatening. And now he has resorted to incitement. Today, I had him inciting church people. That where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there is church there. That's not what the Bible says. The Bible does not say where 2 or 3 are gathered, that is where the church is. Now, don't revert to the Bible if you don't understand it, or don't quote scriptures to suit your situation at the expense of the truth that people need to know. Where 2 or 3 are gathered is a matter of fellowship, which is house-to-house fellowship, or anywhere we meet. And they say we need to meet in his name. There he is. Not that there is a church. And so if we open all these small things around, and everybody's now apostle, everybody's now bishop, everybody's now overseer, who will oversee the other? Everything must be done decent and in order. That's what the Bible teaches. And so don't fall for the hypocrisy of one William Ruto to encourage you to break away from your pastor because you have had 2 or 3 people that you want to go and be gathering and making noise with. Worship God in spirit and in truth. Serve him freely the way you believe, but don't use scriptures for political expedient. It's evil. And if there is anything that God will use to reject one William Ruto, okay, is his attempt to buy the church from the truth and plant them for his political gain. Kama kuna kitu ambayo kitamfanya Mungu apigane na William Ruto, ni hiyo tu, kujaribu kununua kanisa na kutumia kanisa kwa manufaa yake ya kisiasa. God will not let him go. So even if he was to win these elections or he was to become president, it is too late in the day. He has missed mistakes. He has missed steps. And without the mountain, Ruto is nothing. Kwa hivyo leo narudia statement ya baba. Ruto ni kitu kidogo. Mtu asisumbukane na ye. Asante. Kama uko na swali uniulize.
Thank you. Toilets nini hanga imestabilize? Yeah, for those who have
niko sawa. Nilifukuzwa.
Sio kufukuzwa, we have challenges all of us with the network. So unaona ukianza kuongea hata hatukusikii. I don't know what's happening with your network. Akianza kuongea hatumsikii kabisa.
You restart your phone, Enterprise. Restart your phone from the beginning so that it can configure properly. If you're using Wi-Fi, restart your router. Restart the Wi-Fi itself. It's not stable. Your network is not stable. You're not flowing. Umehang.
Umeona?
Alex
Amekuwa
anauliza Ruto hajamlipa.
Amelipa. Unanisikiza sasa?
ya na ujitetee. Unajua watu wamekuona kama wewe ni mtu wa UDA na ulisema ni mtu wa Azimio, ujitetee mapema. Umemute. I don't know what's happening with Ale.
Unmute, please.
Nasema Njiro alifanya kazi kubwa sana kulileta Azimio, alafu mwingine mwenzangu anakuja kunifukuza. Kwanza mwanamke, na si shida ni mwanamke, ni kwanza kukosa kunielewa. Mimi sina shida na Azimio na sina, kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa najua nafuata. Nilikuwa nimesema mahali Karua naenda ndipo naenda. All along I had known
Siite mtu mwanamke anaitwa Shiro.
mimi nilikuwa nafuata Karua kwa sababu
Nimesema huyo mama, hiyo msichana anaitwa Shiro. Usitake
Unanisikiza?
jina ya mwanamke.
Okay, proceed.
One enterprise, yeah, mind your language. Mind your language. It is not respectable to call somebody mwanamke. Okay? Either mama ama utumie jina lake.
Are you still with us ama umehang? What? Hii conversation ya
Yes, I think you need to proceed.
Enterprise, I think you have a challenge. You have a challenge, tutakurudisha baadaye. Let's have Joshua, not Joshua, Geoffrey.
Hi guys, just give me a minute because kuna a lot of chaos here. Hamtasikia kitu.
Okay, Njuguna. Njuguna, how are you? Njuguna. Unmute first. Okay, sijui ni mimi sisikiki ama watu. Njuguna. Pena tunanisikia?
No, unasikika. Just hold on. Njuguna's gadget inakwanga slow kidogo.
Okay.
Yeah. A little patience. He's working on it.
Okay.
Nimerudi. Nilikuwa nimerudi. Data yangu ilikuwa chini.
Wewe itabidi nikupatie 1 minute umalize hiyo story yako.
Okay.
Naona
I think you have a challenge.
Naweza endelea?
Endelea na network kutoa sasa sitakurudisha.
Mimi nilikuwa nasema nina haja na Karua ashinde na Raila ashinde. Hizi drama ziishe. We just need a new blood and new leadership. It's not an issue who is leading, kama ni Raila ama nani. But we cannot, hatuwezi kaa na watu wanajipiga kifua kila wakati. We are just tired. My only worry is, na nilikuwa nasema before net ipotee, is Uhuru and Ruto knew what they did. It is their business, zile vitu walipigana huko. Now we don't need them. I don't need Uhuru, I don't need Ruto. I need a new government. Knowing that he's a strong leader. Na yeye alafu anakuja kuniambia ni kusaidiwa, alisaidiwa kupanda hapo. I got tired. So what I'm trying to say is, as for us on our side, because I struggled to come to Azimio, and I know I'm there to stay because nimeangalia. I know Karua for long. Wakati walikuwa wanapigania, wakati walikuwa wakina Njoya na kina Matiba na kina nani, I know her. They were the same, walikuwa na urengo na kila mtu. That is the team that we want. It's not an issue that whether he's a woman or not. Ni wale watu wamepigania uongozi and we have seen what they have done. That is the team that we need. Unfortunately, the people who voted in 2013 and 2017, we chose the wrong team. Now we are eating the fruits of our labor. Tukubali tu tulichagua viongozi wabaya, let them go home and sleep. Let's have a new good team na tuache hizi siasa nyingine. After these elections, kutakuwa na kiongozi. Mimi Bernard na wale wengine tutabaki pale pale. We will not be in those seats. So lazima hata wakati tuko in this group, we need to understand that hii election ikuje na kuja ipite. It is going, but we don't need bad leaders. Ruto akiingia, mimi naona shida. If we can be able to force a president akae kwa kiti na anakuwa, then it means when he gets that seat hata haitoka. He has already made it clear, yeye akiingia hapo, it's him to say. So as for me, I'm not for him. So it's for us. Anything tunaona ni minus, tuache kuisupport. Kama kuongea kwa Uhuru kutapotezea Raila kura, he needs to be advised, let him keep quiet, let the votes go. We need this vote. Nataka kila vote, we need every vote. Hata kama ikiwezekana hata ule mwenye amelala hospitali alete. So those mistakes anafanya za kuongea, and that's what I was giving a good example. A husband wakikosana na bibi yake, wamekosana na bibi yake, the children are not supposed to be involved in that. They have stayed in that marriage for 10 years. It's their business to know how to sort it out. Mimi sitakosa kuongea na mama yangu na sitakosa kuongea na baba yangu. So it's their business. Let them go and solve their problem. Use any vote going forward the next 30 days. That is my prayer.
At least network imekusumbua, but tumejaribu, umemaliza. Kuna swali na yeye?
Okay, sir. Yeah, just one thing. One enterprise. Kenya has been in existence now almost 60 years. And we are not starting Kenya afresh. Any leader that comes in builds on the previous leader. So it is wrong for you to say that you don't need this and you don't need that. Secondly, the votes for Raila Odinga and Martha Karua are guaranteed for them because Kenyans believe in them. There is no amount of Uhuru talking that causes Raila to lose votes or gain votes. Because this is not a matter of deceiving people. It's not a seduction program. It is people voting for a cause. So it's either they believe in the manifesto that Baba gave out and they want it implemented or not. So it's not kifumba macho. Ati tulienda mlimani tukawafumba macho na Uhuru mpaka anyamaze, akiongea sana atawafumbua macho ndio tuwadanganye watupigie kura. I don't think Baba and the mother in those kind of games. And so for us to trust these people to lead us, we need to be truthful to them. And the worst position you are calling us into is us to be insecure, that everybody should tread careful lest we lose votes. Everybody should be careful what they say lest they lose vote. There is no vote that is lost. And we also don't want to get into office without the Kenyans' mandate, whereby Kenyans have chosen to elect somebody to lead them. We don't want anybody to deceive us so that through the deception, we make them our leader. So Uhuru is free to, Uhuru is a voter. Uhuru has a right to participate in this election. He's free to campaign for whoever he wants. And all the people that believe in Uhuru Kenyatta will follow him. Those who don't believe in Uhuru Kenyatta will not follow him. But we cannot curtail him and tell him not to say anything, simply because if he says something, somebody is going to lose votes or another one is going to gain votes. In my opinion, hiyo sio kazi yetu. Kazi yetu ni kufanya campaign kwa kwa candidates ambao tuna support, and then let the people that believe in their cause vote for them. But the insecurity of saying if Uhuru says this will happen is uncalled for. Secondly, the scores between Uhuru and Ruto have affected this country. We are where we are because of that. So you cannot say that they are nothing. And some of those things must be addressed. If they are left without being addressed, they are going to spill over to the new government and it's going to create for us more problems. So it is good for them to be spoken now, so that they be addressed now, so that when we swear in the new government, it will be on a new slide, whereby everything that happened in Jubilee has been sorted in Jubilee, but not for us to keep quiet until the new government now comes in effect, and then those things begin to come to distract the process. So it is okay, in my opinion, for Uhuru to tell us what happened. That's Sagana 4. If it's going to happen, let it happen. But as at now, mlima ishajua kule inaenda. Hakuna mtu ambaye atadanganya watu wa mlima. Wanajua kile what is good for them, and if they don't know, they will know.
For clarity, what I'm trying to say is a recurrence. You are referred to 60 years back. You see Kenyatta as the father of Uhuru or betrayed somebody. During his leadership, he betrayed somebody. It's a trend. Hizo vitu zinajifuata. So we don't need these people who do not keep their words. We don't need such kind of leaders. Right now, we are ready. We know who we are voting for. Tunajua tunachagua Raila and he's the president. Hizi vitu zingine natuambia ni drama. We are not concerned. We don't need to hear them right now. Angetuambia kitambo, tungekuwa tumesha access na tumesha absorb. As for me, let me tell you, for me right now, the reason why,
you respect, okay? Who are you speaking on behalf of?
The reason why, sababu nilitoka Kenya Kwanza ni hiyo mdomo ya Ruto. And I will not expect to come to Azimio to start kwanza the person I'm supposed to support anaanza kwanza kuongea kama mwoga.
Bernard, ngoja kidogo. Nani, Tyrants, I am having a problem to follow up the trail of your thoughts. First of all, ukiingia ulisema you have a problem Raila akisema kura zake sitaibiwa. Na ukasema the reason why ulikuja huku ulijua akona deep state itamsaidia. So I don't know why you feel so insecure in everything that is happening in Azimio. Have you really arrived? Or you are still on the verge of making decisions? Because when as a coach, when a player anaingia field, unampatia the right ya kucheza game yake. So, you know, Raila knows all the things that are happening. So when he speaks, for me, it's good to listen to what he's saying rather than trying to mute him. Hangesema hii. And without him saying that, you could not have known what is going on there, because where he sits, you are not there. As we are working on assumption, in fact, some of us are working on assumption that we are kombele, we are konyuma. But for them, they have the real figures in terms of who is mbele na nani ako nyuma. They also have the real figures, information in terms of the manipulation of the votes, the process. They know the whole process from A to Z. Some of us are not privy to that intelligence. So when they are speaking, it's good to listen to what they are saying and see how do we digest that information. But again, let me ask you, Ruto has so many things, but in fact, the serious followers of Ruto ndio wanamdefend. Hata hapo ukiona amesema kitu ya uongo, hao ndio wanamdefend. But for you, it appears you still umekuja handshake, but you still have issues. Anything Uhuru anasema ni baya, anything Raila anasema ni baya, bado hujafika.
Mimi ni kama ule muumini ametoka Catholic ameenda Protestant. Alafu unaanza kuniambia I came here because I believe in Bernard.
Wacha ongea nene na tunakupatia yale. Wacha I don't know since kama ungetulia mahali pamoja, hiyo network yako ingekuwa sawa.
Naitwa Tirades Enterprises. If you can hear me, please look here. It seems you are not in AZIMIO, okay? Because you discovered that they had a real deal for you. You came to test, and you are in the course of testing, you are still not sure. On the other hand, you want the AZIMIO people to appreciate the fact that you came.
No,
And
let me
has made this and that difference. In my opinion, which I will let Alex add on, in my opinion, you are not settled, okay? And the only person to help you in that matter is yourself, all right? No other person can help you in
I'm
that
not
matter.
in AZIMIO because of...
Look here, if you want to be in AZIMIO, you are free to. If you want to go to UDA, you are free to. If you want to sit on the fence, you are free to. If you want to follow Wajakoya, you are free to. If you want to support this Maura, you are free to. We are in a free country, and our constitution gives you the liberty to. Don't be in AZIMIO if you don't want to. Don't be in UDA if you don't want to. But don't make Kenyans owe you simply because you came in a certain place. That we are not owing. Maneno ya deni hakuna. So what is there is make up your mind. What is it that you want?
Let me explain.
No, hold on. If you listen, you will get what I'm saying. Don't prepare to answer before you hear. All right? So settle down in your mind. What is it that you want? But stop pushing AZIMIO people to appreciate the fact that you are with them and they need to welcome you and make you at home. We want you to come and be free at home because you believe and you have a conviction that AZIMIO is the real deal. If you think it's not the real deal, find the real deal and stick by that real deal that you can stick your neck for the same.
Okay, let me finish. Let me conclude. Let me just...
the only person you can control is you. You are not in control of Uhuru Kenyatta. You are not in control of William Ruto. You are not in control of any other Kenyan. You are the only one that you can control. Okay? So telling Uhuru what to say and not what to say, William Ruto what to say and not what to say, telling AZIMIO what to say and what they should not say, that is something that is beyond your power. You're trying to exercise the powers you don't have. Thank you. Alex, ulikuwa unasemaje? Ngoja Alex to speak so that you give one answer na tumalize hiyo maneno.
Yeah, habari wenzangu, mnanisikia? Mnanisikia? Shukrani sana. Yeah, Tyred, asante sana. Mimi nimekusikiza na nimekutetea kule kwa comments na nimefurahishwa sana. Mimi sitachukua stand ya Bernard. Mimi I will welcome you na vile umesema nitatumia maneno yako. Wewe ulikuwa Mkatoliki na umebadili, umekuwa sasa Mprotestant. Na we welcome you and we understand where you are coming from. And I know and I understand that the 15 years of extremism that was, peddled on you, lied on you guys, and the way things were said, either in Kikuyu or whichever way, to lie to you guys until you were radicalized. When you got the conversion, it's like Paul, you do not want any sort of lies. You want straightness, you want evenness. You are walking on a path that you don't want to go and see the campaigns of 2017 and 2013 and the lies that were going on. I remember when you came here first, you were very mad on how Sabina Chege, used the language kuwa Raila ni fisi. Na wakati ulifika hapo ulisema baba sio fisi, baba ni baba mzalendo na amekomboa hii nchi. Na mara nyingi tulidanganywa kuwa baba ni mbaya, lakini baba si mbaya. Sasa mimi nakuelewa. Kama wengine hawatakuelewa usijali. Mimi nakuelewa, naendelea kuwa Azimio, na kama kuna wale ambao wanafikiria vile unafikiria, kwa sababu najua katika Mount Kenya kuna wale ambao wamebadili na wameingia katika Azimio, na wakiangalia 2017 na 2013 yale ambayo walidanganywa, wanasikia vibaya sana, kwa sababu mliamini sana Uhuru yale yote alisema, na kwa sasa hivi mnasikia vibaya anapoongea, kwa sababu bado mnajua hajabadili. Hivyo ndivyo nyinyi mnafikiria. So kwa hivyo sisi, kama kunao wengine katika Mount Kenya kama wewe ambao wamefika Azimio, na tunashukuru sana Mwaura Njiru, si ndio, ambaye aliongea na wewe na akakuambia uongo wote ambao mliambiwa, na huo uongo ndio bado William Samoei Ruto anaendelea kueneza katika Mount Kenya. Sasa sisi tutakutuma kama Paulo, wewe umebadili njia zako. Sisi tunakutuma kama Paulo katika Mount Kenya, tunakuambia unapoenda kule waeleze kuwa Azimio is the way forward. Lakini what I can tell you is I don't think Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is as bad as you may think. Take time to listen to him. Some of us did not understand him for a very long time. Na sasa hivi katika yale ambayo yamesemekana na William Samoei Ruto, sisi wenyewe tunakuja kuangalia kuwa yeye ni mzalendo. Wakati William Samoei Ruto alitaka kuchukua serikali by all necessary means, Uhuru Kenyatta was ready to give out power because he loves Kenya and he loves you and me, and he did not want you and me to die. You know very well the reason why Uhuru went to Hague was nothing, because Michuki and Kibaki kept quiet. When walikuwa wamefika wapi? Nakuru, walikuwa wamehapa kuwa wanafika Naivasha, na wakasema wakifika Naivasha watawachukua mpaka Kiambu. That is when Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta said enough is enough. We got to protect our people. Huyu hajabadili bado, anapenda watu wa Mount Kenya, na anapoangalia the same people ambao alipigania in 2007, anasema siwezi waweka katika mrengo ambao alifikiria Ruto amebadili, but Ruto hajabadili. Ruto is a butcher according to him, and yeye mwenyewe ametuambia. Kwa hivyo hata wewe muangalie vizuri sana huyu Uhuru ambaye unakataa, na ujiulize kweli kabisa huyu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta anatupenda sisi kama watu wa Mount Kenya? Ni kama baba akijua anatoka anaenda safari, lazima atakaa chini aongee na mama ama yoyote mtabaki nao, awaambie okay, ninapoenda safari, ama baba akijua anakufa ama babu akijua anakufa, lazima aiache nyumba yake vizuri. Sagana 3 alisema hivi, na akasema hajaona bado nani ataachia uongozi. Akasema watu hawawezi gawanya mali ya baba kama baba bado yuko hai. Lakini kwa sasa ameona nani anaweza chukua uongozi, amewapa Martha Karua. So I don't know why unapiga kelele na yeye mwenyewe anaendelea kupeana uongozi kwa Martha Karua. Kwani unataka tu awache uongozi tu hivyo? Uongozi unapeana na anaendelea kupeana. Sasa wewe nyamaza. Vile ulisema wewe ni mtoto, wewe sikiza vile uongozi unapeanwa. Ukitoka kwa Martha labda utakuja kwako. Shukrani na uendelee kuwa Azimio. Asante sana.
Ndio nimalizie, sina shida
I don't know what happens akianza kuongea network yake huenda. But he's having a contrasting information within himself.
Anapeleka uongozi. Nilikuwa nasema I do not I'm in Azimio to stay.
Mahali tulia ndio network yake stabilize kindly.
Okay, nasema sina shida na Uhuru. Sina shida na Uhuru kutupeleka mahali anatupeleka. Niko na shida kuwa mimi niliamka kumchagua nikimwamini sana. akajua kuna shida kutoka mwanzo miaka 5 amekuwa amejua kuna shida, hakusema. Lakini hiyo sio shida. Sasa yeye nilikuwa nasema kwa yangu, nilikuwa nasema wanafaa waende nyumbani wote wawili, yeye na Ruto, waende wapumzike, watu waachie Raila na Karua watuongoze. That's all I need. Hizi zingine zote ni story, hiyo ni drama kwangu. Because now I might not be voting, but I need to pull at least 10 votes. Mimi niko mbali, but I need to pull at least 10 votes kwa wale wenye wako ile side nyingine wakuje to vote on my behalf. How will I vote for them if now I'm the one? Nitawaambia aje? I need to prove to them that this is the right deal. Na mimi naamini when I'm here, even if I'm not voting, I need to pull at least 20 or even 100 votes to Baba. Hata kama sita vote. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Hold on there. Now, you are on the platform, isn't it? You have been given time to sell AZIMIO.
Yes.
And here, from the time you began, you complain about Raila, you complained about Uhuru. And then you want to pull people to AZIMIO. So how? Because the question, as a campaigner, you should have looked from whatever Uhuru said. Is there something positive I can pick? Alafu ni the people who are following me, because by the way, every time you stand for somebody, there are people also following you. They are looking at what you are saying. So if they can only see, okay, you joined AZIMIO, that's not bad, but they can only see you have issues with the leaders, because the leading lights of AZIMIO is Uhuru and Raila. If you have issues with their statements, your followers, how will they even follow you? They think like you are still on the verge of decision making. Now look at this. You said the statement here that is very contradicting. One, you said that you don't like the bravado of Ruto. You think that if given chance, he can be a dictator. Then you go this side and you say you don't like the cowardice of Uhuru. So you both sides, you don't like neither bravado nor the one who looks like coward. But Uhuru was simply contrasting what Ruto was.
I understand.
This guy is actually bringing out that actually what you are saying is true. This guy, if given power, he will ruin us. And that's why I accepted the slap, not because I'm a coward, because I stood for my people 2007 and I'm not a coward, but for the sake of direction of the nation.
Okay, let me clarify. So kila mtu elewe. The reason why I talked about Raila and Ruto, when I was voting for Uhuru in 2017, I believed in him. So I never expected this thing to happen right now. Now I want to vote. I want my team to vote for Raila. He's not supposed to show me any sign of loss. And I'm not going to give that confidence. So when he tells me that anaogopa uchaguzi taibu and he's in the forefront, then it means kuna shida. It's not that, it's me now to either accept ninyamaze ama niseme ukweli. It's just my opinion. I know why I'm voting. I'm voting for AZIMIO. If I was in Kenya, I would do that. But I'd like my people to vote for Raila. And that's what everybody's saying at home. Kwetu ni Nyandarua. Kila mtu anasema ni kimemia na AZIMIO. That's why I am. So that I cannot change the minds of the people. The people have already decided. But the truth is, when somebody amefanya makosa, wacha tu ambiwa amefanya makosa. Wacha kupita shortcut just because we want votes. Yeah, Uhuru, I do not have an issue with Raila being a president. I only niko na hiyo issue ya kwanza kuniweka uoga that nimeput energy nyingi kumtafutia kura na anaanza kuniambia ataibiwa. How? That is only my concern. I don't have any other issue. Because I've already fallen victim.
I think you're blowing this thing out of proportion.
I've already fallen victim ya Uhuru. I'm not ready to
Wekesa. Wekesa, are you able to get me?
Nakupata, yes. So tufanya aje? I think he has a problem with
I think we are spending too much. Hold on, we are spending too much time with this enterprise guy. It's not that he's wrong. It's only that he has a sense of entitlement in terms of if he voted for Uhuru, he feels Uhuru owes him something, and Uhuru needs to have done this and to have done this, to have done that. Raila did not say his votes are going to be stolen. Raila wants the voting process to be without fault because the Supreme Court nullified the elections on the basis of the process. That means even if he wins the election with a landslide and somebody goes to court and says we voted and there was no physical register, that lack of physical register is able to make the Supreme Court to overturn that election. So Raila is not afraid of going to the ballot. He's still the strongest candidate in this race. He has the upper hand in this race, but he wants everything done in the orderly manner because according to Maraga's ruling, election is as good as its process. So Chebukati must not be given room to play monkey business to set up the elections in such a way that there are things that will be deliberately done off the process to help somebody go to the Supreme Court, win, and there necessitate a repeat election unnecessarily. So it's not a matter of my votes are going to be stolen. Nobody's going to steal any votes here. But Baba also doesn't want to be president if he doesn't have the ratification of all Kenyans. The reason why Raila Odinga has not been president in this country so far is because he wants to be a legit president. Ingekuwa ni story ya shortcut, he would have already been president long time ago. But he has refused presidency by shortcut. He wants presidency by legitimate process. The legitimate process is Kenyans, the majority of Kenyans have voted for him to be the president. He's sworn in because he has won an election, not because somebody fixed him into becoming president. And so let's keep all factors in their proper place. Secondly, let's not respond to a matter until we hear it to its conclusion. When Baba says something, he's only introducing a conversation. That conversation needs to be dived into so that we get to the conclusion of the same. It is not that he's telling you what he has chosen to do. As far as we are concerned, everything is playing according to script, but that script is not finished. We are in that period where there is unleashing of one item after another, until the night, the eve to the voting. We still have dossiers being released. We still have implications being released. So we can't, begin to become naive and behave as if we have read the whole book cover to cover. Politics it has a lot to it. So let's look at it differently. There is how Uhuru speaks, okay, to help you wherever Tanga people to talk, and the more Tanga people talk, there is how that their talk helps them lose. So he's still doing his campaign, but chini ya maji in the sense that one statement occupies Tanga for a whole week, another statement occupies Tanga for a whole week. Before long, the 30 days will be over. They have not sold their manifesto.
Thank you. I think Bernard amekwama mahali. Ya nimeona mikono ngapi? 1 2. Kuna Judy, kuna
Naomba hivi hata my net it keeps shifting, so naomba tu nimalizie hapo. Wekesa, wewe utaendelea. Wateja wengine tutaonana baadaye. Mikono iko juu mingi, lakini I don't know. My net is not stable. Bado nasikia. Patia Momanyi unasemaje? Briefly.
Amjambo.
Hatujambo, vipi?
Yeah, salama bana. I want to concur with you, Bernard. In script, na kuna there are some parts ambazo zimebaki mzuri sana, 15 days or 10 days to election, na mambo mengi yanaenda kutokelezea. So there's one thing I want to tell this friend of mine, is it Tired whatever Enterprises. Raila has passed through a lot. Raila is a good teacher. Raila is a professional. Right now, ameiva kwa siasa, anajua vile amebiwa kura huyu muda wote. So whatever is trying to, one thing you need to know, Raila complaining, he knows very well what's happening there. Don't think that these commissions when you were added later, they were just added there blindly. If you can listen to what Junet Mohammed was saying, Junet Mohammed knows more than what we know. You see, and on my side, I think Raila is trying to play kind of like a reverse psychology. You know, Raila wants to win this thing clearly. Ataki mambo ya kushikishwa, whether your project, blah blah nini. You see, but Raila complaining, Raila knows what's happening there. The person who is going to make this election is Chebukati. Ata leave alone UDO, whatever. The problem in Kenya, the person who has been causing problems in Kenya is Wafula Chebukati. This guy, if it was my wish, kama nilikuwa na uwezo, in fact Chebukati, I don't know pengempeleka. Chebukati is just but a very mild leader. He doesn't have stance. Chebukati akiambiwa na RUTO ikitu pop up anafuata. Akiambiwa hii anafuata. Chebukati is not a leader. You see? And I'm just praying that wacha Mungu amulinde mpaka hiyo March next year, this guy atoke kwa election kabisa. You see? So my brother, just know that elections, hii mambo ya ukiona Raila is complaining, Raila knows what's happening there. You see?
Thank you.
So if you are AZIMIO, just have faith in AZIMIO and know that AZIMIO is going to win. But we can't sit back to say ati Raila akisema tu nini ati is trying to put fear kwa watu kwa wafuasi wake ati tano itakuwa mbaya nini. No. We need to speak these things earlier. Makosa penye iko irekebishwe ili tusikuja kusema baadaye to wish we knew. You see? So the last thing again nataka nikuambie ni ya kwamba whatever comes out from IBC, if we don't react right now, we're gonna regret. Kama story ya Wetangula, unaona saizi inasiagwa kusiagwa, and we know what's happening. Wetangula is a scandal. Hakuna kitu ya Wetangula ashaikubali. Vitu zote za Wetangula amefanya sema I don't know. But hii issue kwanza print papers, if you just take your time na ufuatilie kile kitu mzuri, Wetangula has a hand, he has a hand in it. He knows what's happening. You see, we can't sit down and we have invested a lot of energy, a lot of everything, then ati tuache ikifika the last minute tudhania kila kitu kwa mzuri na kumbe huko mbele kuna monkey business zinapigwa na hatujui. You see?
Thank you, Bomani.
Yeah, I'm really bitter about Wafula Chebukati. You people, let's not sit on the studio na tukose kukamea Wafula Chebukati. Wherever Wafula Chebukati is, ajue ya kwamba this time round you're not going to leave him. If he messes around, tuko damu yake lazima tutaikunywa this time round, man. Atuambie mzuri, man.
Relax. Okay, Julie. Shortly.
Okay, Fred. Your message is at home. Chebukati has heard you. Leave it there, please.
Yeah.
Yes, Wekesa. Asante. Hi, Wekesa, Bernard. Mzuri. Godfrey, Momanyi, and Tirades. Richard, good to see you people. Wacha ni comment maneno ya leo, lakini kwanza niongezee, I encourage Tirade. Nilisikia Alex amemjibu vizuri sana. That was a good explanation. Tirade, sijui kama ulielewa Alex. Nilipendeza vile alikupeleka vizuri sana, akakuelezea about Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta mimi wanamuona kama a spoiled brat. Uhuru Kenyatta, he doesn't have to be president, Mr. Tirade. He's a son of a king. He's grown up in State House. He's been fed in State House. He's grown up with all that security and all that money. Yani, when Uhuru was born, he found himself in State House. So he doesn't need power. Hana hiyo tamaa. Now, if Uhuru has done anything, is for his people in Mount Kenya region. If there is anything good or bad Uhuru amefanya ni kwa sababu ya watu wa Mount Kenya. But I'm very disappointed with you, Tirade, with your attitude towards Mr. Uhuru. I'm very disappointed. Mimi naona, I don't know whether to call you blind or deaf or ignorant or all, the three words. Because Uhuru doesn't need to be in State House. Uhuru doesn't need power. Uhuru did not have to go to Hague. Alex amekuelezea vizuri sana. Kama kuna mambo ilishika Uhuru na akapelekwa Hague, ni kwa sababu ya watu wa Mlima Kenya. Uhuru at that time had the alternative, aingie ndege na bibi yake na mama yake. I believe they have very many homes in this across the globe. He didn't need that. In 2013, Uhuru did not have to become president. He doesn't need it. If any case, kama Uhuru agreed to work with Ruto, is because Uhuru had this assumption or belief at watu wa Rift Valley, the Kikuyus in Rift Valley will have peace. That is the only reason I believe Uhuru agreed to work with Ruto. Si kwa sababu ingine. He doesn't need to be president. He did not need to be president because he's the son of a king. Sasa wewe umesema hapa ati Uhuru na Ruto aende nyumbani. Uhuru doesn't need to be president. He's very ready to go home. Who is telling you Uhuru wants to remain in power? For what? Hiyo attitude unatoa wapi, Mr. Tirade? Where have you getting that negativity towards the president of the Republic of Kenya? Umetoa wapi hiyo attitude? I'm very disappointed with you. Na mimi hiyo, I want to call it high level of ignorance. Those who walk around insulting Uhuru, I think they are just jealous. Mr. Tirade, Wekesa, sisi zote, Kenyatta could not have been our father, all of us. Or Mama Ngina hangetuzaa sisi zote. At least kuna mwenye alizaliwa na Mama Ngina, na sisi wengine tukazaliwa kwingine. So we must accept that. Even now, Baba, Raila na Aida, they could not have been our parents, all of us. Sasa watoto wa Raila, tutakaa hapo tukiwaonea wivu, tukiwaita madynasty. Because
Julie,
yeah.
Now before Malize, I wanted to tell you that now, this is a sharp contrast because us guys who are always for Baba, who have never voted for Uhuru, in fact, I was thinking that if Uhuru was given another chance to run, I could vote for him because for the first time we have seen he's bringing out his statesmanship. And the other guys who voted for him, now hawamtaki. Hatuelewi sasa.
Ukiwauliza Wakesa,
he has come out as a statesman.
Yeah, he has. These people, you know what they say? They talk nonsense. That Uhuru has Pandora sijui what. Pandora means you have property outside the country. Mimi, I'm in the US. Nikinunua nyumba hapa, Tirade, mtaanza kuniambia niko na Pandora. Hiyo ni ujinga gani Wakikuyu wako nayo? What is this level of ignorance that some, not all of them, some Kikuyus have? Ati Uhuru, akona mashamba coast. Uhuru doesn't have those farms. Those are his father's farms, and he had no control over that. Uhuru has no single case of corruption, hata moja hivi. Na kama uko nayo Tirade, uniambia hapa kabla hujatoka na uquote penye umetoa. But if we talk about his father, yes, his father akifufuka, tunaweza muuliza maswali mingi sana. Hata tunaweza mpeleka kotini. If Jomo Kenyatta comes back to life, we can even take him to court. We can ask him very many questions about land, about injustices concerning land. We can ask him, we can even take Jomo Kenyatta to court. But Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has no single corruption case. The only mistake Uhuru made is working with one criminal called William Samoei Ruto, thinking that akifanya kazi na Ruto, he'll bring peace to this country. What does that man do? This man said clearly, hata kwa ile interview ya KTN, clearly, he couldn't let go power. He didn't care whether we lost lives or not. This man said clearly, William Samoei Ruto said clearly, that in 2007 he made Raila the prime minister. Na mimi nikajiuliza, how did he make Raila prime minister? Alimfanya aje? How many people died for that to happen? We should ask William Samoei Ruto that. Then he comes around and say he made Uhuru president. He didn't make Uhuru president. Uhuru made him vice president. Ni nini wanatusumbua? Ulikuwa unasema hapa mapema unaambia Shiko that we owe Ruto. We owe Ruto what? We owe him nothing. Uhuru made Ruto deputy president, and it is because of Uhuru that Ruto became deputy president, because Ruto will never be anything else in this country. He will not even vie for president, kwa sababu ile mbio atapelekwa ya kotini itakuwa mbaya mbovu. Itakuwa mbaya mbovu. He will have cases.
Julie.
Yes.
Julie.
Yes,
maitoa mtoto kwa reserve amekuja function maybe hapa town, isn't it? Alafu time ya lunch wanakuambia buffet iko hapo, jiserve vile unataka. Anaenda hapo anaweka chapati zinajaa hapa, zinaanza kumwakika, anaweka nyama. So that is how Uhuru served Ruto with the DP.
Yes.
Akifika hapo alikuwa tenda kila tenda. That is how he has become rich. So why does he claim at akona deni? Deni gani? The guy has enriched 6 years has become a billionaire.
Sijasema mambo ya deni. Mimi sikutaja mambo ya deni ya Ruto. I was talking about the drama they are having. Wao walikuwa wanajua they had issues since 2017.
Direct, stop pretending here. Stop pretending that hujui drama imetoka wapi. Hebu nyamaza kwanza nikuelezee. Let me explain to you. Because you are pretending.
I did not say that. I did not say that Uhuru owes Ruto anything. That's a lie. I did not say that because I'm past that.
Betrayal.
What I was.
Betrayal. You talk about betrayal.
Betrayal as in now they had their own deals. It went and failed. It's time to deal with them.
Apana Tirade. Let me tell you something. Wekesa mute him so that I finish explaining. So Tirade, I just want to finish explaining to you because I know you're intelligent. If all of us can observe the level of disrespect that Ruto has for his boss. Now, Ruto, the other day was a question in KTN that Mr. William Ruto, you had the audacity to walk around saying that you could have slapped your boss. And you know what he said? He said this, I had to replay that clip today. He said, kuna ubaya gani? Can you believe it? If your wife walks around Wakesa saying, I could have slapped my husband. And when she's telling anaambia marafiki zake, leo karibu nichape bwana yangu. And then when she's asked, she said, kwani kuna makosa gani nikichapa bwana yangu? That is what Ruto said in public. Kuna makosa gani? What is wrong with that? He said that. And he also said that in Meru. So, Tirade, you are pretending here. What are your hypocrisy? Kama kuna kura moja ya baba enda nayo. Stuck you, hypocrisy. Go with it. We don't need it. We don't need hypocrisy. You are here telling us, pretending you don't know the problem between. You are pretending that you don't know the problem between Uhuru. You don't know the problem between Uhuru and Ruto, and the rest of Kenyans can see. Stop pretending to Kenyans. Everybody can see the level of disrespect Ruto has. And now you want to bring a side show here ati hata upendi Uhuru, ati unapigia baba kura. Mimi nakwambia leo, kaa na hiyo kura yako kama ni kuja kuharibu kura zingine hapa. Hatuitaki. Stay with that kura. So me today, I was very pleased when the president said that he opted to go to Ishaweri. He opted to go to Ishaweri rather than have people die. That's what Uhuru said today. I mean, kama ni Kenya mnasema jana, alisema hivyo jana, that he preferred to go to Ishaweri rather than people die. I loved that. And today Uhuru emerged as my hero, Mr. Wakesa.
And that is what Tirade is calling cowardice.
Only 1 minute. Only 1 minute.
Cowardice kitu gani, Mr. Wakesa? That is heroism. That is heroism. This man said to see Wacha to Kai without power. Because Uhuru, like I began introducing him, I said, I think he's a spoiled brat. He doesn't need power. He's okay without having power. He has lived in the palace all his life. You see, that is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So if he was going, it was okay. If Uhuru did not become president in 2017, even me, according to me, it was okay. Me, even in the first place, I was not for the idea of Uhuru becoming president. I thought Kibaki had preferred Mudavadi. That is what some of us thought. I was really surprised to find Uhuru and Ruto vying. So Tyrant, stop pretending here. Ukiambia hapo watu wenu wewe si wa baba. Wewe, you are a hypocrite. Don't say those things here. Watu wa baba, they are clear. Asante Wekesa.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's have Oma Mekasana. Oma? Oma, how are you?
I'm fine.
Najua umekuwa patient sana. Sorry for that. You can make your input.
I'll be patient because kumekuwa a lot of noise inside here. And there's something I sent on the private chat. Nilikuwa nataka kama unaweza kusia, although it's not among the topic of today. But how can we talk about it at least kidogo?
I've given you time. Submit, then people will respond to what you think needs to be responded.
Okay, I wanted you guys to at least to speak something on it. Because I had some issue. I think I have at least like 4 points on the IBC on the chapter. And the first one.
You see, when you say I speak on this and this, in other words, you are foregoing your chance and us to make our own submissions. But what you would have done, you speak what you know, and then the rest of us can add to what you wanted us to say. Because it's your chance. Otherwise, if you roll it back to us, then we will move to the next.
Okay, let's just move on. Yeah, you're clear. You just move on and then I'll come back.
Okay. So I think Julie now makes submission on the topic. Wachana na mambo ya Tyrant now, hiyo tumeclose. Julia. Ama ukukufoni. Julia anasema next submission on the topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so tumeclose your story ya nani ya Tyrant.
Okay, you want me to talk about the topic? I think I only talked about the president, what the president said, that he was ready to go home. And I don't want to talk about, that hiyo tu ndio hata kuongelea. Nafikiri nimeongelea.
Hutaki kusema Amerika.
I've not hiyo sijawatch.
Nani Fred Kuma akisema Fred Kuma alisema aje ni ku update. Fred Kuma alisema baba akishika hatamu ya uongozi Muteshi arudishie shamba yake. Unakubali na hiyo?
First, nikifikiria maneno ya Muteshi, it hurts me so much because sijui kwa nini Muteshi hakurudishiwa. He was supposed to be compensated or what happened? What happened to Muteshi?
The court ruled he was supposed to be compensated, so I don't know whether it happened or not. Yeah, I don't know whether it happened or not, but according to the court's ruling, he was supposed to be compensated. Arudishiwe shamba yake na So that is what I heard Fred Kumo saying, that the first thing is the family of Muteshi to be compensated, na Minister of Lands akasema nitatekeleza hiyo.
Yeah,
that
was
what's happening in America. We have also been told there was a parallel meeting in was it Nakuru or Naivasha? Just the way Uhuru alikuwa na pastors praying in State House, ule jamaa pia alikuwa na pastors praying for him, and just to contrast what is happening.
Bernard should
But
explain to us those
he also insisted. He also insisted that if you have a spirit of discernment in Kenya, you know what is happening, and you know where God is leading us.
Okay, those were the pastors in Nakuru. That's what they said.
Who knows where God is leading?
Yeah, okay, the politician himself.
Okay, so that is very true, Ekesa, because
yeah, but I wanted to play this Chebukati clip. It plays, huh?
Okay.
Not exact. I have this one for the scramble at IBC. Let me see if it plays. If it doesn't, yeah, I'll surrender and go.
Kama iko share pia kwa WhatsApp unaweza nitumia, ikikataa nikuplay.
Kabla Bernard hajaplay hiyo maneno ya Mteshi
have messed up my system. Let's just you play whatever you can and proceed with the show to its conclusion.
Nitumie link kwa WhatsApp.
Tuonane baadaye.
Bernard.
Okay. Okay, sir.
It is in the admin. Iko kwa admin. Ilikuwa nimedownload from the admin. Our WhatsApp group.
Sawa, acha niangalie.
Ndio hiyo Chaos Rock IBC overprinting and arrival of papers. The link is there, and then there is that Uhuru Kenyatta. They just go through our WhatsApp group, the admin. Huh? It has several videos that needs to be played. All the same. Thank you, Wadao. Taonana baadaye.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir, can you hear me?
Sorry, I was opening another directory, mess up. So fanya hivi, can you make your submission inakuja? Wacha nimalizane na hii kitu. Niko tu hapa.
Okay, Alex. Yeah, I'm not making a submission. I wanted to say that the judgment on Muteshi was clear. The land was returned to Muteshi. But then the funny thing about that judgment is that they put a burden of proof to Muteshi that the lawyer and Muteshi himself had not calculated the expenses that they should be compensated. And then the lawyer said because that was not put there prior to that, it was dismissed like that. That is the funny part of the issue. So land was to be returned. I don't know if he ever took the land, but if you get that video, what you realize, then the judge says, when it comes to compensation, the calculations and everything has not been submitted by the lawyer. And the lawyer was shocked when that was said. And even if the lawyer did not, there is standard compensation of such kind of thing. Let's say that you had a public prosecutor. You are an individual who does not have a private lawyer. What happens? The judge and prosecutor and your attorney, who is your lawyer, will sit and give you standardized compensation. So why he was never given even standardized compensation, we don't know. But I think the good thing is that when they will look into his case, though he is dead, this is where you find the state is culpable, and you find the state sometimes is fined billions of money because of negligence. So finally, when Muteshi is going to be paid for whatever he went through, because it was a capital offense involving the second highest person in the country, And like if we go back to the ICC case, that there was witness tampering, if whoever that will take over the case will say that there was tampering, and they go back again, they realize any sort of tampering in that case, I guess the family of Mteshi is going to be paid a lot of money. If I am not wrong, that is going to be the greatest amount of money ever compensated to an individual in the history of Kenya. Watch it out. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that information. Joshua, Julie, you have anything to respond? Kuna nini hapa na download?
Julia, oro wako.
Selina?
Yes.
Yeah, take the
Yes.
floor. Take the floor, nimalizie hii nini alafu nikuje.
Okay, so but tunafanya kazi kidogo na namalizia. Can we give it to Joshua or Alex? Okay, Joshua,
Sawa.
maybe.
Yes, Wekesa niendelee.
Endelea briefly tu namalizia hapa kitu alafu na.
Sawa. I just want to talk about campaigns za KK. I see saizi wanajaribu kufuata mahali Azimio inaelekea na wanakanyaga like now wanakimbia wanaenda Central. So already these people are losing the ground, totally are losing the ground. Na utasikia saizi wakitoka hapo wataenda Western. Raila alipotoka Northeastern walikimbia huko hivyo. So now that's what they're trying to where mahali Azimio wametoka wanafuata huko hivyo. So their campaign already is now disorganized. They're now disorganized. Hata ukiangalia the way they're campaigning right now. Campaign zao saizi za juu ya gari. Wamachana campaigns za ground because they cannot sustain their campaign their ground. Though Azimio are doing campaign juu ya gari in some areas, but we also get utapata tena kuna campaign ambao wame set up the tents and other things. But KK right now they are already losing the ground because the problem with the KK is a one-man show. It's a one-man show because we only have RUTO. Without RUTO in that campaign, nothing can happen. Even today, assume RUTO aende atoke tu kidogo aende like 1 week outside the country. The campaign, that is the end of campaign. Mtawari cannot sustain campaign. Wetangula cannot sustain campaign. Gachagua cannot sustain campaign. The rest of the other people, mtu kama huyu Waome, they cannot sustain campaign. But if ukiangalia Azimio, even if Raila is not there, we have individual who can sustain campaign. Martha Karua can sustain campaign. Ukiangalia somebody like Joe or Paranya, there are people who can sustain a campaign in Azimio. So right now, Kenya Kwanza is dead. And Mudavadi right now is struggling Central. He's struggling in Western. Western tayari
Amekwama. Let me play one of the videos.
right there. Our condolences to the family and friends of the bereaved. Now, storm is brewing at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that is IEBC, over the printing and arrival of ballot papers in the country with exactly 1 month to the big day. Now, IEBC is facing queries over the preparedness with questions on why the commission proceeded with printing without the gazettement of the candidates as required. And as KTN's political affairs reporter Daniel Karaoke now reports, sources at the commission have hinted to KTN News of a split between commissioners over the move to order the documents despite pending issues.
The arrival of the first batch of ballot papers to be used in the August 9th elections could have put the Electoral Commission IEBC 1 foot ahead in their preparations, but this is not so. The Commission is on the spot over the issue. Details have now emerged that the Commission could be in a crisis as several officials, among them commissioners, questioned the first printing of some of the ballot papers and the surprised arrival of the same to the country. The Commission admitting to have not been aware that the ballot papers were to arrive.
Management informed us last 8 p.m. last night, and I informed the commissioners that the ballot papers are arriving. So if there's any commissioner who has told you otherwise, I would like them to come forward and maybe state what they mean by that.
Yes, he got the information last night and he communicated to the commissioners, and today we have received the papers. Even the CEO has commented the same. We have what we call the Project Implementation Committee that is in charge of this process.
If you look at 30 days for them to be able to deliver, then the last date ought to have been 30th of actual of July. Without that, then the actual of the out of the contractual agreement, and therefore they cannot be able to take responsibility for any delay in terms of printing.
The communication flow in the Commission questioned, but that notwithstanding, IEBC has also found itself on the receiving end after printing the ballot papers without a gazette notice in place. IEBC is attributing the delay on challenges at the government printer.
The Commission submitted the names of the 16,000 candidates to the government printer, and that was on 30th of June. We understand there were logistical challenges, including breakdown of equipment at the government printer, and that's why it has taken a bit of time.
The notice is dated 30th of June. The case law that has been cited by Senior Mwangi, I have had occasion to peruse, and it is about gazettement of legislation that was passed by the County Assembly of Kiambu. It is not in respect to candidates' gazettement per se.
30 days to the election, IEBC is almost through with part of the requirements, having published the voters' register, names and deployment of presiding officers, deputy presiding officers and clerks. The list has, however, seen AZIMIO One Kenya coalition call on the Electoral Commission to rectify what it termed as ethnic imbalance and skewed deployment of election officials. The Commission is yet to publish the audited voters register report, with questions on the silence over the report handed over by KPMG. The Commission has maintained they are right on track and will deliver free, fair and transparent election.
As far as I'm concerned, and I speak for myself and the Commission and the management, we are working together as a team, and there's no information which I'm holding from the commissioners.
As IEBC rolls towards the polls, any blunder that will see a disputed election will leave the Commission on the spot, and questions are bound to the 7 commissioners and the Secretariat. Daniel Karaoke, KTN News.
Right, still on politics and to the ongoing campaigns now, and
Yeah, guys, that is the situation at the IEBC now. Some ballot papers have arrived, Then it's still the same Chepkat who was telling us that there's a problem in government printer, and so the names have not been gazetted, yet the ballot have already been printed. So which should come first? Is it the gazettement or printing of ballot papers? Hii Kenya itatuonyesha mambo. Geoffrey.
No, but Wekesa,
Yes.
I think we need to be fair enough. What Chebukati has said in a chronological way. Let's understand what he said and put the video. Tuna pause and then we reflect on it. Tuna pause, tuna reflect. For me, it makes a lot of sense. He says the management called me. Okay, what management is that? Then he says there is the PIC. Who are the PIC? Project Implementation Committee. How many days were they given? 30 days. And why were they given that date? They must deliver. It is an entity that is outside IEBC. It doesn't care whether the court stops or not. What it was given, it's what it does what? It goes and has, unless the IEBC itself does what? Now, it comes again, he says, we submitted the names to the government, okay, for gazettement. Did they submit the names timely? Yes, according to the timeline that what happened. Whether it's right or wrong, now that is where now the government needs to come. And I don't know why the government has not come out, because we have seen the issues of government printer over the years. It is not the first time, Wekesa. Just because we are in AZIMIO, we should not act like we are in a government. This cartel called the government printer has always been a problem to us from time memorial. Wekesa, I want us today to know, what is this government printer? Is it a true printer that the government owns? Is it an institution? Or what is this called government printer? Because every time it is broken, as long as I have lived my life, I don't know, and that's why I want to know honestly. This thing is broken all the time. It has never been digitalized. It's analog. I don't even know if it's analog, because at least analog. Inakaa ni ile ulikuwa na ta ile, unajua ulikuwa ukienda kwa typewriter, ukienda ukijua mtu ni boss, ulikuwa na ukitaka kujua secretary yake alikuwa, my father used to have a secretary. Ukitaka kujua ako kwa ofisi unasikia ta. Unakumbuka? So we want to know this thing called government printer in its entity, and we want to interrogate it, because it has been a systematic and semantic failure towards everything, from small matters to matters of no joke, to matters dealing with the security of the country. The government printer has always been broken. Okay? So is Chebukati right when he say it was broken? Now, why was it broken? Why has the government not come out to tell us the printer is broken and this is what happening? So the papers, it looks like how Chebukati said, and I'm following Chebukati's words.
I didn't have a problem with Chebukati. I was saying the way things happen in Kenya. I'm agreeing with what you're saying. I was only questioning that the way things happen in Kenya, you see, the gazette notice should have happened at the right time, then to okay the printing of the ballot papers, isn't it? Now it has delayed until the printing of the ballot papers has begun. So even when they put a gazette notice, it has no, it's just a formality.
And that is where Chebukati is wise. That is where Chebukati is wise. You know, the explanation of Chebukati covers him.
Yeah.
He says, I was called by the management that they are here. And who are they? They are the Project Implementation Committee. What is their work? They were given work to do. So we took we did two things collectively. We handed the names to the government so that they can gazette them. But at the same time, we handed the names also to what? The PIC. So the PIC waited for the government to gazette them. The government did not do it. Because they had a time limit of 30 days, they went ahead and did it because they are a different body and entity. Now I've been called the NMR here. And he said, they did not come through Uganda. They came in Jomo Kenyatta. Everything will come from Jomo Kenyatta. Okay, so I'm going to Jomo Kenyatta to bring the papers. You see, Chebukati is just following what
Alex.
Yes.
So when they bring out the image like okay, we have been told by news, but we haven't seen. And they tell us that the commissioners now are split because of that issue. So why are they split? Some
you see,
some now want the process to be followed in a particular order.
I take that as gossip. I take that.
Confusion.
I take that as gossip, and let me not. Maybe there's something Godfrey want to help Radical Alex today. So go ahead.
In fact, when if you check inbox, this was the topic Geoffrey was waiting.
And I like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like
now,
that.
Alex, there's a question here. Why was the IBC Commission only notified on Wednesday about the arrival of the ballot papers? Some of them, they were notified on Wednesday night.
You see, there's a confusion there. And that confusion, Chebukati is explaining it. And you need to chronologically allow Chebukati to say that we are having a problem, us and the government. Our hands are tied. We were waiting for the gazettement of the names. But at the same time, we gave the PIC their mandate because they are a different entity to go and do whatever they are supposed to do. So while we were waiting for the gazettement, because it's illegal for us to receive the papers without gazettement, they have called us. Now, the question lies, the laguna is here. Do we refuse to go and receive the papers because the government has refused to gazette and the government printer is still broken? That is the problem now. Now the question lies there. I don't know if Chebukati is wrong to go and receive them. Should he wait for the gazettement?
The other question then is the gazettement, does the gazettement has timeline, or it can go as long as they want, and or depending on the situation? Now we are being told the printer is broken. If they can't rectify, so it doesn't have timeline or not. That gazettement should have been done by what? Is there a law that suggests that it should be done by this time, gazettement?
Looking at what Wangira told us yesterday and the day before yesterday, and he did read for us a few things, it is illegal, totally illegal, to go ahead and get so first of all, we need to know who is in the ballot. That's why the gazettement is there. Okay, so it is the case of public participation. We are participating in knowing those who will be. So I have a right to know that is my candidate there and their names rightly there, so as I can know when I'm going to vote, is my candidate there? So I think, somebody says it's supposed to be done by the 8th of July. That's what I thought. I didn't want to give a date, and I was not very clear. If I was next to my laptop, I could have Googled and know. But what I know is that every event of election, it's a process. It has a timeline. And that was part of it, that the gazettement had a timeline. But I didn't know by when. So from what Chebukati said is that the gazettement was supposed to be done. Thereafter, the PIC to carry its mandate. But the PIC has no objection of going to do its work because the government printer, because for them, it's a contract. There is no legality on them. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Oma, you want to say something?
Okay, Alex, I believe Chebukati at right now, he must be aware of who will be on the ballot and who will not be on the ballot paper. Yesterday, was it yesterday or the other day before yesterday? He said he's not sure if Sakaja is on the ballot or if this guy from Mombasa, this Sonko, is on the ballot. Now, if Chebukati, yeye ndio chair, ndio mkubwa pale, alafu anasema kwa hayuko sure, how can that thing happen in the middle of this story? Nakumbuka, I believe when the ballot papers are being printed, somebody from IBC should be around. So who supervised the printing of these papers?
I don't know why my camera went off. I'm sorry. From what I heard Chebukati say, it is not all papers that have been printed. The rumors is it's in Kiambu, or I heard it in radio station, not even TV. I mean, it was in radio stations. That it is areas where there is no, issues pertaining to complaints in regard to, IBC and courts. So I hear the issue of Kiambu senatorial, but yet today or yesterday, there was somebody who came out and saying that the Kiambu senatorial candidate was denied a chance, yet the court had pronounced that he should be put there. So it's not all the papers that have been brought, which is also a problem. Okay, you cannot do things on patchwork and piecemeal. That also is illegal because it gives way for illegalities to be done. So by Chebukati telling us that they are doing work in piecemeal and patchworks, we start questioning, is that how work should be done? You understand? The transportation of these papers should not be done randomly the way they are doing it, because it should be done with clear mandate from IEBC. So first of all, the problem is he did not know that they were to arrive. You understand? And then later on, he explains that that is where now we need to interrogate him on the issue of transportation and why they are being done in piecemeal and who gave away the piecemeal idea. Do you understand? But in terms of gazettement, that is beyond his mandate.
Okay, and then yeah, you see that now, so that means even the presidential is not yet in because there was that issue to do with the extra candidate.
Yeah, obviously, and that is where now the bigger burden is, and I think Chebukati is going to ignore the court orders because
that is the biggest, even the biggest batch, yeah? Because it affects the whole country. You see, the others affects counties and whatever, but this is now the whole country. So this is the biggest part of the.
Chebukati understands the biggest elephant in the room is nothing like MCAs, women reps, so on and so forth, maybe governors, and is a little bit careful. But Chebukati is more careful on the presidential. And if you hear him speak, he's even more worried. He doesn't care who is going to be your senator, but he knows that, the sword that will finish him is the name Raila or Ruto. So he needs to be very careful on how he. So for the people of Azimio, and I say it here, we thank God that Baba has been in the game. And I want to talk to the people in Azimio. And it's not like we are not having a debate, but the people in Azimio, don't worry. Whether they put 100 people, Baba this time, he has been in election for so long. For him to choose the name Azimio, he understood come rain, come sunshine. He will be number one, page one, on top. You are not going to look for that name. By the time you round up and you find the UDA, it will be page 30. So please don't worry.
They are arranged according to the party?
No, alphabetical, not party, alphabetical.
Is it the alphabetical? Is it the party or the name?
Alphabetical party.
Okay.
Yes, so Azimio will be page one, number one, on top, and you need to mark it. So, heko kweku black, kama black hako huko, utakuwa page 30. Black, my friend.
Some jokes should not be done with it behind the curtain. You need to smile when you see you.
I don't know, my camera has failed me today. Let me try again.
Okay. So, Oma, are you satisfied? Because that is the issue that you are.
Yeah. Okay, but I still have some questions with this Chebukati.
Now, ask questions. Ask questions. Alex is here. He's the brother of Chebukati.
On the ease of qualification, why is he insisting on the people who qualification are questionable? Somebody like Sakaja, why is he insisting to clear the guy?
That one we can't know. Look,
Alex, before you answer, someone is saying that be aware, blacks, Agano will come before Azimio. AG and AZ.
Wachana black. Black UDA itakuwa kule nyuma. So don't worry, hata ikue nini. We are still page one, number one. So you see, the issue of Sakaja turned political. It never went to be academic the way we wanted. And I think we failed on our part by allowing it to turn political. Given the fact that previously, and even now that we still have questionable other candidates, it's the case of 2017. After the nullification of the presidential, Maraga, through conventional wisdom, understood vifaranga vya computer vilikuwa vingi sana. If they went ahead to listen to every case, the country could have gone again into chaos. And you must agree with me that I think at some point you have to let go a few things to let peace prevail. So Magara and the team decided they are not going to listen to all these cases because vifaranga vilikuwa vingi ndugu yangu. The issue of education, as you may think, it's not as small. The buck doesn't fall on Sakaja alone. My brother, the rubble is bigger than it appears. It is not an anthill. It is a real mountain. So, hiyo kitu tu iachie hapo. There are other forces that if they come out, the country can even go into a deeper dilemma. And once we allowed it to be political, for the record, Sakaja has a degree printed by University of Nairobi, printed, and that is why he was even alumni at Nairobi University. For the record, you need to know, Sakaja has a degree printed by University of Nairobi, for the record. So why it was taken is because of politics. It turned political. So once we go there, you're going to realize that even your favorite candidates wataleta shida. So wachana tu hiyo kitu, wacha jina ya kijana ikue huko. And as I said, kijana anajua mahali yako na shida, atarudi shule. So hiyo isikusumbue, lakini hatakuwa governor. That one, be rest assured, he won't be allowed to take Nairobi. The reason we have NMS is because of political expediency. Uhuru has had to pay a heavy price for playing politics in Nairobi. And he can't forget, had they allowed Sonko to continue to become the governor until now, Uhuru will not be swimming in this popularity that he has today. So if there is a place that will be guarded by sword and blood of governorship, it is Nairobi. Nairobi governor is not just a governor. He attends every state function. And because he's the governor of Nairobi, remember Kidero at some point had to stop the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Ruto from having their last rally in Nairobi because of his mandate and the power as a governor. So you don't just play with the seat of governors of Nairobi. So that seat will be protected so that it goes to the right mind, because once Nairobi is not right, the rest of Kenya is not right. So if Sakaja wins, I guarantee you that there will be a negotiated democracy in Nairobi. And I'm not here to sponsor rumors, but city and Nairobi governor will not go to Sakaja. So wacha tu jina ikue, and that is a political placebo. If you know placebo, what a placebo is. Just allow the UDA guys to accept that Sakaja was in the ballot box.
The last issue, just talk on the issue of manual register and the digital, because I remember last time when the commissioner were talking, they were insisting to use the digital one. Na wakasema zimeletwa karibu 6, ikiharibika moja watatumia nyingine, and they were insisted that lazima watatumia register hiyo. So just talk something on that issue.
I think, Wekesa, you should put that video of the I hate using this word, of the Somali guy speaking, because there were 2 words he used, electronic, manual, and there's another word, some term he used that was very confusing, which can bring us problems later on if we have to go to Supreme Court. Now, in his explanation, he said, we have 3-tier verification, not like last time. He said, we will go electronic. If it fails, they will try 3 other before they go to manual. Okay? First, second, third, manual. From his explanation in that video,
the primary register to be used is the digital register. This was in 2017. And that in the event of technology failure, meaning the KIMS kit did not work, you turn up at the poll. First of all, for us to allow you to vote, you turn up at the polling station with your identification document that you used to be registered as a voter. And we have 2 documents that we usually use, people use to register as voters. One is the national identity card, and the other is a passport, particularly for those Kenyans that are outside the country. So these are the 2 documents of identification that are used for purposes of registering citizens as voters. So on the polling day, you turn up with either of them, depending on what you use to register. And the first thing that is done is to check the identity of the person against the identity of the person registered and is in our database. How do we do this? When we register you as a voter, we take 10 fingerprints. 5 left, 5 right, 10. And out of that, we only need 1 fingerprint to identify you. But we take 10 to spread the risks. Hapa umeburuzwa, imekulika kidogo, wewe ni mtu wa kulima, jembe imekula kwingine. So we take 10 to spread the risk of not being identified. And so that is why we take 10 fingerprints. In addition to that, during registration, we capture your facial image. We take your photograph. And of course, in addition to that, we also take other details, including, your ID number, if you have any contacts, phone numbers, and all that, all those biographic details. So when you turn up at the polling station, the first thing you will be asked is to identify yourself. You produce the document you used to get registered. And once they are certain you are the one, then they will ask you, put your finger on the KIMS kit. If you are in that register, then your details will pop up. Then all that the clerk does is to check the picture on the screen. Is it the person standing there? And if you are, then you will be allowed to go on and you will be issued with a ballot paper, you will go and vote. So in the event that one finger doesn't work, the other 9 fingers are spares. They are there. Sindio? And mark you, the register, digital register, the manual register that people are complaining about is printed out of the digital register. So it's not coming from the moon. It is this digital register which we used to collect your details that we print and bind in form of a book. So there is no way you will be in the book, the manual register, and you will not be in the digital register. Politicians like playing with psyches of Kenyans, but that is the truth. So when you turn up, and for some reason we can't find you, we have tested all your 10 fingers and none of them is identifying you or is popping, your details are not popping up. What is the second option that was as per the court orders of 2017? It says, if that is the case, probably there is a failure of the kit is not working. If that particular kit, if there is a failure of the kit and the kit itself is not working, we replace the kit. And this time we are saying instead of 3 kits in 2017 per ward, we have doubled it, we have 6 kits. So if there is a total failure, you have come to the polling station, the kit has refused to work, which means your fingerprints cannot be identified. Then what do? Replace the kit. In that kit, we insert an SD card which has the details of the register for that particular polling station. So we simply remove and insert that SD card from that faulty kit and transfer it into a working kit, which is a spare kit that is available. And because the details on that SD card is hashed, it is security protected. Even if you take it and to any computer, you can't read it. I think the IT people will tell you. So that much we protect even the details on that particular SD card. So once we replace the faulty kit and insert the appropriate SD card, the kit will function normally, if that kit is functional. If for some reason it can't function, we have a third kit that can be brought to check. So assuming all this is not working, that is the time when we can revert to a manual register. Okay? So preceding the faultiness of the kits, there was a step that I had skipped. If your 10 fingers are not able to identify you, then we have an option of, and assuming the kit is working normally. But for some reason, you as a voter who turned up, your fingerprints are not readable, then the other option we have is to take the ID number, your ID number, and insert in the kit. And once we insert your ID number in the kit, and if you are a registered voter, your details will pop up. Okay? So we have 2 ways of identifying you. First, your fingers, and that is assuming that kit is functioning. First, fingers. Secondly, use the ID card number to search the kit for that person. And if that person is in that register, then the details will pop up. And all that the clerk will do is to check the register against, the person standing there against the image on the digital register. So there is no way that this particular technology can fail.
Alex, Can someone assure you with 100% confidence that there's no way this technology can fail? Even Titanic failed.
Yeah, and that is where the problem is.
Another thing he has said, which for me, instead of telling us the politicians playing with our mind, he's actually the one playing with our mind. Because the truth is, even when you go to the studio to produce your tape, isn't it? There's always a master tape you are given, isn't it?
Yes.
That doesn't mean that you're going to use the master tape. But master tape is always there in case you want to replicate and get other copies. So when we are asking for manual, we are only asking for security reason, not that we have to use it, but just in case it needs to be used. So he should not be telling us that they are playing with our mind. Even what are 6 in the Kim's kit against the population? Those are just few of them. And there's a way they can fail to function. And if all of them are functioning and our register is there, for us, it's a plus that, okay, we provided the register, yet we did not use the register because all our kit functioned well. That one is a guaranteed security that we don't need to have to play around with. The fact, Alex, the reason why you put a padlock on your door is not that because you live places where there are so many thieves. Sometimes even you can leave that door and go and get your things are intact. But the issue is you always want to be sure that even when I'm away, at least there is a minimum security I've put on my door. I have seen Martin and Omar raising hands. Martin, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How's Washington?
Washington, TC, Machakos, tuko sawa.
Good to see you, brother, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. But I know you'll bring me in. I think I was just going to say, once you bring me in on my time, I just raised my hand right now to ask you a question and to back you up on what you were saying. Najua utanileta yangu, itakuwa fupi ukinileta, but for now, let me just add on to what you say. And I wanted to ask you, just for me to add on what you were saying. Wekesa, seriously, 7 kits and different USB, USB that they're going to bring in. Have you ever been, I have been in a polling line. How many people are there? Unataka kuniambia ukweli? Seriously. People wait for 7.
I think I changed my polling station, but the last time I polled at Aviation, he constituted the Babowino. The line ilikuwa nakaa kwa line almost 5 hours. Yani umesimama hapa na uone mahali unaingia. And they were almost were they 11 or 12 lines. Zote zimeenda hivi. So a lot of people. So it depends on what he's called. There are places where you call the station has only 900 people, 600. There are places there
So
are
unataka
thousands.
kuniambia Wekesa nikiwa mbele yako, fingerprints zangu hazionekani, tutenda tuchukue kits zingine tulete na wewe unaningoja nyuma na unajua fingerprints zako zinazoonekana na uko karibu kwenda kazi na utatolewa hapo haraka na polisi, my friend. So that's why
That's why
electoral
some
rules.
people give up even to vote because the line is not moving and the guy is busy with other things.
Yeah. So that's why wanasemanga work with kama uko na digital na hii manual hapa zinaingiana. Kama uonekani hapo unaonekana hapa haraka tumemaliza. Hiyo crowd iko nyuma yako itakuua, by the way, kama uko hapo hivyo mwakalisha hapo for 2 hours juu anaenda kutafuta hata huyo ABC mwenyewe atakutoa hapo. But anyway, that's all I wanted. Ndio maana nimeinua mkono. That was all. I'm gonna wait for you to give me my submission time, lakini hata itakuwa mingi. I gotta go somewhere, but nilikuwa tu nataka kusema hiyo. before you give me
Sawa.
my time.
Sasa, Oma, and then Kuseo, you are so, you can't be seen. I only see your imaginary hair. Uko chini sana. You have decided to hide yourself. Okay, Uma, proceed.
Okay, Alex, as you proceed. Okay, Alex, as you proceed, I believe the SD kit is connected with IT. And here, last election on 2017, there's something that this guy called Chiriche did to Chebukati. Now we have Chirichiri and we have Joroge. Just talk something on the two guys also.
Yeah, Chirchir. I don't think we should be worried about Chirchir anymore. The truth is, Chebukati has learned his lessons. Chiloba has learned his lesson. For the record, Chiloba used to be my friend. We went to church together. Chiloba, we sang together in church. At some point, I looked at his eyes and I asked him, "You are a very young boy. Less than 40, you are not able to find another job until you retire because you have messed up." Somehow he was given a golden opportunity to redeem himself. Chebukati has an opportunity to redeem himself. So from where I sit, and that's a personal opinion, and because the other things I could say is rumors, I think it has gotten to a point whereby they truly know that the lives and the livelihood of 50 million Kenyans depends on good leadership, credible, verifiable. They know that if they mess up with this election, they will be forced again to go back to 2017 and open up the servers. And they don't want to do that. From where I sit, I think Chebukati is willing to do the right thing. And therefore, the mistakes of 2017, yakina Chirchir and Njoroge na hao wengine, it's being rectified. How much, we don't know. However, we still cannot have the confidence that everything was done right. And that is why this narrative has been peddled on us. Ndio mtachukua presidency, lakini Ruto atachukua hivi viti zingine. So I think now what we need to do, we should focus more. Wasiibe hizi viti ingine. Kwa sababu I think that is where they are more focused than on the presidential, because they do understand the presidential is really being guarded. Chirchir understand what they did. The law of Machiavelli says when you take power, you don't kill your enemy. The person that helped you take power is the one you kill and befriend your enemy. What Uhuru failed to do was to make sure that the Chirchir and the rest and the Itumbi go immediately. What Raila failed to do in the Pentagon, but NASA, he was a little bit careful, and I think he did it. So I think like the old Israels, they were told to go and kill the Palestine, and they did not kill them and their women and their children. They left the children, the women, the beautiful women, and their cattle. And God told them that they are going to be a thorn on their flesh forever. So after the 2017 election, the Chirchirs and the Itumbis are going to be a thorn on our flesh forever because they knew what happened. So we cannot eradicate everything, my friend. We can only do the best. After all, let me tell you one thing. Elections in Africa are not counted. They are announced. I know people will hit me on the comment. I hope Chebukati will announce the right person. Thank you. So kuseo maneno ya IBC iko hapa, naona umekuja unapenda numbers.
Alex, let me ask you, are you on under in the curtain by design because of the way you are talking?
It's Friday kuseo. Sasa hii hakuna shida.
But Alex, I don't agree with you on one thing. You see, our friends, the two speakers who have talked.
Can you guys hear Kuseo very well? It looks like I can't hear him. Is it me or everybody? Mato, can you hear Kuseo very well?
Can you hear me, Mato?
He's loud and clear.
Okay, probably it's me then.
Just plug and unplug. I think unplug and plug. They should be.
Oh, okay. Now I hear you. Now I hear. Thank you very much.
What I was saying that you know whatever we say here regarding the IBC and these kids, they are directly related to what happened in 2017. And one thing which we should not take for granted. You see, Wekesa, I've talked to Wekesa more than once, but he keeps saying that technology fails. Technology fails. Now, the people who are who have gone and even checked these things after the failures, the purported failures in 2017, it's just that people are no longer interested on the findings. But the truth is, Alex, I'm sure you are aware, nothing failed. And you see that commissioner who is trying to explain things in details there, he's trying to get the confidence which they lost by failing these things by design. And the other thing I want to say is that you see this manual register, as all of us have said, the required support for the electronic or the digital system is a complementary system or register, as complementary option to complement the digital or the electronic system in the event of failure. You know that is where the people.
I have heard you mention my name. Why were you shouting my name? Tell me.
I thought you had taken off.
No, I was just taking some warm water.
You don't talk like you've taken. You don't talk like you've taken water.
Warm colored water.
Anyway, I know you. I know the white water.
The warm colored, daddified, and sweetened water.
I know.
So you are saying that technology does not fail. But
no. I didn't say that. I'm saying in 2017. In 2017,
it can be meant to fail.
Precisely. Actually, that is what I was saying. I was just saying that in 2017, whatever happened was made to happen. And that is why you see this commissioner is talking a lot on confidence.
Like BBI was built to fail so that we don't have those seats for now.
That one you may need to explain further to us. There is something which we don't. Anyway, so now
remember there is brown water already. So.
Oh yeah, no, he said colored, colored water. So Alex, you see.
This you tell them it's juice.
Mato, don't worry. Don't teach a grown up how to lie. Don't teach a grown up. Alex, let me tell you where the worry is. Alex, you indicated that right now, Chebukati is really at whatever to redeem himself. And even Chirchir, the next Chirchir would never come by again. But Alex, you see, let me tell you. Come again?
What is wrong with the keep? You mean Mevgeni Madagarua amekuja?
Anatafuta Madagarua kwa back screen.
Oh God, that's a coincidence. My background looks like that. Let me change that.
My goodness, how did he do that?
Keep you are too much in love.
Jose, you were not here the day he gave me that back screen. I tried to do it, lakini mine did not work well.
Anyway,
Jose,
Alex,
continue. There's
let me
something very
continue-
important
let me
you are
continue.
saying.
Yeah, you see, the biggest worry, if Wangera was here, we tried to bring that up the other day. The biggest worry here is actually the cheers, Alex. The cheers, and you remember at one point, Paul Mwangi, was it Paul Mwangi or one of the Azimio fellows, did ask that when you try to identify me and my fingerprints, or for whatever reason, you are switching the Kim's kit, isn't it? And then what did he say? He said that they'll insert an SD card, isn't it? Now, our biggest worry is that what is in those SD cards is only known to IBC. The agents which are supervising and witnessing the elections have no idea.
Sorry, Kose, you're going too far. You're going too far. Let me just explain something very quickly, yeah? You're only as good as the technology that you provided. So what he's trying to explain is the fact that there's encryption software that has been provided to the Kim's kit that has been given to the IEBC. Yes, if we trusted the institution, that would be possible. But how far or how do we know that that is true? Because nobody in AZIMIO, nobody
maybe
in
just
UDA,
wait, I finish what I'm saying.
Wait. Nobody in AZIMIO, nobody in UDA, or nobody in any other party has seen that this encryption software is actually true. And the second thing on top of that is the part that whatever the company it was, it's a very international company.
The other one was
Nobody has verified. No, wait.
I think
Nobody
it
has
was
verified.
Mofo. Then the other one is Smart. What?
It doesn't matter. We haven't verified this as people in AZIMIO, UDA, or anybody else that KEMSA, the audit that KEMSA did is actually accurate, and we can prove that this thing is actually encrypted. So that is the problem for me. My problem is the fact that they say, you see, what they're trying to explain to us is the efficiency. I'm gonna explain mambo ya fingerprint. I'm explain mambo yote. It sounds very nice and romantic to me. It sounds nice to me. My problem is the fact that we do not trust the IEBC. They've botched the election for a whole decade. So the way they're explaining it to me, the way they've brought the ballot papers, we've seen the same problem in 2017, is it has not been done perfect yet. For them to explain to us in a romantic way. For me, I'm just saying, yeah, supplementary to me in my head, as Makiadi explained yesterday, is the fact that we're having protein as my daily diet from poultry, beef, any dengue or even or any other thing. But the supplementary diet is this powder that I received for me as a bodybuilder to get supplementary protein from a powder that will make me get bulk. So supplementary for AZIMIO is we don't trust you. We want to have gains. You give us our supplementary manual stuff that our agents can look into so that when we go to court, we can say, you said 200 people had voted here and 500 people, 200 people had voted, but we're seeing 500 here. So supplementary for us is not about backup. That's a wrong word everybody's using here. We're not talking about backup at all. There's nothing about backup here. Supplementary is for us. If you botch the elections, we are going to have something to show you physically that you botched the elections. So mimi hii mambo ya efficiency, I do not want to hear from this person about fingerprints, sijui nini. ametuexplainia mambo ya technology. We're not silly. We know that technology is efficient, but when you talk about the Donald Chirchir, the Itumbi people are out there to kind of fudge the technology that is efficient for us, is where we get scared. It's not about technology failing or technology being inefficient. It's that we do not trust the IBC. That's the point. That's why Raila and everybody else is going for manual. It's not that they are being old school. It's something we can see as a people.
You see, Cape, eh? The version, the so-called manual version, which this Anaitwa Gue, the commissioner, was talking about, is the one which was described by the courts earlier on, and according to them, it is only coming into being to use upon the failure of the so-called digital or the electronic system.
Again,
now,
you're going
just
to
listen.
failure. You're going to failure again.
Just
Stop
listen.
using failure. We do not. We as AZIMIO want to talk about failure. We're talking about evidence, where we can track down our votes and our register.
Do what
Don't
Themba
talk
says.
about backup.
Do what Themba says. Listen. You see, what I'm saying is this. They are trying to say, what does the law expect us to do? And I'm saying it is not enough. It's not enough. You see, right now, as we speak, they have said there will be a physical register. There will be. So those demanding for a manual register, there will be one. But what I'm trying to say, it is not enough. And that's why I was telling Alex that do not say that this time Chebukati want to redeem himself, that Churchill want to redeem himself. Because this thing, they have been in it for long. It is not now that they are trying to co-opt Chebukati into doing certain things in a certain way. These people have been in the game for long, and they are trying to do that. So they are trying to force us to be satisfied with the presence of a physical register. And you remember, in the 2017, the stations where they used
Jose, you're being confused. They are resisting physical register.
They are not resisting. Keep sure. They are saying it will be there. Nobody has resisted, unless you are behind news. They are not resisting. They are saying you will have a physical register.
I think Uze, you need to know that the right position. Initially, they said it's not necessary until Baba pushed, and they said they will provide.
Precisely.
So that is one of the success, and that's why we told AZIMIO, don't say that Baba should not make noise. He knows that some processes, unless you make noise, they cannot be put in place. Some people like shortcuts.
Nani, what I'm saying is this. They are saying that they will have the manual register and the physical register, the way
you know, Kuseo, if you like quoting and referring to Themba, why don't you wait when he comes so that you can be able to debate with him? Because yesterday you told me that twice. Today you are telling Kip like that. You see, there's some
Kip
names.
has not listened to me, Alex. Kip has
No,
not listened
I mean,
to
you
me.
are taking 20 minutes to explain something you are not able to explain. You know, you have been here the last 1 week trying to explain the same thing. We've been patiently trying to understand you. But what you are doing is being an alarmist. You are not helping AZIMIO in any way. In any election, we must give confidence in any, you need to listen now. In any election, we can't be just, we are overzealous and not being able to give credit and confidence to an institution, again, that we are expecting to bring credible. And if we must criticize it, it should not be emotional. It should be factual. So put your facts together and let them flow, because for me, your flow of information is not coming forth from yesterday, the day before yesterday, even when we were talking up with Wangira, we listened to you, and we are trying to understand so that we can respond to you. We don't know how to respond to you. You've been talking here for like 10 minutes.
I thought Kip came and took over. You have not remembered.
Okay, now let's give you time so that you can tell us.
Just one more time. You see,
Thank you.
before I came in, Wekesa played a clip there. And that in that clip, the commissioner said there will be a physical manual register. Now Cape comes and says that they are resisting. You see the contradiction. They are not resisting. They have owned up to say there will be. What he was trying to explain, at what point do they use it? That there will be a register is not in any doubt. There will be a register there, a physical register. Now, are we all in agreement to that?
No.
Who doubts that there will be? Okay, then explain why you think there will be no register.
You see, there will be no register because the video we've watched, he was trying to explain the advantages of having a digital register only. So they are yet to publicly confirm that they're going to have a physical register. And that is why 2 days ago, it started with Junet, now it's come to Raila, demanding for a physical register. Now, what you're trying to tell us is there's been a public announcement by IEBC that there will be a physical register. I do not have any news article saying that there will be one. And that's what Alex is trying to tell you. But you're insisting there will be one. Give me an article that says that.
I think the best you do, Wekesa, play that clip. The commissioner said there will be a register. In fact, what he was trying to explain is at what point will they use it? After which failures? After 3 failures. You remember, he said there will be a manual register. And even Chebukati has said as much. I think we should all be in agreement. IBC have said in more than once that there will be a physical register.
Kuso, did you hear him say that every information that is in the manual register is already in the physical register? Then he questions, what's the need of even having it? Did you hear him say that?
I heard him say that.
So did you realize his semantics? Did you realize the message he was passing to us?
He also went ahead and he said that politicians like playing around with their minds.
And yet he was doing the same to us. You know, Wekesa, to help it, because now we are...
why don't you play it again then?
Yes, that is what I wanted to say. Yeah,
I'm playing it and I'm leaving you guys with Demba and keep wako hapo. Mimi kesho niko na half day work. Oh, no, not kesho, today actually. I need to sleep 2 hours.
Continue the good work, my friend. Wekesa, hapo
more
DC,
than one clip.
Washington DC, fanya hiyo kazi. Acha tupigana na
wewe kesa kabla uniache, unajua mimi sijasema chochote. I just commented on something.
That the primary register to be used is the digital register. This was in 2017. And that in the event of technology failure, meaning the KIMS kit did not work, you turn up at the poll. First of all, for us to allow you to vote, you turn up at the polling station with your identification document that you used to be registered as a voter. And we have 2 documents that we usually use, people use to register as voters. One is the national identity card, and the other is a passport, particularly for those Kenyans that are outside the country. So these are the 2 documents of identification that are used for purposes of registering citizens as voters. So on the polling day, you turn up with either of them, depending on what you use to register. And the first thing that is done is to check the identity of the person against the identity of the person registered and is in our database. How do we do this? When we register you as a voter, we take 10 fingerprints. 5 left, 5 right, 10. And out of that, we only need 1 fingerprint to identify you. But we take 10 to spread the risks. hapa umekuruzwa, imekulika kidogo, wewe ni mtu wa kulima, jembe imekula kwingine. So we take 10 to spread the risk of not being identified. And so that is why we take 10 fingerprints. In addition to that, during registration, we capture your facial image. We take your photograph. And of course, in addition to that, we also take other details, including, your ID number, if you have any contacts, phone numbers, and all that, all those biographic details. So when you turn up at the polling station, the first thing you will be asked is to identify yourself. You produce the document you used to get registered. And once they are certain you are the one, then they will ask you, put your finger on the KIMS kit. If you are in that register, then your details will pop up. Then all that the clerk does is to check the picture on the screen. Is it the person standing there? And if you are, then you will be allowed to go on and you will be issued with a ballot paper, you will go and vote. So in the event that one finger doesn't work, the other 9 fingers are spares. They are there. Sindio? And mark you, the register, digital register, the manual register that people are complaining about is printed out of the digital register. So it's not coming from the moon. It is this digital register which we use to collect your details that we print and bind in form of a book. So there is no way you will be in the book, the manual register, and you will not be in the digital register. Politicians like playing with psyches of Kenyans, but that is the truth. So when you turn up, and for some reason we can't find you, we have tested all your 10 fingers and none of them is identifying you or is popping you, your details are not popping up. What is the second option that was as per the court orders of 2017? It says, if that is the case, probably there is a failure of the kit is not working. If that particular kit, if there is a failure of the kit and the kit itself is not working, we replace the kit. And this time we are saying instead of 3 kits in 2017 per ward, we have doubled it, we have 6 kits. So if there is a total failure, you have come to the polling station, the kit has refused to work, which means your fingerprints cannot be identified. Then what do? Replace the kit. In that kit, we insert an SD card which has the details of the register for that particular polling station. So we simply remove and insert that SD card from that faulty kit and transfer it into a working kit, which is a spare kit that is available. And because the details on that SD card is hashed, it is security protected. Even if you take it and to any computer, you can't read it. I think the IT people will tell you. So that much we protect even the details on that particular SD card. So once we replace the faulty kit and insert the appropriate SD card, the kit will function normally, if that kit is functional. If for some reason it can't function, we have a third kit that can be brought to check. So assuming all this is not working, that is the time when we can revert to a manual register. Okay? So preceding the faultiness of the kits, there was a step that I had skipped. If your 10 fingers are not able to identify you, then we have an option of, and assuming the kit is working normally. But for some reason, you as a voter who turned up, your fingerprints are not readable, then the other option we have is to take the ID number, your ID number, and insert in the kit. And once we insert your ID number in the kit, and if you are a registered voter, your details will pop up. Okay? So we have 2 ways of identifying you. First, your fingers, and that is assuming that kit is functioning. First, fingers. Secondly, use the ID card number to search the kit for that person. And if that person is in that register, then the details will pop up. And all that the clerk will do is to check the register against, the person standing there against the image on the digital register. So there is no way that this particular technology can fail.
Right. Sorry. First of all, he keeps referring.
Keep before you respond. I think. Huyu jamaa mwenye nani Martin huko. So I think Temba, you will start with Martin after Kuseo has finished, then Kip, then you and Bob. You can repeat for Selena. I think that is where I'm leaving you guys. I'm very sleepy.
But I would like to kindly.
You go sleep. We'll see you tomorrow. God bless you. Kusema.
Vile nilipotea ukamea ndefu.
Wewe wacha zako. Wewe nenda la. Kusema.
You see that that there will be a manual register is not in doubt. What the long speech that the commission has given was just trying to tell you that you guys have faith in the digital register. That is all he was trying to do. He was trying to convince those who are doubting the digital system not to doubt, but that they will have a manual register is not in doubt. He was trying to tell you that for them to even get to the manual register, which they will have, there will be so many other things which will be proved not to be working. So, Keep, what I want to say is that for us to doubt that there will be a manual register is not correct. The manual register will be there. He was just trying to say that it is the last resort when there have been 3 or so other failures in an attempt to identify you. That is what he was saying. But now, what I wanted to bring in before Alex left is that we do not just want the manual register to be used as a last resort. Why? Because of the things that happened in 2017. So many things happened in the so-called digital register or electronic system, which if you don't have, you remember our agents have no way, they don't have the same access to that so-called digital register to be able to even tell if anything is going wrong. They are not able to supervise it. It is being supervised by the same IBC, who we are seriously doubting. We have a lot of doubts. If they could collude with the Churchills and do what they did, Chebukati himself was the one in charge. He surrendered his password to these people who are non-users on the system. You can imagine. Now, if that is allowed to happen, we have no guarantee from Chebukati himself that such a thing would not happen. And given that the people who did it are now on the opposite side, what will stop them? We do not know to what extent they will go. We cannot just have faith in the event that they still go wayward. And as I said yesterday, in Kenya, it's unfortunate that money can buy anything. I remember Alex said that that Chebukati must be trying to redeem himself. I hope so. What if not? And remember, Churchill is still now is on the other side and is still doing the same function he did in 2017. You do not know. We know that the IBC has been quite very lenient and inclining towards them. So we don't want to take chances. What should happen, according to me? Have the manual register, have the digital register, so that you use the manual register. If you remember what we explained with Wangera yesterday, use the manual register to check people on the exit side, to make sure that the number of people who have been recorded in this, the ones they say have been archived from the digital register, are also exited this side. So if 500 people in a polling station have been archived on the digital system, as they come out this side, we want to archive them by manually checking how many people have voted. By the time we close the polling station, what we want is that the people who came in to vote are the people who exited, and that exit is reflected in the manual register. So the manual register should not just be kept in the event that the digital fails. No, we want it to corroborate what is happening on the digital register. That way, as somebody said, by the end of the voting, when the boxes are being sealed, the marked and crossed register manual, which the agents can even photocopy, they can picture and what have you, can be used for evidence. In the event later on there is an election dispute, what will happen? You realize that the digital system is only with IEBC. They are the ones who know what happened in there. They are the ones who control. They will not give the content of that register to the petitioners. You see the weak point there. So if you want to prove your case in court, they are the ones who have everything. No wonder they couldn't open the server. So you see you are at a disadvantage. So we want to use that manual register to cross-check and to verify and to corroborate what is happening in the digital system on the other side. So in other words, they should not be kept there in the event the digital fails. No, they should be kept there and used to exit people when they have used ink on their fingers and the whole thing is concluded. So by the end of it, if there is any stuffing of ballots, you want the people who came in there and the number of ballot papers used balanced. Each box, the MCA box should have assuming 500 people voted, MCA box should have 500 ballot papers. So is MP, senator, governor, and president. That way, before the counting of the vote starts, you reconcile the beginning and end of the election and the starting position. If there are any mix-ups, you know something went wrong. So if they start transmitting other things, which are reflecting on a screen on the other side, at least you'll have something physical. Each party participating stakeholders can have something they can use to re-verify what happened, because they have no control of what happens in the digital system or in the servers. That is my take on that.
There's a question from Bob Papa.
Yeah, thanks Ndemba. Habari zenu nyote, Geoffrey, Sally, Husea, and Ndemba mwenyewe. Now, Husea, you know, I listened to that video of that gentleman, Goulet. Is it called Goulet? Yeah. And he said something which I asked you about 2-3 weeks ago. Yeah. And he talks of the SD card. They will replace with an SD card.
Yeah.
That contains the register of the polling station. Did you hear that?
Correct.
Of the polling station.
Yeah.
Now, the last time I asked you, if you replace, take for instance, you have a polling station that has 7 streams or even 5. And each of those streams have got a kit that has got an SD card which has a register of that polling station. True or false?
Yes.
But now, take a scenario where that somebody has voted in stream A.
Yeah.
Then you archive the record.
Yeah.
If the other streams still have the same SD card that has a register of the polling station, and considering that these kits are not interlinked,
yeah,
then there is no way you can guarantee that the record has not been archived in other streams. Are we in agreement?
Yes, we are in agreement.
Now, that is why I was saying the idea of telling us that you have archived a certain record is not good enough, because if it will only take the collusion of the IEBC officials for somebody to go to another stream and be given a ballot, they can pretend that they have verified your details.
I agree with you, but you don't, for that to happen, you don't even need to go to another Nini. They'll just use the same SD card they have replaced there. That is why I was saying that we cannot trust IEBC. And the reason why I was saying that those who are saying that let's use the manual register as to against failure of the other one are not doing enough. IEBC are the custodian of all these things. The monkey business they choose to do there can only be as good as they decide to cooperate. If they decide to bankroll the election, imagine they'll do it exactly the way you are saying. Exactly the way you are saying.
And what I wanted, for me, where I think either the parties themselves or the candidates themselves are not being keen, is that every kit that is being used in a particular stream in a polling station should have a register for that stream only. Because if you give all streams data for the whole polling station, then it is bound to be manipulated.
You see, Nani, Bob, I agree with you. What you are missing is that we are just at the mercy of IEBC. What you are saying, all those things are possible. And they are the loopholes, and that is why we are saying, don't just use the manual register for the event of failure. Let's use the manual register, because that is what our agents who are supervising can rely on. If the IEBC decides to do what you are saying, it will all be in the system. None of the agents would ever see about it. If they decide to collude to support the opponent cabinet, the opposing candidate, you can see they have so many ways they can do it. That is how the cheers will be able to infiltrate the system and do whatever they are doing there. Your agents will think the elections all went well, but you are not aware of what they did. That is why you see right now, I don't know whether you realize, the commissioner is trying to say that don't worry, you love the manual register. But if it is just used against failure of the digital register, it will not serve that purpose. It will not serve. In other words, they'll still be having all manner of loopholes to do their monkey business without anybody detecting. Right now, remember, if these elections go bad, it will be with the IEBC themselves. And they can only do it through the digital system. You see, it goes too much, almost 3/4 of the time, to convince us, trust the digital system. Trust the digital system. He explains three options before he ends up that if all this fail is when we'll go to the manual register. So in other words, we are not protected as far as misusing the digital system is concerned. First of all, by the way, when he says that he uses a different SD card, who verifies that SD card is actually for the people there? They can decide to have somebody crossing these things or archiving them, and when they're archived, they are taken as having voted. The agents are not able, do not have capacity to see that. I remember they had said that they are going to have another session with the stakeholders. My hope is that the stakeholders would insist that let the manual register be used to exit people when they are voted. We don't want a situation where you are told the digital system did not fail, so we didn't use it. You get that way, you will not have any fallback for any monkey business they have done in the digital register. I don't know whether you see my point.
Okay, let's allow Godfrey to give his views. Papa, do you give any of views?
No. Papa is after you. Once he's following after you, they think then it's Papa.
Oh, he came after me.
I just came in.
Yeah. Let me allow Papa to talk first, and then Godfrey, if he came after me. Papa, you ready?
I mean, in fact, I don't have much. It's because IBC has corroded my head too much. I want to archive the news that has been coming from IBC. Archive it totally so that I can be fresh. But meanwhile, It was good
Have you
seeing
checked the
Uhuru trying
scrolling
to.
message down there?
Papa,
Yeah,
today,
it was good seeing.
today black is in a green top. Usimuone ako na nguo zingine.
Nani Pemba?
We go for my trademark black jumper.
Pemba, nyumba
Na ninaona
has not
umeenda
come.
kinyozi.
Pemba.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Nyumba has not come.
it
Check
was a
number.
nice.
Just a minute, Bob. I wanted to alert Pemba that Nyumba has not come. Ama is waiting for Nyumba to correct this president's thing here at the scrolling down there.
Temba only came for one question to
the first
Papa.
topic.
The first topic, what is it saying? I haven't.
The spelling.
The spelling of what?
For
the fight for presidents.
Nyumba will swallow us alive.
Okay. Yeah, I get you.
Temba, I only came here.
Yeah. You'll ask your question. Just hold on. Today, I know you have been hit a lot more, and just relax. Wait, Papa, to give his submission, and then Godfrey, then we can have you ask your questions. Hata wewe tupatie tusaidie kuwarm hii bench kidogo. Yes, Papa.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the president and the meeting of his clergy at the State House. You know, the president has tried to explain himself to at least try to justify why he was very reluctant to go for the second round of the elections. And it tells you that he is not as greedy as Black and his henchmen have been trying to portray him, that he wants to rule through the back door. And I don't know what narrative they will now peddle, because he has spoken his heart. But I'm sure tomorrow they will concoct something as we know them and try to run away with it. But he did something very nice, and for me, that must have infiltrated Black's candidate that has made him bitter for 4 years. Something that shouldn't have. It was not necessary. So at least we are clear on that, and I'm glad about that. Now, AZIMIO is doing everything right in terms of their campaigns. They're widespread, and UDA is now on panic mode. Every time they have to keep on our tails. So it tells you that we are doing everything right, and I'm not questioning anything in terms of the campaigns. I think we're on the right track. We should not spread fear the way Hussein tries to bring us rope us in with the IEBC fears. We should be focused and rest. Let AZIMIO top leadership deal with the IEBC. For us is to vote and mobilize the vote. Anything else is a sideshow for me right now. I'll leave it at that, and keep watch on Kuse, because we are yet to go through the bumpy ride.
Okay, Selina, had you given your submission?
Let me listen to what people are saying. You know, with these 31 days, 30 days, it is difficult to. I think what we need to concentrate is the polling station. We need Papa to have agents in all polling stations. 34 Form A is the very important thing we need to have now. Nothing else. That's the only thing I hope AZIMIO or Black, I see Black here. I hope they are ready to have agents in every polling station. With all this we are talking, I don't think we can get anything about from that, because remember, the other time we had 34A, we had 35 and 36. And the polling station, there were no rigging. People fought wisely and go home. And now, because Chepukate, I'm saying this with a lot of information. I'm saying this with a lot of information, that if we need to succeed, every party should have their agents. And again, this register is giving us a lot of worries and questions. They will put the list of the names in the polling station outside. If our people are 500 or 700, that is what we will get there. So for me and for my AZIMIO, let's make sure, I hear you say 10,000 polling stations. Let us have agents, and us, let everybody do his part to make sure that the agents have food, water, timber. That's the only thing, nothing else. Chepukate is worried man, and thanks to Chunel Mohammed, the leakage that it came out, people are not sleeping. Like, how did they know we did this and did and did? So I hear everybody, and with Mata Karua, everybody is saying, Mata said there is no IPC to be taken to court. It is either Temba or Selina or Baba, not even two people. So everybody is packing away. Like, if you want to do it, it is at your own risk. So let's make our way and wait for what they are saying. I'm really telling you, I told you yesterday, because our community, we have a lot of returning officers, yes, and they were employed in 2012. And now with that information, people are calling their families, asking whether they resign, or people are telling even the children, if I don't come back home, they are trying to tell people how they should take care of their families. But the message is, do your job as a returning officer. Let everybody see what you are doing. So that is the message. I'm saying this because a lot of people have accused, and this is the message we get, that nobody want to be closer there. And it is real, Temba, real. And I think Baba, even yesterday, as from now, they know things are, thanks to NSIS or whoever leaked the information. Until Chepukati Aia say, oh, mi natoka Pukusu, mi ni Pukusu tu kama Watangula, na tunatoka the same village hapo tu, sisi ni jirani. Ukisikia mwanaume ameongea hiyo, si mchezo. So sisi, kwa hii siku imepaki, wacha tuambie watu yetu sasa. Kitu ya muhimu ni agents, kitu ya muhimu ni form 34A, kitu ya muhimu ni vile Chepukati alituambia tupige mapicha, tuone hizo makura imeisapika ngapi. Kama ni 500, tupatie watu yetu smartphones. Tu kwacha kusmile, watu wanaara moto, mambo ni moto. People are worried. Naona moto yangu inaisha. Otherwise, hiyo tu ndio message tunataka kuambia watu. MCAs, everybody wakuwe na agent na wachunge kura ya baba. That is it for me. Hiyo tu.
Thank you, Selina. Godfrey.
Okay, Tempa, I was here before. I think I came in a worried man. I decided to request Wekesa and Bernard to talk about this issue of gazettement. But I think I can thank Alex because amenipatia hope, encourage. I don't know nini happen akatoka haraka, but nilikuwa nataka at least angerudi tuendelee kudiscuss because amenipatia hope. At least I feel like there's something happening. Maybe nilikuwa ignorant, nilikuwa sijui nini inaendelea chini, but right now I think I have hope. Although some questions
Temba, one minute for that. They say IPC, they have a right in the constitution or in their, they can, it is okay, they are in what we call, they are in the framework. Awako inje, awako ndani, it is allowed. Wanaweza cassette in the right day ama sasa vile iko. So kwa commission haina shida, we ask that too. Na wanasema ni sawa. So even if anybody want to go to court, IPC hawana makosa. Kwa sababu siku ile ya kwanza ni vile walitangazwa and then now ni kuprint machina. So ngawa wamechelewa, but they are still wako ndani, they are still in the prem line.
Kwa hivyo Godfrey umemaliza?
Okay, ndio nilikuwa nasema I think Alex angerudi back because I think kuna vitu alikuwa still.
Haya, hayuko hapa sasa. Wewe ongea kwa sasa. He is not here now. So can you speak? If you have nothing to say, we move on.
Okay, I think what I cannot say is that right now kulingana na vile Rais ameongea, I think is a moment whereby we need to go for a person that Kenya can trust. Si mtu ambaye amejaa na uongo kama Mr. Ruto. Ruto ametudanganya for a very long time. Na hapa mwenyewe president ameongea leo akasema kuwa hata ukimwangalia unapata this guy hakuwa na haja na hiyo presidency. He's the guy ambaye aliona kitu ambacho kimefanyika and he was ready to let go, but akaforsiwa. So what I can say is that this time now, let's go for person that we Kenyan can trust. The person that has history. The person that can bring change in our nation, because everything imekuwa ni issue too. Everything imekuwa ni issue. So I'll not talk much. Nitachia tu hapo.
Okay, thank you. Black.
Halo, amjambo wote kwenye panel na wale wote pale mlipo. I hope you're all doing fine. Kama kawaida nawapenda sana nyote na kazi ni kazi. Freedom is coming. Now, Bwana Bob Azimio, I wanted to ask, because I came to ask just this one question, because you said something that, okay, made sense. For once, I agree with you. But now, in regards to manual, zote zimeharibika, kids zote zimeharibika. Now they have decided to go on manual. What makes the manual option not have the same problem as you have given us a good elaboration as to how rigging would occur? The fact that is how would one know that the other stream has already achieved a particular name? Now, in regards to manual streams, there are like 3 streams. What may line up? Systems may fail. They are now working on that. They're working on the manual. How will one stream know that one has been cancelled out on the other one? Kumbuka, voting inaendelea.
Black, the manual register.
Ngoja kidogo Bob. What is the role of the KIMS kit?
We have said that they have failed.
No,
that's what Bob was saying.
What is the role?
Temba. We have said tunajua role the KIMS kit.
What is the role?
Blah blah blah. Identify blah blah. Now it has failed. No electronic system is working there.
Wait. when the KIMS kit fails, what
Yes.
part of the voting process is affected?
Tumesema identification haiwezi fanyika, si ndio?
Good. And
Biometrics
what is
haziwezi
the
kuangaliwa.
role of the complementary manual?
Ndio nimesema aje?
Ni voter
Identification imefail. Fingerprints imekataa. ID number imekataa. Because as per them, they said that manual will be the last option, right? As per AZIMIO, as per Bob, the other options have failed. Now we are in the last resort of, the other options, they have not failed. But since in our offline, how can the other stream know that hii nyingine imekuwa archived? That's what he said. Unless I got him wrong.
Okay, so Bob Papa, wait. Bob Papa.
Najaribu kumunderstand.
Acha ongea alafu ndio.
Yeah, Black, what I was saying is this. Take for instance, we have 3 or 5 streams. And
yes.
According to Gulay, he talks about an SD card which has got a register for the polling station. Now, these kits work independently, as in they are not interconnected at all.
Yes, they are offline. Yes.
What will stop a voter from voting in stream A and colluding with an IEBC official to go and vote again in stream maybe 5? Because his record has been archived here in one kit. He goes to the other kit and still is able to be identified because the voter's role is for the polling station and not the stream. But you see, when it comes to the manual register, each stream is given a register of those particular people that are voting in that stream. It is not for the whole polling station, because that is what happened even in 2017. When you go to vote, you are told that you belong to stream A, so go to stream A. Then when you go there, the register, the manual register that is there is
Bob, why are you saying that? See, there's an indelible ink that someone puts in his finger once they are voted.
That's where I was coming.
That is,
I mean,
no, just wait a minute. Black, let me tell you something. That indelible ink, it only takes me 1 or 2 hours and I'll remove it. So that is not a mark that can. No.
Papa, you're thinking too far. I think
that is you know, you guys are assuming.
Okay, hold on. Let me allow Nyumba to say something, then I come back to you. Nyumba.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Themba. I greet you, gentlemen of the panel. Bob, why have you gone? Bob is right.
Come back.
Running away.
Bob, come back.
You're right. Bob, you're right. Removing that indelible ink is not an impossible thing, and they do it. Thank you.
Nyumba, you can't just say that. I mean, Nyumba. I mean, surely, Nyumba, you have woken up to say that. I don't expect an architect with your level of what do you call it? Prestige.
I will withdraw. Stop there, Bwana. Just stop there.
Thank you. Nyumba is a senior architect in town. I mean, you can't wake up in the morning to support Bob on such an anomaly. Now, Black, what are you saying? Wait, sir.
Now, Bob, with the same mechanism or planning that a particular stream is where you belong, just as they say, for each KIMS kit, there's a copy of the register that is printed. So equally, if you belong to stream A, a copy of your name will be in that stream A only. That is how I understood it. In my view, I mean, why is it that you're trying to make it seem different when it comes to manual, backup or other manual copy of the Kim's kit as to the name appearing in all streams and not the same applying. I mean, come on. Similarly,
Black.
someone can end up to vote stream A. Again, I repeat, Papa Bob Azimio. As per that Kim's kit of stream A, your name appears there only and not in stream B. Equally, the copy of that manual register there, that is where you will only appear. You will not appear in stream B.
Black,
So there is no way. Come on, let's reason logically.
Yeah.
There is no way whatsoever that you will exist in stream B.
Black,
let's reason.
If you had listened to Gulei, he said that the SD card in those Kim's kits is a register for the polling station. That is where my problem comes in. And if you are going to give every Kim's kit a register for the polling station, then it is bound to be manipulated because one, those Kim's kits are not interconnected in the polling station. Each Kim's kit works for one stream. Therefore, if you are going to give access to stream A or stream B and C, you are going to give them access to a register of the whole polling station. Then you are opening up, an avenue for manipulation.
My understanding is this, Papa Bob.
I think
there is a master register that will have all names.
Hold on. I think, Papa, you need to listen to Black. You need to listen to what Black is saying. You're not giving Black a hearing. Black is saying something. If you take your time to listen to him, you'll hear his argument. You could probably be speaking the same thing if you listen to what Black is saying. So just listen, you and Kuseo, take your time and listen to Black. Do not look at his black jacket and you think what he's saying is black.
I thought he was green. What has happened?
Black, you need to remove your black jumper. We want to see the green. Probably they'll have a fair share of listening to you in a better and more objective way. You are saying something very important that I think if Papa listened, they will agree with you. Okay, go on, Black. Mpatie ni time kusema mumsikize kwanza. He's saying something.
Papa, for a particular polling station, it is obvious there will be a master register that will have a registration for all. That is a fact, number one. Number two, then there'll be one that will be specifically divided as per particular streams. Right? Now, if you are assigned to vote in stream A as Papa Azimio, or rather Bob Papa Azimio, or rather, let me use B because your name starts with B. Let's say, give me to roughly, randomly. Pengine wewe umekuwa assigned stream B or 2 for that case. I don't know whether it will be A or 1 or 2, whichever the case. Let's randomly say you'll be B. If you cannot, why would you not be able to vote in A? Because your name does not appear in the registry of A, but it appears in stream B. So similarly, a copy of whatever information is on the Kim's kit, where your name appears in stream B, will also appear on a hard copy. Because as he said, whatever information is printed comes directly from that Kim's kit, particular Kim's kit. Digital, I mean the digital copy. That the hard copy is made from the digital registry that is there. So if at all kama unasema jina yako ina appear on stream B digital, so equally hard copy jina yako itakuwa imeexist pia kwa hard copy ya stream B and not A or C or D. So there's no way you can go again and come back uende stream A ama uende stream C or uende stream D. It's impossible. I don't know if you can take a look at that and we reason to objectively. Not as me kama mtu wa KKA ama what, no. Now on this matter we are universal.
I think we just need to agree with Black. He's saying we don't need to differ with him for just for the sake. He has said basically what is expected.
Themba, you are right. Let's move on.
I agree.
Let's move on.
Let's we don't just
let me just
I mean, it's okay. It's okay.
Themba, it cannot be okay because what Black is saying is not true.
Truth is relative.
True.
Let me tell you, the streams are up to the returning officer. The streams, when you go to vote in a polling station,
now you're changing. You see, listen, you are now changing what Black has talked about.
I'm telling you, it is not done like that.
No, wait, Kusel. What Black has said is actually what is there. I mean, you are divided, you are separated. He has not contested who is in charge.
Let me tell you what happens at the polling station.
Today you have been telling people here since what time, and people are not understanding.
Just let me finish by saying this. I don't want to extend this conversation. But one thing I want to tell Black.
You see, listen.
You see, I'm telling you that the streams is not in the Kim's kit. The streams is the work of the organization for the returning officer, the presiding officer at that polling station. He can decide to have 10 or have 20 based on the number of voters in that place.
Okay, listen, Kuseo, let me ask you something because I don't know why.
The register is for the entire
I don't know why
polling
you are
station.
disagreeing with Black. Now, listen, you have actually said what Black has said. You see, because Black has said these people organize according to the alphabetical order, and the person who has the Kim's kit has according to the what? To the people that are going to vote in that particular, because the same information
in the location. No, not in the stream.
Hold
the stream
on.
is not known to them.
Hold on. Whenever stream that you are going to go, Kuseo, the stream that you are going to go, that is where your name will be at. That's where the Kim's kit will be at, isn't it? Because it is going to identify you. So whatever register will be in that stream will be in the Kim's kit that you are going to find there. That is what Black is saying. So you cannot leave that stream and go vote in another stream because the other stream will not have your name. You see? And these names are organized.
The registers are printed in Greece. The registers are printed in Greece.
Let me finish by saying this. No, wait 1 minute. You know, Themba, you and Black are being, you are assuming so many things. We heard from Goulet himself. He said that the Kim's kit, SD card in the Kim's kit will have a register of a polling station. He never talked of a stream. That is where my problem is. Because if every Kim's kit has a register of the polling station, it is bound to be manipulated. He made it very clear that a register of the polling station.
Listen, Papa, fair enough. Okay, listen. Why are we having a disagreement? Those are IBC organizations. Your problem is
Black is not saying the truth.
You need to go to the polling station and find your name. All right. whether it is in the whichever stream A, stream B, you just need to go there, find your name and vote.
Black jacket March November, the green. Then
Kuseo, I'm not stealing any votes. What are you saying?
Remember, the registers are printed in Greece. The streams are local arrangements. And each SD card is for the polling station, the entire polling station. So what Bob was telling you is actually what will happen. You can go to the other stream, your name will still be there because the SD card is for the entire polling station. The streams are local arrangements which are done by the returning officers themselves based on their numbers. If they see that the queue on, let's say, stream A is too long, they can decide to add another stream. You get? Those are local arrangements. So it is not in the SD card, Black.
Okay.
Black, the number of streams depend on the returning officer, based on what is happening on the ground.
Now let me ask you a question, Kuseo.
Unajua bora
Do
ugali
you think with
imeiva.
this
Sikiza Black,
Kuseo,
wewe wacha maswali mingi. Bora ugali imeiva. Unaweza anza na uweke maji, alafu uache itokote. Unaweza anza uweke kidogo unga juu, ikitokota kidogo uweke. Bora ugali iive na watu wakule ugali. Sasa kwa nini tupiganie hata hiyo? I don't think
No, that's why I was telling you the registers are printed in Greece. They come already the Greece fellows have no idea how your polling stations are organized, which stream is where, how many do you divide. That is the work of the returning officer. Based on the
I have one question for you.
Kusema hapo natudanganya. When people were being registered walikuwa na registriwa na nini?
See the Kim's kit.
Sasa.
See, that is why they are saying
Where
that
did you register?
Where did you represent the entire polling station.
Where did you register?
The polling station is divided in several streams for purposes of faster moving queues.
It's where you registered. That's where you're going to vote.
Yes. If it is
And
that primary,
if it is
Themba Primary School, it will be Themba Primary School. And Themba Primary School will be having even 20 streams based on the number of voters
exactly.
in that.
Sasa katika hiyo register, kwa sababu hata Gulia alisema kwamba it was printed from whatever information you gave in there, that's where the register was printed. And it's printed according to the alphabetical. So there they have arranged you according to streams. From this to this. How did they arrange? They arranged using the what? The register, is it?
Correct.
Which was in the Kim's kit.
I agree.
Yeah, so what is the contention?
Well, you see, Black was saying that that the streams are divided in the Kim's kit, in the SD card. No, the SD card are for the entire polling station. but even with that, with the collusion, these fellows can do anything. That is actually what we are trying to say. It depends. You want people to at least. But before Black goes, I wanted to tell him that
Black is not
the advantage of the manual register. Black, the advantage of the manual register is that there are very many witnesses. You remember, if the presidential candidate has got 4 witnesses, 4 agents, the MP has got how many agents? So you see, it's not the same thing as on the SD card side, where it is only IBC. Who knows what is going on in there?
I have one question for you, Kuseo.
Yes.
IBC, with its full wisdom, with these facts, knowing that these Kim's kits are working offline, so they are not interconnected.
Yeah.
And they've always had 3 kits for a particular polling station.
What for?
With full knowledge, with full knowledge that, with full knowledge that, there are usually more than 1 stream when people are voting. That has been the norm.
Yes.
Were they stupid enough to have 2 Kim's kits with the offline, having the same data, whereby one can vote here and be archived here, but not be, still exist in the other one and not be archived? It is logic that they are going to be having different streams with these Kim's kits.
But I agree
with the same.
I fully
it's
agree
logic.
with you. All I'm trying to say is that information is restricted to IBC staffer. When you go the manual, you remember the agents, how many agents are surrounding that desk? You remember? There are very many of them. And they are all seeing what each voter is doing. That is what brings the confidence on the manual register.
Again, you are going far from what we are discussing. We are on the Kim's kit.
But
the data that's on the Kim's kit.
I agree with you as far as the Kim's kit is concerned.
Very good. Now that we agree, that's good.
Do you know something good, people? Black is right, Kuseo is right, Papa is right. The only problem is you all don't work with IBC, so you will go back and forth, and some of those are technicalities within IBC. But personally, I think Black is right. Let's allow Nyomba also to give his views. Nyomba.
Thank you. Do I only give the views or I present at the same time?
No, just give your presentation. Actually, want a breather from IBC issues.
No, we can't run away from that. I've also, as Koseo says, I've been a presiding officer twice myself, way back, many years back, not now. Maybe I've forgotten a few things about it, but that time there was not that technology haikuwako, lakini it's tying up. So we have said, you're right, all of them are correct. Even my neighbor who is on my left or right, black, I think, okay. Yeah.
Your neighbor on your right has not even spoken.
You know, I can't tell. When I'm now facing this, I don't know the right and the
Which
left.
one do you refer to? The one in black on your left?
Yeah, the black man, the black man. Although he's not as black as I am.
black, green, but black, green.
Now, this is not green. Green is for Nini, Kenya Kuisha. This is not green. You don't now start accusing me. You can see even
black.
Yumba is green. Green.
Yumba. The guy called black on your left.
Is it left or right? You know, I can't tell now because I'm confused. You know, when I'm facing the screen now, I get lost. Which is
okay,
right.
go.
Now let me continue for them. Now I think I'm back to the topic. I found you discussing something that was not of much weight about those IBC things. My fear is this, and I said it in 2012. Actually, I stood for a political post in 2012. And thereafter, I knew all things were programmed by Mr. RUTO. He was the man in charge. And anything that was coming out was not a true picture. It was coming out as he programmed it. He had arranged that from MCA all the way, every MCA, MP, governor, senator, all of them in each county, his people. I think it was by mistake, actually. So, as we are discussing that, I was wondering, why aren't we discussing something more serious? And I think Zelecheb touched on it. How come the population of the Kalenjin presiding officer or returning officers is so high, you know? And we are not talking about that. That's something very serious, more serious than what you guys have been talking about. Yeah, its implications are big, actually. Because they are not there just normally. No, this is an abnormal thing. And actually, something should be done about it sooner than that. Through talk, through actions, Themba. To me, that one carries more weight than the topic you have been discussing about black and all that. Now, let me leave that one at that. That was just the introductory remarks. We are doing okay. As I said, Themba, how did you know I've just woken up? Was it my looks or my sound? Because you can see very far. I think you are here. It's true, I've just woken up. I changed my time, you know. In our language, let me teach you things. You don't use the same route all the time. You have to change because your enemies will be able to track you very easily. So I keep on changing the time I appear here so that my enemies don't catch up with me so easily. Yes, I was ready to let go the right of president because it wasn't for all the bloodshed. That President Uhuru Kenyatta, there's a human being, somebody considerate, somebody merciful, somebody having humanity in him. It's not just like a robot. Some of us are just like a car, a mechanical thing, you know. You don't have that humanity in you, okay? Even people dying, it doesn't touch you. You see Nyumba here, and actually is a dead walking man. He has no soul. Yeah, some of us are like that. When people are dying and you are complaining, when a handshake comes and sorts it out, you don't want that handshake. Human blood being spilled, it doesn't touch you anywhere. Yeah, that's not a human beings. Sorry. So Uhuru has got that humanity in him. He has got a soul. Some of us lose that soul. And also, I think it depends on the job you do. Wacha nimwambie kuna watu wakajo kila pahali hapa Nakuru wako and also to travel all the way from Nakuru, Molo, and then back to Nakuru, and then go to Karatina, Madera, where my wife comes from. ni saa sita. Imagine. Pick up imejaa mizigo naenda kwa my in-laws. But I have to travel kwetu kwanza kuchukua wengine huko Molo. Then I come back to Nakuru. Then travel all the way to Karatina. And it's midday already. Nakuta gari imefungwa na hiyo kichuma. I'm seeing how people lose their soul. Those guys actually they celebrate when they are wanaweka hiyo kichuma kwa gari yako. They're happy. And if you have that, hata ingine, you know, that day nilikuwa nimelipia, ilikuwa imeanguka ndani ya gari hiyo tikiti. I was very annoyed. What I'm saying, sometimes the nature of job you do, you lose that soul, hiyo humanity unakosa, because the guys they are celebrating when wanafunga hiyo manyororo kwa gari yako. Na ukiambia hata as I have done it, I've tried. Ukiambia wacha nilipia hiyo mwenyewe akikuja nirudishie hiyo pesa, they're not allowed to do that. And they celebrate when they are messing around. They have lost the humanity in themselves. So Uhuru has still that humanity. Some people don't. I'm not going to mention names. Wewe ujijue tu, hata kama uko kwa hii panel ama upali uko umeamuka, pali uko Kenya ama abroad, ujue kama uko na hiyo soul ama umekufa. It's just a walking robot, mechanical thing. Haya, azimio la umoja in Western. Sawa, tunaendelea vizuri. Mudavadi alikuwa nyuma yangu kuingia university, lakini alitoka mbele yangu. My course was longer. Na huyu mtu, he was given that seat on a platter, silver platter. Substone, baba yake ndiye alipokufa. Na unajua Substone ndiye alikuwa amementa Moi. He was a teacher in Baringo, the original Mudavadi. Okay? So, lazima Moi angerudishia hiyo familia mkono. Kwa sababu hiyo baba yake Substone Mudavadi ndiye alikuwa amementa Moi. So this guy comes from the university that by 28 is a minister. This man actually has never even, he's not a politician. And he's a man who can't make any decisions. Okay?
Mudavadi alioa sister ya Moi. The late Sabela ni sister ya Moi.
Si unaona sasa Salia anahakikisha. See, he didn't actually deserve that post. And he has been carrying that. And he has been messing every other election. Anaanguka, anakwisha. Raila anaenda anamchukua. Actually twice he has done that. So this time he has met his Waterloo. He is gone. You never recover again. And somebody here requested that Raila not to bring him back to life politically again. Wacha aende kabisa. Na niwe taa is a weakling. This is ni kuhanghang tu, hakuna kitu hako hapo. Default Kenya. Hiyo hakuna, ni kubebo tu ni wengine. Sorry. Wacha kukasirika wewe Bob, naona unakasirika kwa mazungumzo yangu leo. Nimeamuka na ukali. Ni hivyo tu, wacha twende. Tunaendelea tu. Haya. So Azimio in Western ni sawa. Hawa Mudavadi na Wetangula kuisha. Hata ndio wanaitwa kuisha, wako Kenya kuisha, wameisha. KK back to Mount Kenya. They can come a million times. They have been there for 4 years. That a day is not making a difference. Wameisha. Of course, they will not get 0. But the 98 they thought they would get, haiwezekani. And the resources, monetary and energy-wise and time-wise, spent by Deputy President in Mount Kenya. This is a sad thing. Black, I pity. Tunasema kazi ni kazi. Saa ngapi? Kuna kitu kama hiyo. Nimemaliza mambo yangu. We Black, hiyo kazi yako hakuna. Thank you, everybody. Even Black, I respect you.
Safi nyumba, just before you go. Kuna kitu president alisema.
Do you know I'm going? Just before you go. Who told you I'm going? Where?
Sinajua naenda kufungulia ng'ombe na kuku wameamuka. Ama leo umewafanyia nini?
Nimeandika mtu, nimepata pesa kidogo nikaandika husband.
Nyumba wewe. Now kuna kitu the president alisema, aliongea kwa Kikuyu, akasema ya kwamba he would not have sat and watched, and kuna kitu moja alisema kwa Kikuyu ambayo I would want you to comment on. When he was saying that, he said he could see that there was bloodshed, but someone did not want him to talk I mean, to go and negotiate with the other person, and he told them that whatever it is that is gonna happen, I don't like it. Then he came close to saying that there was at certain point that someone else was giving instructions to the police. If you listen to that, to his statements, and when he saw that happening, he had now to go and talk. Do you think at some point he was in a veiled way suggesting that he's the other guy who wanted to slap him was at some point actually the one commanding the tear gassing and the near brutal attack on the especially when Baba was arriving from the US? Because when you listen to the president's statement, especially that part, you get that feeling. I mean, he came short of saying that at that point. I told them that whatever it is that's gonna happen, you guys, yeah, Yumba.
Bwana Themba, many things have
You
happened.
can imagine, Temba, you can imagine who was the chief inspector of police by the name that time. You can imagine. Tuliongea lugha ya mama.
Asante Sele. Madam Sele, you are right. Themba, you are right. Some things we are not even going to talk them over the screen. They are a bit sensitive. And as if you remember very well, the statement ya kina Livondo na wengine, quite a number of things have been said, okay? And these are things that I'm saying we will not pronounce ourselves so much on the screen because they're sensitive. You see, the president is also a very mature person, and even his statements do not come out categorical to say this is this, okay? He puts a statement for you to think. And that's why then you are raising it because you are thinking. If you are not thinking, and many people don't think, I'm not saying on this panel, sorry, most of Kenyans, we just don't think. I'm sorry. I'm not boasting, but I want to remove myself from that. And that's why you see, even in Central, when you try to convince some of these people, they are too deep without thinking. They have just taken money from the other end. Now, so I agree with what you are saying, the president saying that. I think he has gone through very difficult situations, even political, security-wise, and so I'm saying especially the security one, we may not talk much about it. But he scored so much. If you read the statement, when he is a Catholic, the President Uhuru is a Catholic like me. He copied me because he's younger than me. Sorry, don't report me to anybody. Now, when you're saying you wanted to give the other, you call umechapwa uso pande moja unapeleka nyingine. The Bible says so. Of course, to many, like me was young, that was theoretical. You don't do that to me. Ti unichape pande nikupatie nyingine, haingekuwa hivyo, ilikuwa ngumu sana. I will deal with you. But now the Bible says so. And that statement, all his talk, this were Corino and all that, what we are doing, the president scored so much. That's a small statement. And you remember, he had even said, he has said a number of times, for him, for the handshake, he wanted people to be at peace, to stop fighting, killing each other. And some people are telling him not to do it. Actually, the deputy said, don't do it, don't handshake, okay? Wacha watu endelee kukufa tu. So yeah, I also very careful the statement I released just tonight. I don't want to sound so openly, but I was implying some things. The deputy was telling him not to handshake, wacha watu endelee kuuana na sisi tuendelee kuongoza. We have the power. Majeshi ni yetu, polisi ni wetu, kila kitu. Huh? You see? So this is the sort of person we are dealing with. Two different worlds. The President Uhuru wants peace. He is feeling it. And actually, sorry, that's why he went to ICC, to The Hague. Not that he initiated some bad things, but in trying to protect everybody. Even when people wanted to counteract the Kikuyus, he was the one cooling them down. Don't do it. Now, let's have peace. huko Kiambu alikuwa anawazuia wenye wanataka kuja huko watu kupigana na wakale wa Kikuyu. This is a peaceful man, a person with wisdom, a leader. So remember, what you have said is correct, and what you saw in that statement is correct, but so many will not be able to see it. Let's just leave it that because it touches on the security of the country. The president is actually the national symbol of unity. Thank you.
Thank you. But the picture that he painted for us is a picture of a deputy president who is interested in power for its own sake. And he can go a long way. Because I remember, even in 2007, there was word that one person was removed from the negotiating table because he didn't want to negotiate. And he was telling Kibaki, he was telling Raila that you are the one who won, that the only negotiation that can happen only when you are in the seat.
It's true.
Seat, not when you are the other one outside. And until that point, when he was removed, that's when progress was made in 2008.
Even abused the late Secretary General. He abused him. The late Nani.
Kofi Annan.
Yes, he abused that. He's saying he's wasting time. He's an idler. He said that.
Yeah, and now fast forward 2017, 2018, he's facing similar accusation. And in fact, a similar statement that do not talk. You have the power. You see the kind of a person we are looking at. We are looking at someone who is drunk with power and he wants to protect. Now, Black, I think Black, I've watched you here several times, but I know you to be a gentleman. This is not the kind of a leader you want to lead Kenya. I don't think so, Black. The way I look at you, you are a very intelligent young man. And the way you talk here, I really don't want to see you in yellow any day. I want you to see you have already started putting on colors that look like they are moving towards blue. Please.
Remember, Black is there just to balance this panel, actually. His heart is not there. This man, I know him.
This guy is too intelligent to be in UDA. I don't think Black is a UDA person, and I don't know what will take me to believe you are not UDA, Black. And please, it's time you wore the right clothes. You are an Azimio person. This intelligence cannot fit in a mkokoteni. I don't think so. You are a very intelligent young man.
Unajua akiingia huko brain inatolewa. Na unaona hiyo haijatolewa,
haijang'olewa. How come you think so straight like this? This is not huyu jamani was this UDA. There's no intelligence like this. Ukienda UDA, number 1 unakuwa muongo, number 2 una lose your reason, number 3 you say things today you forget tomorrow, number 4 you disrespect people, number 5 you are always on your defeatist kind of conversation, number 6 you're always stereotyping other people, number 7 you don't even know.
There are a million and one. Don't continue them. But
and you see, none of them fit this gentleman here. Black is very intelligent. Let me bring in Makiadi. Makiadi, karibu.
Hello, mnanisikia?
And now Makiadi, as you come on, you'll take the driving seat for about 10 minutes. And as you come on, you know that we had predicted that Uhuru should start another fire so that we can keep the Kenya Kwanza people busy for the weekend. He did that today. So Kenya Kwanza will be busy responding to Uhuru for the next 3 days. So karibu Makiadi.
Haya, asante sana. Kwanza acha niwasalimie wote walio kwa gorofa juu na walio kwa gorofa chini, nimewaona. Watu ya ground floor Black. Leo sijui ni kwa nini umetafuta nyumba ya kona, lakini ni sawa. It's been a while since I saw you. I want to go directly to today's topics, and I want to actually speak on the meeting that was at State House, because I believe that was one of the most important meetings for the day. You know, Black, you and the UDA wing of coalition have always insisted here that Uhuru Kenyatta is not ready to go home. You've run around the country saying that he's trying to come back into power through the back door. But I think from what I heard Uhuru Kenyatta speaking today, it has vindicated him. It looks like Uhuru Kenyatta was not even willing to run for a second term. It looks like Uhuru Kenyatta was just forced to run for a second term. And so all the hula baloo that the deputy president has been running around trying to portray Uhuru Kenyatta as a person who is willing to stick to power has been blown out of proportion today. I think it was very important to note that Uhuru Kenyatta expressed his heartfelt desire for peace in the country. And if you hear a bit of Kikuyu, you'll understand that he said he was ready even to let go of the seat, because he said the seat is never important, is not important as much as people's life. And so I think now the narrative will change moving forward. The narrative will change because it is your person who was ready to slap the president of the Republic of Kenya so that they could maintain the status quo and continue ruling the country. It was your person who was ready to engage in violence. It was a person who was ready to instruct the police, even the military, to go and arrest Raila Odinga so that he cannot swear himself in as the people's president. It was Uhuru Kenyatta who realized that if that happens, then the country was going down the drain. And so he decided to let his conscience decide for him. And that's why we had the handshake. Now, there's one issue that I'm finding so peculiar in these elections, the issue of church and state. Article 32 of the Constitution is very clear that if Black, you believe in this religion, then you're not supposed to force me to worship what you worship. You're not supposed to, bestow your religion on another person. The kind of politics that I'm seeing being played in this election is the politicals trying to paint one political wing as anti-Jesus, as anti-Muslim, as anti-church. I don't know to whose benefit, but I think this is just a sign of a dying horse. It is a sign that one political wing has lost an agenda. It looks like all the hula baloo about the hustler narrative was killed by one Wajakoya. I mean, we started off with the hustler narrative. Wajakoya came in, nobody's talking about the hustler again. We started up with they moved on to the bottoms up. We brought them the 10-point agenda. No one is talking about the bottoms up again. So they are trying to drive a narrative whereby they'll try to portray Raila Odinga and Martha Karua as people who do not go to church. And that is why you see, even in the interview that the Q&A that the deputy president had yesterday, he was trying to portray himself as a person who has helped build a lot of madrasa and misikiti. And the other day he was saying that he will even use his resources to build churches. Black, because I know you are a messenger here, I would tell you to go and tell the deputy president that if he wants to be a philanthropist, then he does not need to run for office. He has a choice either to be a leader or to be a philanthropist. You cannot mix the two. That is what we did with Sonko, and we saw how Nairobi ended up being a city full of trash, a city that was in shambles, until the day the NMS came in and rained in on the terror that Sonko had brought in Nairobi. If William Ruto believes that he is Christian enough, let him go start a church. Maybe he can be a priest or, a pastor of some sort. And then move on with his life. The IEBC is a mess. The IEBC is a mess. Jose, I know you speak for the IEBC. I would want to send you to Afula Chebukati and tell him that the Supreme Court said 3 is a quorum. If he's not interested in running this election, then he should go home peacefully, because he messed up 2017, and the things that the Supreme Court told him to try and address in 2017, he's basically making no effort to address those issues. So if you have his number, tell him that Kenyans are watching him. He might end up paying this time, because I don't think Martha Karua will let that go. They were warned face to face. It's a big issue. People are saying that yesterday I was of the idea that it's okay for the ballot papers to be printed even without the gazette notice, but then somebody here spoke and I listened very carefully. He said that the election is a process, and so you cannot jump to step 2 before you cover step 1. The gazettement has to be followed by the printing of ballot papers. You cannot print ballot papers and then go gazette the names, because it beats logic. How many candidates do you know are going to participate in that election? The signs, the symbols that political parties are going to use. Do you know which political party symbols are going to be used in that election? Do you know what names the candidates running for that election want to be printed on the ballot paper? So there's a lot of room for error, and I believe the IEBC was misinformed by doing the latter instead of doing the former. Let me finish off by talking. I'll give you an opportunity to say. Let me finish off. I'm just winding up. Let me finish off by talking about another guy that is bigger than life. There's one person that feels that he's the next best thing that happened in Kenya after sliced bread. His name is Sakaja. Black, if I give you 1 billion shillings and I ask you to run for the governor of Nairobi, you would be stupid enough to insist on running for a political seat that you are not assured to win. Sakaja yesterday in an interview said that he was promised 1 billion shillings, and the condition was that he should step down and say that he's not fit health-wise to run for the governor of Nairobi, and he declined. I don't know who the heck would give Sakaja 1 billion shillings. I don't know. And he said that the call came from State House. The person who was sent from State House. I don't think Sakaja is a serious guy. And I can assure you today, even if he wins, even if he runs, even if he goes all the way to the ballot and wins, he will be impeached. That is what I can assure you. So if you have his number, if you have his whatever, send him a text, tell him, take 1 billion shillings and run. Don't look back, because that might change your life. But the governorship of Nairobi, he is not going to make it. And if he makes it, he will not be there. I think I'm done with that. Jose, you had a comment?
I had a comment, but I'll finish with what you are saying, that Sakaja will be impeached. If he wins, maybe you can start with that. If he wins, impeachment must come from the county assembly, isn't it? How sure are you that he will be impeached if he wins?
How
sure are you? Because you and Themba have been saying that, but if he wins, who is going to impeach him? Who do you have in mind? Because assuming he doesn't have the degree, whatever, I think it's only the courts who can remove him. Impeachment must involve the MCAs, isn't it?
Should I respond to you?
Respond, then I give my comment on the other one.
Yeah, he will be impeached. That's what I said.
Who will impeach him? Because impeachment cannot come from the courts. Assuming he doesn't have the degree the way we are saying, and somehow he gets to be elected. How will the impeachment come about? That's what I'm trying to understand.
The one thing I want to say is he will not win. But if he wins, he will be impeached.
Okay. Anyway, I'll leave it. I see Black has got something to add on that.
Black, can you comment before we go to Bro Benson? I think he came after me.
You can't have. He will not win and if in case he wins in the same sentence. It's either you believe he will not win, and that's it, or if he will win. I mean, you cannot, you know. So, I mean, I sense some sort of ni kama ni hauko sure, some doubt. You have some percentage of belief that there is some way, somehow, Sakaja may win, and we're looking at in the event if he wins, then these are the countermeasures that we. I mean, it's obvious from the polls you've been giving us here every day, things that I never bother to look at. Sakaja has been winning against Igade. So by all means, there are so many. I mean, kuna ishara nyingi sana that huyu jamaa anaenda mbele. Kwa ile mkutano na wale wanabiashara, Igade was there before Sakaja, and Sakaja came later. You could hear the way Igade was addressing the concerns of the business community. Alipoulizwa kuhusu barabara, he's busy telling us that Singapore, the president of Singapore decided that for the last man that lands in a plane and seated in the economy class will be able to reach the farthest hotel in the country within 20 minutes. I did not say anything. I mean, hakuna kitu yote aliongea kuhusu barabara. Next thing, as while I was working for Vivo, I mean, he said absolutely nothing. But when it comes to Sakaja, he addressed things and issues the way they were supposed to be. I mean, Ali addressed concerns, zile shida zilizoko, and the solutions, as I vividly explained here. Sakaja has been there in politics of Nairobi for longer than Igade. So hata tu assume mtu ameamka tu leo hii ameenda kuvote hivi, ameangalia karatasi hivi, anaona Sakaja, anaona Igade. Sakaja ni mtu amesikia, atapatia tu Sakaja.
Let me give my submission then.
Anyway,
on the topic. I want to talk about what the president responded today.
Hold on, Osea. Sorry to interrupt you. Let me ask you: are you the one who's supposed to submit, or it's Bro Benson? Because
no, it is me.
It is
Yeah,
you.
you can just talk.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I thought Bro Benson was supposed to be. It's okay. Osea, go ahead.
No, I wanted to submit on what the president was saying today. Personally, I'd want to take a different tangent based on the fact that this was the president of the country, of the Republic of Kenya. Now, if the DP had the audacity to go to State House and start a disagreement there and start a fight there, now, was he hoping that the president was just going to sit back and to be slapped? I don't think the president told us exactly what he would have done. I doubt he would have defended himself. And remember, State House is not just a bar. What do you think was going to happen there? If at all he had done what he was saying he was going to do, what do you think would have happened in this country? How would the president's security have reacted? What would have been the aftermath of that fight? It would have been much serious. You see, the president was very more concerned about what was happening in the streets outside and what have you. You go to State House and you start a fight there. I think the DP was completely out of his head. You look at that side. That is the person you want to elect who presents himself as a president. It doesn't make sense. Every you guys, I give you time to absorb that and see, Papa, look at it from that angle. You breach the president's, a sitting president's security like that, to that extent. Who do you think you are? Makiadi, I'm done. I hope in the course of time I'll get your response on.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you know, the commander in chief. The commander in chief is not just some person you wake up one day and decide to slap. Maybe we should give the deputy president the benefit of doubt, because I don't think he knew what he was talking about.
Richie, he repeated it. He
Yeah,
repeated it and asked the people's approval in Meru. You remember?
No, what I'm saying is, it's easier said than done. It's not practical. I mean, that is not even something we should waste. We should waste even any more time on, because I don't think the deputy president has the capacity to engage the president. You know, it's not just the president; it's the commander in chief of the Republic of Kenya, and the deputy president is just that, a deputy president. And that is why Martha Karua comes in every day to remind you that as a deputy president, you are not a co-president.
Yeah,
You
he
are
was seeing
subject.
himself as a co-president. That's very, very serious.
I think he was left to see himself as a co-president. That is where the problem was. He was left to see himself as a co-president. And that is why he would run around the country initiating projects in the name of government. This is not a lie. This is not propaganda black. There's a tombstone, let me call it a tombstone, in Kisii, where he started the KMTC. That should be about 7 years ago. It was a foundation. It's still there, one stone with the name of William RUTO, KMTC. Mpaka leo, no resources, no nothing, no budget allocation. But it has a name. This project was initiated by the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. So he saw himself as a government. Unfortunately, he was given a lot of time to do that. But Bro Benson, we ingia kwanza utupatie comment yako ndio tusonge mbele.
Habari zenu. Ni muda mingi, unajua mimi nimekuwa mostly na comment na kuaga kwa nyuma ya curtain. Sijawahi pata time, lakini leo Mungu amenijalia nikapata muda kidogo. Mimi sitasema mengi, lakini mimi nataka kushukuru kwa sababu zile vitu ambazo tulikuwa tunaomba ni kama majibu inatokea. Na tulikuwa tumeanza kuona dalili kitambo sana. Sana na leo imedhibitishwa kwamba uongozi ambao tulikuwa nao haikukuwa uongozi mzuri. Haikukuwa uongozi ambao ilikuwa inatetea watu wa Kenya. Ni uongozi ambao ilikuwa imejazwa na ubinafsi. Na nikirejea maneno kulingana na venye tulikuwa tunaona interpretation kwa TV venye President Uhuru Kenyatta aliongea. Mimi kitu kimoja ambacho nimejua leo ni kwamba President Uhuru is a very humble person and is a wise guy. Kwa sababu in any nation, kind of nation like where you have the president, and like we have seen on how president sometimes has been insulted, including his mother. Not even, I can remember even, I think it was in 2007 when Millie Odhiambo and Babu insulted the president and he did not do anything. You know, he left it like that. And it came when Sudi and all these people to do all that. He has never kind of like come out and do reaction, like doing kind of like giving a repayment on it. And that tells you the kind of a person he is. Because I think he knew very well the baggage he's carrying, as is carrying the whole country. You might disagree with me, but I'm the father of the nation and I need to act as a father, you know. that even though I have kids who are disagreeing with me, but still I'm their father as a nation. And the other side also, you can also see, and for instance, when you look at deputy president, I just want to say fact. There are some signs that we started to see a long time ago. And I think you can remember there was a clip when he was giving a little kid money. This kid refused the money. Yeah, the kid refused the money. It come to Bible quoting the wrong verses. You know, and that's how sometimes the way we said, that's how, like, sometimes how the gods work. And you, like, as a person, you have to be wise. Some of the things you need not to be told, but you see the signs, and the signs will lead you. Yeah. And even if you listen to the interview when he was asked about the port of Mombasa, what he said, you know. So to me, I think I'm very happy because some of the things that were hiding are coming out, and it's upon Kenyans to decide the kind of leadership they want. If that is the leadership you want, whereby it's full of lies and self, like uongozi, you want, unataka uongozi lakini uangalii nchi kwa jumla, ni sawa. Kama unataka uongozi ambao ni ya wananchi, ambao shida za wananchi zinasikilizwa vizuri, na watu, people can disagree and learn to disagree without violence, is that is kind of government you want? Well and good. The decision is for Kenyans to decide on what they want. But for me, I've made a decision, and I've made a decision not looking at the points agenda or the manifesto, but I'm looking at the integrity of a leader. Yeah, that is what I'm looking for first before even the manifesto. Yeah, because if you are a leader for 9-10 years, even like not even a leader, anywhere you are leading, and you've not even changed the life of the people who are there, then you don't deserve to be a leader. You don't. That is the only thing I can say. But Kenyans are very lucky you had a president like Uhuru. And even like, there was a time in Migori, I'm just giving you something about Uhuru Kenyatta. When he went to Migori, when somebody threw shoe on him, that is a threat to national security. What happened as a president? Yeah, so he tells you the kind of a leader we have. You have to be a leader who is ready to forgive. You have to be a leader. If you don't win today, you have a chance to win tomorrow. It's not all about you. It's about others too. So that is the only thing I can say.
Bro Benson, umemaliza? Wacha nicheze video moja hapa Ndemba kabla uingie. Je, nitacheza ya nani? Video ni mingi hapa lakini Ose anajua anapenda mambo ya IBC sana. But I'll not play the IBC video. I'll play, yeah, let's play that.
Sad incident right there. Our condolences to the family and friends of the bereaved. Now, storm is brewing at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that is IBC, over the printing and arrival of ballot papers in the country with exactly 1 month to the big day. Now, IBC is facing queries over the preparedness with questions on why the commission proceeded with printing without the gazettement of the candidates as required. And as KTN's political affairs reporter Daniel Karaoke now reports, Sources at the commission have hinted to KTN News of a split between commissioners over the move to order the documents despite pending issues.
The arrival of the first batch of ballot papers to be used in the August 9th elections could have put the Electoral Commission IEBC 1 foot ahead in their preparations, but this is not so. The Commission is on the spot over the issue. Details have now emerged that the Commission could be in a crisis as several officials, among them commissioners, questioned the first printing of some of the ballot papers and the surprised arrival of the same to the country. The Commission admitting to have not been aware that the ballot papers were to arrive.
Management informed us last 8 p.m. last night, and I informed the commissioners that the ballot papers are arriving. So if there's any commissioner who has told you otherwise, I would like them to come forward and maybe state what they mean by that.
Yes, he got the information last night and he communicated to the commissioners, and today we have received the papers. Even the CEO has commented the same. We have what we call the Project Implementation Committee that is in charge of this process.
If you look at 30 days for them to be able to deliver, then the last date ought to have been 30th of July. Without that, then the actual of the out of the contractual agreement, and therefore they cannot be able to take responsibility for any delay in terms of printing.
The communication flow in the Commission questioned, but that notwithstanding, IEBC has also found itself on the receiving end after printing the ballot papers without a gazette notice in place. IEBC is attributing the delay on challenges at the government printer.
The Commission submitted the names of the 16,000 candidates to the government printer, and that was on 30th of June. We understand there were logistical challenges, including breakdown of equipment at the government printer, and that's why it has taken a bit of time.
The notice is dated 30th of June. The case law that has been cited by Senior Mwangi, I have had occasion to peruse, and it is about gazettement of legislation that was passed by the County Assembly of Kiambu. It is not in respect to candidates' gazettement per se.
30 days to the election, IEBC is almost through with part of the requirements, having published the voters' register, names and deployment of presiding officers, deputy presiding officers and clerks. The list has, however, seen AZIMIO One Kenya Coalition call on the Electoral Commission to rectify what it termed as ethnic imbalance and skewed deployment of election officials. The Commission is yet to publish the audited voters register report, with questions on the silence over the report handed over by KPMG. The Commission has maintained they are right on track and will deliver free, fair and transparent election.
As far as I'm concerned, and I speak for myself and the Commission and the management, we are working together as a team, and there's no information which I'm holding from the commissioners.
As IEBC rolls towards the polls, any blunder that will see a disputed election will leave the Commission on the spot, and questions are bound to the 7 commissioners and the Secretariat. Daniel Kariuki, KTN News.
Okay, I think you can take over from there and then, but I would like to ask the panelists, where is the voters register? I would say you speak for the IEBC. Where is the voters register? Number one. Number two, what is more important? Is it more important? Is it important that we have the ballot papers, or is it important that the names are first gazetted? I mean, does it affect the process? Should we worry about a situation whereby somebody might rush to court after losing and start complaining about the process? Remember, back to you.
Well, I think what I can say is that something is not right. You see, you remember what Selena said earlier, that the printing can be done between specified period. I think there's a period, let's say from this date to this date. Now, IBC, I know they have tried to indicate that they started with the nominations which were ready, but the gazettement is critical. Without the gazettement, the way Paul Mwangi told us yesterday, you literally, it's like you are assuming the candidates without, especially as well as regarding the symbols. If for whatever there is some mix-up in the same, and you have already printed the ballot papers, the gazettement is not yet, there is really something not right. As much as they are trying to say that they are delivered the candidate, the 16,000 to the government printer, so that it is like the government printer is the one which did not act in time, but the printing was already going on. The fact that the Gazette notice was not yet out leaves a lot of questions and provides grounds for people in future. If I am the one contesting and I see that I've lost, that is enough ground for you to contest the elections. And as I said, remember the Kiambu case. You remember I was saying that, and you have seen the Senate papers have been delivered, the Senate ballots. Now it straight away tells you that in the Kiambu case there is a problem. They may have to do reprinting. And more so, for me, this is a problem created by IEBC, a mistake by IEBC. Where will they be punished? I keep asking here. And Bob is here. I think his hand is even up. Tell us who is going to.
Before Bob comes in, let me ask you. You know, there's something that the commissioner, the chairman, has said here. You listen to the chairman saying that he was told by the management that the ballot papers have arrived. And yesterday I was complaining here. I was saying, reading from what happened in the previous commissions, it looks like the chairman has never had clear authority over the secretariat. And there's a high possibility that right now, the secretariat is doing his own work without telling the chairman what's happening. And while the chairman is busy on the other side dealing with candidates and trying to sort out the disputes and all that, the secretariat on the other side is bringing in ballot papers and dealing with the logistics and stuff like that. And so it is not a surprise that the chairman is being called at night, being told that the ballot papers are here, even without the gazettement of the candidates. I don't know what your take is on there.
There is something, things are not tying up somewhere, but more so, I understand that the actual supervision of the printing and what have you is the work of the CEO. But something else I know, the CEO gets the names from the commission. The names to appear on those ballot papers come from the commission. Now, Chebukati was busy trying to put those those lists in order. And for him to be told that some ballot papers are ready, that leaves a lot to be desired. It means, as you say, that harmony between the commissioners and the secretariat is still whatever it is there. Now, if you go back to this issue about the returning officers, one thing you get is that these fellows have been on the payroll of IBC since 2013, isn't it? Since 2013. So it means if somebody was fixing something the other side, the biasness started long time ago. And I don't know whether they also enjoy security of tenure, but you can see if they are the ones running the secretariat, there could be still very many running the secretariat.
Yes, Bob.
Yeah, from what you have just played, there are several issues that come up, and they might be overlooked, but they're very important when it comes to legal suits. Now, this gentleman called Chebukati told us the last time he engaged the presidential candidates that he's willing to invite them to propose representatives to accompany the IEBC officials up to where the ballot papers are going to be printed. Now, he comes and tells us that he was informed last night or the night before that ballot papers are here. Number one, if you listen to him carefully last time, he said that the commission will I think he said, if I'm not wrong, one or two commissioners would be present where the ballot papers are being printed. Who supervised this printing? You know, these are documents that have just come. You get a call at night, ballot papers are here. So who was supervising this printing? He has not told us anything about that. And then why the secrecy of the KPMG voter register audit? You see, there are so many things that are coming up that there is not consistent with the information flow. And if you look at him, whenever he is under siege or siege, like today, he decides to give, I don't know whether it's the IBC legal representative, who tries to do some interpretation of the law and tells us that whatever Paul Mwangi was reading was with regard to some county assembly something. This gentleman should be giving us information as chairman, and to try and parade a commissioner in front of cameras and tell the commissioner say that if there is any commissioner who has something different, what kind of message is he sending? What kind of confidence is he trying to show to the public? There is zero confidence there. It's like he's not in charge. And this issue, apart from following the procedure, you must instill confidence in the people of Kenya that it's something that is being done is right. Don't just come and tell us that we are an independent commission, we are going to deliver a free and fair election. If you have to deliver a free and fair election, you must demonstrate. You must demonstrate that you are in charge, that procedures, that you are governed by the Election Act. Procedure ABCD is being followed well to the letter. But you cannot just come and tell us that you received a call at night. What kind of chairman is that?
Nani, Bob, this Ayero, the one who Chebukati called to make a comment, is he a director or he's also a commissioner? The legal fellow.
He is. I think he's a guy in charge of legal, and it's like a spokesman. But is he in charge? For honestly, if you ask yourself, a commissioner a chairman who tells you that if there is any commissioner who has something different to say, let him come up and say. That is not somebody who is in sync with his organization.
Bob, that's how bosses intimidate workers, eh? You know, you've been in that experience before, whereby people are complaining about something at the workplace, and the boss comes out and says, "I have said A, B, C, D about this situation, but if you feel that you are still aggrieved to work, kuja mbele useme ile kitu unaona tunaweza rekebisha." You think there's anybody ambaye atatokea hapo mbele aongee? So that's some form of intimidation which Chebukati is using.
Oh, exactly. And for me, that has, if there is anybody, I know the likes of Black will always give a contrary opinion.
But before you go further, I think it is important that Black tells us here why the IEBC and the UDA are speaking the same language.
Yeah, and before Black comes back, Black, just a minute. Now, before you, as you answer that question of Richie, Black, please explain to us why your side of coalition or political affiliation is not even worried about the processes. Why are you so comfortable? There must be something that you know better that we don't know. You are so comfortable with these irregularities. Why?
They are losing, so you'll get grounds for petition.
Listen, I mean, that is what we've always been talking about, giving independence to institutions. Number two, I mean, we believe we will have an overwhelming win, such that even if you reduce the deep state which you believe you have, it will have no consequences on the outcome of us winning. That is our belief.
Yeah, we
We
understand.
would expect you to be having that type of confidence. I mean, we are that confident.
We understand you'll have an overwhelming win. Our issue is not about how much you win with. Our issue is why are you not concerned about the process? Because
that's why I've just answered you.
Hold on, confidence. Hold on, Black. If we are playing in a soccer match, we are two opponents. We are all two opposing sides, and you're in a yellow shirt. I'm in a blue shirt, and the referee comes in a luminous green shirt. Are you not afraid? Are you not concerned that you might confuse the player with the referee? That is our issue.
I mean, come on. Again, Makiadi. Wewe umecheza boli mtaani. Mlikuwa mnavaanga uniform za kufanana? Si mlikuwa mnajuana players wote? Tuende tu ile ukweli yani.
Hujasikia swali nimekuuliza.
Ukiwa kijana.
Nimekuuliza hivi.
But uko mnajua ni timu wenu
Nimekuuliza hivi. Wewe umevaa rangi ya shati tofauti. Umevaa nyekundu. Mimi nimevaa nyeusi. Alafu referee atokee na shati ya purple ambayo inafanana na ya timu moja. You are not concerned. That is our issue. Why are you not concerned that a referee might be mistaken for a player?
Now why are we, I mean, let's talk in regards to sema mambo ya mpira. Twende kwa IBC. Give me an example with IBC, with UDA or KKA. How are we mistaking? Or how are you mistaking?
Yeah, Black.
Let me tell
Black,
you.
can I add something? Black.
Okay, then
let me ask you something.
Let me give you an example.
Black.
In 202.
Wait, Black.
When Moi was when Moi was backing Uhuru, he had the control of the system and everything else. But the overwhelming support that Kibaki had,
yes,
it made whatever powers that Moi had rendered useless. That is the same confidence that we have.
Black.
That whatever we believe, we will win. That's why we even went as far as saying that mnaweza weka hata sitaki kumtaja jina yule ndugu ya nani akuwe hata pia chairman wa IBC and we will still win.
Black,
you said that because you knew that you have the secretariat.
Let's have order. Let's have Bob Papa go on. Let's have Bob Papa speaking.
Black, I'm asking you a question. UDA is in this election. They have candidates all over the country. And here you are being told that there are ballot papers that have come in before you see a gazettement of your candidates. And you are comfortable with that? Black, are you serious? You're comfortable? No. Just let me finish. Black, you participating in an election. Your name has not been gazetted. You do not know whether you will be there. You are being told that election materials, ballot papers are here with us. And you are comfortable that is okay as a coalition or as a party? Are you being serious? You know, Black sometimes being serious.
Papa, already Chebukati amesema alipeana majina kwa government printer. election ina happen August 9th. Tuko July tarehe sijui ngapi. Of course, in between, let's say within a week or some few days, if not a week, we're expecting to have the names to be printed and to be gazetted. Within that time period, before the election ifanyike, si mtu atakuwa shajua kama jina yake haijapia ama haijapia kwa gazette notice. Ama are you telling me that the gazette notice itatolewa tarehe 9 hiyo siku tarehe 9 yenye mninio inafanywa? Come on. Vitu vingine, I think we've had enough argument on this IEBC thing.
Black, you know, the Supreme Court said that the election is not an event; it is a process. There is the voters register. There are timelines that these things happen. There is gazettement. After gazettement, then you can go ahead and print. But you cannot tell us that you have issues with a government printer. It is not the business. It is not the business of the court to tell that you will go to court and say you had issue with the government printer. No. That cannot even come up in court. It will not even be taken lightly because you have all the time to do this work. Get it done at all costs. This is not a joke. You know, this is not some standard 8 exam. That's why I'm telling you, some of these procedures are going to come in to be questioned in court, in election petitions, any kind of contestation. And you are comfortable that when things are done in such a haphazard manner, you are so comfortable that you don't even want to question, and you tell me that you have confidence, or you're going to get majority of the vote that will the courts will overlook any kind of petition with regard to these processes. That is where my problem comes in.
Acha wasiwasi Bob. Sasa acha wasiwasi.
Okay. Ose, wachana na Black sasa ameanza kurusha propaganda. Go ahead,
what
Ose.
I would want to say is this. You see, one of the complaints about, I think the other side, the AZIMIO side, is that it's about the officials, the secretariat officials who are going to manage these elections. I remember you did say that you people, you don't care who the chairman is. Now, from that issue about the officials, the returning officers, doesn't that now explain why it doesn't matter to you who the chairman is? Because because of your guess is as good as mine. Those officials, that is the side which matters to you. The returning officer. You know, now you have told yourself it doesn't matter who the chairman. You yourself have just said that.
You know, Koseo. I like the way Black is reasoning, because that is where we had wanted them to reason. You know, one thing that has happened for the last 1 week. One thing has happened, and we are succeeding in achieving our goal. And I like that Black is giving us that narrative, because
today he has told us. Yeah.
Black has said that that now sisi ndio tunapiga kelele, sisi ndio tunaona ni kama tutashindwa. So one thing has happened successfully, Black and his team, that now for the last 1 week, since that thing was raised, they have dropped the idea that now AZIMIO is being held by the deep state. That tag has disappeared completely, and they are not even mentioning it anyway. And you know, the good thing about them is you give them unapatia ni kama kuku, ukipatia mayai, mahindi, wanatafuna wakimeza na wanaingia kabisa. So wameingia kwa hiyo mpaka sasa hata Black sasa yuko hapa anasema sisi ndio tuko na shida, tuachane na IBC, tumeona ya kwamba tunaenda kushindwa. I mean, that's a very good place to be at, because what we wanted was the idea that they don't use, which is what they were planning to use. That unaona hao wako na deep state na sisi tuko hatuna deep state. So unaona hao wanasaidiwa na nini. That tag has disappeared. They cannot even, in fact, it has been reduced to the idea that we have a level playing field. Now we are arguing about the same things. In fact, hao ndio wanakaa ni kama wako na deep state. Hao ndio sasa wanatuambia kwamba nyinyi kubalini, ukishindwa msing'oe reli. Unaona? That is where we wanted them to be. And Black, thank you. Thank you so much for assisting us. And we want you to continue like that. And we want you to keep saying that you guys, wacheni woga, and you move away. You know, we are now the weaker people, you know. But you had hoped that you will use the idea of deep state to mobilize voters. So that you can go and tell them, muangalia sympathy votes. Museme ya kwamba mtuhurumie, sisi hatuna system, hatuna Matiang'i, hatuna nani, sasa tunataka mtuhurumie. But unfortunately, tuliwasomea mbali sana. Tuliwasomea 18, tuliwasomea kitambo, tukawaletea ile mpira tunajua mtajifunga. Sasa unaona mahali mko. Ana mtu wenye anaitwa RUTO alisemaje leo? Alisemaje jana? Ati sasa watu wanataka wakigoma kukuja kura, si bado tutaendelea? Wawache kugoma, wakuje bana. Wakuje tudini. Ati wanasema tu wanataka kususia kura. Tunataka mfike ego. Muji block kabisa.
They knew they had already fixed the secretariat.
Yeah.
when they were co-president.
No. So now things are hot. And you know why, Black, we like where you guys are. We like even the confidence that you speak with right now. Because you know what? Mukishindwa, hakuna mtu ataongea. Kwa sababu nyinyi wenyewe mlisupport IBC, mkasema ya kwamba IBC iko sawa.
And we agree. And that tulisema we will have no complaints if the IBC decides that.
Waacha nikwambie Black. Tuwaone kwa barabara, my friend. Tuwaone. Tutawafinya.
We are ready. I am ready to be one of the people. Actually, nilishaongea hata na Mato. Atujika huko kwa comments. Perhaps you should come here.
Even if we change
that
the
returning officer. That we shall go.
Balance the returning officer.
Tusikie mkiongea.
Swearing in tutakuwa bumper to bumper hapa na Mato.
Unaenda swearing round hii.
Kama ni nyinyi mtakuwa mnakuwa swear, I will be there. Nitakula hiyo pilau hiyo siku ya
swearing in tutaionea kwa views.
Itakuwa ni yetu. Mato will be there also akikula mukimo yetu. Ya KK kama sisi ndio tutakuwa tunakuwa swear in. We have no issues. We have no issues.
Tuwaone kwa barabara round hii.
Wacha niwachezee video moja kwanza.
Ngoja kwanza mambo ya IBC wachana nayo. Tumeongea mambo ya
hata si ya IBC.
Nakuuliza. Na Makiadi, mambo ya Sakaja iliendaje?
Hako kwa ballot ama Black ulisikia namna gani?
Ilikuwa imeenda kwa koti.
Yeah, I think hako kwa ballot. Last time nimeona akipiga gitaa akiambia watu tu wakuwe na usiku mwema.
Koti ilikuwa iamua ama koti was it?
It was supposed to be on Friday or something.
Yeah, but the last time I saw him post was alikuwa anacheza gitaa, ni kama mambo yake iko sawa.
No, wait, ni kama wacha story za ni kama. Did the court pronounce itself?
What I know is that Chebukati had demanded that unless the court withdraws the clearance that the IBC tribunal had granted Sakaja.
No. That's not the question, Kuseo. Did the court?
I'm trying to say it never got to court. It never reached to court.
No, wait. Did the court give a verdict? It was to give a verdict yesterday.
But if the court will only give a verdict if the matter is taken to court.
Sasa wewe kusema hata uko nyuma ya nini?
Oh, then I'm not aware then.
Thank you. Black, are you aware if the court gave a verdict?
Actually, I'm not aware because even Mato aliniuliza the same question, and I told him I'll get back to it. But nimekuwa nimeshikika kiasi, but perhaps maybe baadaye we can tunaweza revisit.
Because the case was on Monday, expedited, and the verdict was to be given on Friday. So we don't know. Anyway.
You mean a hearing took place on Monday?
Yeah.
It was pushed to 12th. It was pushed to 12th. The Sakaja case?
Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It was pushed to 12th.
The verdict was pushed to 12th.
Yeah.
Okay. Makiadi cheza nini?
Hiyo sikuwa nimejua. Mimi niliacha akipigia watu gitaa akiwaambia usiku mwema. Sasa sijui kama alikuwa amepatiwa hiyo nini whatever na koti ama namna gani. Hii ni ile naudhi Julia.
Clement Masombo, KTN News.
And speaking last night during KTN News, a social home meeting, Deputy President William RUTO revealed that President Uhuru Kenyatta kicked him out of National Security Council meeting 4 years ago. In an exclusive KTN News Kivumbi presidential town hall, RUTO also said he will reverse all port operations shifted from the port of Mombasa should he be elected president on August 9th. Duncan Heimber with details from that political show.
It was during KTN News' inaugural Kivumbi presidential town hall when Deputy President William RUTO opened up on the bitter divisions between him and the president, revealing that he was kicked out of the powerful National Security Council long time ago.
Until 3 years ago, the president excluded me from attending the National Security Council because I asked tough questions about schemes of murder and things.
He claims the fallout was occasioned by his stance on continued extrajudicial killings.
If you spoke to the Director of Intelligence, and I am saying it because I know somebody is listening somewhere, these are issues I have raised with him when he could still pick my phone, right? These are the things that I had serious concerns about what was happening in many parts of our country, in Moyale, and I remember even calling him one time and telling him, really? I mean, it cannot have gotten here, right? I have raised those issues. And I have raised many other issues concerning extrajudicial killing.
On what appears to have been a night of telling it all, Deputy President spoke of a failed diplomacy by the men of the cloth to bring the two together.
You know very well, Canon, that bishops talk to me. Bishops talk to the president. And when they came back to me, I told them, I want to have a chat with my boss. He refused. He flatly refused. He refused the bishops for us to have a chat. You know, ask the bishops. Ask the bishop of ACK.
This
Ask the bishop of
situation, when people also hear there's those conversations going on
about
slapping the president. I mean, that does not speak to a man who does not care to antagonize.
Honestly, I mean, that is figurative speech. Nobody can slap the president, surely.
But
I mean, surely, Sophie. You sincerely think you can slap the president, honestly?
You said it.
That's a figure of speech.
RUTO added that he has been very accommodative on his part.
It's really unfortunate, and I regret the fact that it's gone this way. It is the least of the things that I wanted. And let me tell you, Canon, I have been a very patient person. The kind of humiliation that I have been subjected to by my boss, nobody could have taken it.
On matters graft, the second in command cited KEMSA as the weak link in the fight against graft and provision of affordable health care.
The problem in KEMSA is conflict of interest and corruption, pure and simple.
He reiterated Kenya Kwanza's stand on politics of the Mombasa port operations.
And Naivasha is supposed to be our industrial city, right?
Haukusema kwamba mtaanzisha kituo katika eneo la Naivasha.
What has happened, let me just answer you.
Yeah.
What has happened is other people took advantage and moved port operations. What we are discussing here is port operations. You know, simple infrastructure things that have nothing to do with the construction of the railway. That's why we are saying we are going to reverse court operations that have been brought to Nairobi largely. You know, CFSs that have been brought to Nairobi, many of the other facilities that have been brought to Nairobi to benefit a few people. We're going to reverse it so that it goes back to Mombasa.
KTN News will hold 3 more Kivumbi presidential town halls before Kenyans take to the ballot. Duncan Haemba, KTN News.
Aya, unajua nikicheza hizi video Ndemba usome comments uone vile watu wanaongea. Kwanza kuna mtu anaitwa Panda hataki kuona hiyo kitu. Na yeye Julia naye anaongeza makaa huko chini. Sasa wacha niulize Black swali moja. Black najua unajua kitu inaitwa National Security Council, right? If you're a member of a National Security Council, do you come out to discuss issues that are discussed in those meetings, or is this something that the DP was doing just to show us how serious he is about extrajudicial killings?
He did not specifically mention a particular operation. He only mentioned that he may have highlighted
the
issue
listen.
in
Black.
Mandera, extrajudicial killings in particular areas.
Black.
But that's my incident plan exactly.
Black, you're more intelligent than that. There's something that is called, when you get into government, you sign there's a document.
Oath of secrecy, right?
Oath of secrecy. All right. Whatever the deputy president was speaking about yesterday, even the minutes or whatever goes on in the Security Council, he's not even supposed to come out and say that we talked about extrajudicial. Those are issues that are matters of security that can easily compromise the security of the state, right? So as a member of the Security Council, now I know why he was even thrown out, because if he could come out and still come and say that I asked these questions at the Security Council, it means therefore he was thrown out for such behaving badly. If you are a member,
he's saying difficult questions.
Yeah, he was thrown out for asking difficult questions. But you are a member of the Security Council. You're supposed to be helping solve the problem, not come and create and blame people. When you come and start saying that I asked the NIA, whoever, that why are we having these extrajudicial killings? He's supposed to be solving, not complaining. He is as a member of the Security Council. It's also very, very wrong for him to suggest he's not in the Security Council courtesy of the president. He was a member of the Security Council courtesy of the Constitution. So when you are coming to suggest that the president kicked you out of the National Security Council, who could not kick you out of the deputy president's office, what are you telling us? If you stopped going to the National Security Council, you ought to have also stopped coming to the office of the deputy president, because it's a constitutional mandate. He is a member of the National Security Council, courtesy of the Constitution. Now, suggesting that the president could even tell him not to come, you know, he's now hitting hitting the president and he's saying that I've never insulted the president is already an insult. To suggest that the president told you not to come, that's an insult to your boss. It's already even an insult to suggest that, to tell people, you know, that the bishops went to talk to the president and he refused. I mean, who comes to say such things to the nation? You know? I mean, if you have resorted to such kind of behavior, let me tell you the reason why the deputy president should not be the president of Kenya anytime soon. Because this kind of behavior is what the people and the people he's appointing will subject him to the same kind of behavior. And he'll have no way of wriggling himself out of it. He will be told that this is how you behaved. And knowing Gachagua and the way he got into that position, he's going to behave the same way, because I'm told that Gachagua bulldozed himself into that position. And he told him that if you give me back my money or I get the position. So he's going to bulldoze him. Black, relax. Gachagua got 3 votes. Kindiki got 27. You can't contest that. He bulldozed himself into that position. And he's going to bulldoze himself. And that's why there's discomfort of Gachagua in Kenya Kwanza. So let's appreciate that the deputy president behaved badly. He might be your candidate. You can't defend every kind of behavior. That's already compromising the security of our country. How do you come and say that these are the things that we discussed in the Security Council? As much as people did not agree with Trump, you could not hear anyone coming out to say that this is what they said versus this. Security Council is top level council of the nation. You can't get out of there and even discuss an item that was discussed inside there. Whether extrajudicial killings was discussed or not, a matter in the meeting of the Security Council. You ought not to talk about it. Get out, have your complaint, pursue your political whatever. Wait until the president that you're serving at the moment is out of office. If there'll be a time that you're going to write your memoir and people will read. What is the intention right now? The intention can only be 2. 1, gain mileage politically, paint yourself as a person who has been the savior, which you're not. And 2, embarrass the president. But that is not working. I think Black, even as you'll be responding, I know you want to support, but you cannot support someone who is compromising security. That one is the highest, or the epitome. Let me say the epitome of lack of allegiance to your country. At least have an allegiance to your country, not a person. If anybody compromises security, you need to call it out. I think Black, support RUTO, but call out such kind of bad manners in politics. Yes, Papa.
Can I?
Wait, Papa, first. You go there.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask maybe a question to the panel, but more particularly Black. Now, when the deputy president says that talks of the extrajudicial killings, that statement is very loaded. Did he mean that it is the government that is carrying out killings? Because if that's what he was talking about, it was an alarmist statement. It was meant to send shivers to the public that the government is finishing people, because that is what I think he meant. And the way Themba is talking about talking things that are discussed in the Security Council, that was gross. And then another thing about the port, you know, anybody who has done the port operations or any clearing of any goods at the port here in Mombasa knows very well that everything is done online. And basically, the CFSs that were moved to that were created in Naivasha is just something similar to what we have in Embakasi. And these operations basically are for storage. There is nothing that in fact, if you've ever cleared any goods, it is all about storage, and that's where the catch is, and that storage is expensive. So when it talks about returning the operations from Naivasha to Mombasa, I don't know what he's talking about, because I have imported personally I've imported several items in bulk, and it is all about it. Every document you lodge from the IDF, import declaration form, it is online. It is generated online. Even the tax, apart from now physical verification of the goods, you do not deal with anything physical. So he's a man of doublespeak, and we can't even trust him at all. So Black, back to you, and tell us about this this gentleman of yours that you trust so much, that is willing to put the country at risk.
Hi Demba, Makiadi, Kuseo in absence, Bob, Black, Sally. Nice to see you, Black. You really come here. Na mchana nilikwambia uingie wakati Shikwa alikuwa ukakataa. And you didn't want to be the same place with Shiko. So on a light note, now Black, I'm just thinking, I saw the reporters asking Mr. Ruto there, maneno ya slap. He said, no one can slap the president of Kenya. And then he said, this was figurative. And then he said, I was telling to a small group of people. Then he was being asked, you are telling to people, you are talking about it in public, and you are embarrassing your boss. No, then he said, I didn't mean it to come out. You didn't mean it to come out, and you are telling people outside there. So Black, I want to ask you, do you think that your boss either is dumb or lacks intelligence, or he's a criminal? Which among the two, or both? Because Black, I want to ask you, maybe you are married. Let's imagine you are married. Is a for example. For example, sasa bibi yako akutane na kina Julia awambie nilitamani kuchapa bwana yangu kofi. And we are me na kina Selina, and we are laughing about it. Then later on she says, I didn't intend it to come out. It was figurative. I can't slap you. I cannot slap you. It was figurative. I was just joking with Akina Julia and Akina Selina. That one, it is so disrespectful to you as a man. And worse still, if it's a man talking about it, at wewe nitakuchapa. Worse still. Now this man is saying that it was figurative, and he was doing, for example, to a group of people, and then it came out, and he didn't intend it to come out, and then he's complaining that the president kicked him out of this, kicked him out of that. Common sense, even a primary school child can see that that is disrespect. So if your boss cannot see that is disrespect, two things: either he's a criminal, or he's dumb, that he lacks intelligence, or both of them. Because an intelligent person, if you want to have a good relationship with a person, the first time you step on their toes, you use your head. You say, Bob, wacha nitumie Bob. Bob nikimwambia hivi, hicho kitu hakimfurahishi. Wacha nisimwambie hivyo tena. You know, if I'm intelligent enough, if I want us to continue talking. But if I'm so dumb, the next day I'll do the same thing and talk about it to Black. So the first thing, Bob will stop talking to me or speaking with me. And day by day, the relationship will go. And this deputy president is hoping to become president. That is the irony. And he's hoping at yako kumi, the yangu kumi. He has these hopes against hopes. The president is disrespecting. Will come out and campaign for Black. Tuniambie ukweli. Sasa leo ndio nimefikiria hiyo kitu kabisa. I have been thinking about it, and I have come to a conclusion. Either Ruto is dumb, lacks intelligence, or is a criminal or is both. So mi nataka jibu kwako. Is he dumb? Why he couldn't see that is disrespect? I mean, common sense tells that is disrespect. That you saw the reporters there, they were asking him. They were shocked at his reaction at the figurative. Figurative halafu naenda kuambia watu hiyo maneno. Figurative about your boss. Yes, we all know he cannot slap the president, and we all know what could have happened to him if he dared to do that. We all know that. We all know he could have been talking something that happened to the deputy president if he did that. We all know that. We want to agree with him. It is figurative. But if we agree with him, it's figurative. He went around boasting about it to people, in public. It came out. When it came out, he's not even apologetic. When he was asked by that lady, he said, hakuna ubaya, hakuna ubaya. Kuna ubaya gani? Ukisaidia mtu, ukiona anafanya makosa. He was now justifying that you can never slap the president if you think he's making a mistake. So Mr. Black, really, I'm now lost. People have been thinking that RUTO is very intelligent, and me, I think he's not. I'm beginning to ask myself how he passed his tests in school. That is what I think. He lacks intelligence. So do you think your boss is intelligent?
And together with that, Black, how can you allow yourself to be lied to like that? The other day, that was it 3 or so weeks ago, your guy was telling us that kuna deep state gani kama si mimi. Hii intelligence message inanifikia kabla ijafikia hao watu wadogo. Kabla ijafika kwa sijui akina Kibishu na nini, after the president ni mimi nafikia. Now in this video, he was thrown out of the National Intelligence Committee 3 years ago, and the guy doesn't pick his phone. So who gives him his intelligence? Was he talking about HNIB, Hustler Nation Intelligence Bureau? So,
Temba, remember that Matiang'i said that the only. Temba, remember that Matiang'i told us that the only time we see some people is when there is a tender. So you can see when he goes there. So it's not true. It is possible that it's not true that he was even kicked out. The man appears there when there are tenders.
No, he said that he was kicked out 3 years ago. The guy doesn't pick his phone. He has forgotten that just the other day he said that the information comes from wherever it comes from, it goes to the president. Then he is the person who has to receive it before any other person. So you are telling this to someone like Black, who will confidently stand here and start protecting. Okay, Black, it's your time now.
Number one, in matters to do with IBC and KPA and the port issues, I think tumeongea sana such that now it's becoming monotonous in my view. But that's just my view. Because tumeongea karibu kila for the longest time. I mean, this election is not going to be won or lost just because of these two things. I mean KPA. There are so many things that we can discuss. I mean, tumeongea sana over and over and over and over again. So I don't think we should even continue with this. Hata watu wanachoka. No. So in regards to Julia kusema sijui was
watu wagani wamechoka?
Me personally, I mean,
sasa wewe ukichoka
tumeongea kusupport
mambo ya projection matter. Don't project your issues to other people. Just say mimi nimechoka na kuongea mambo ya IBC. Hata usiseme, ongelea ile jambo ambalo unataka kuongelea. Unajua this issue coming, watu wamechoka, watu wamefanya hivi.
Sawa.
Wewe kama umechoka, hata usiongee. Wewe kuja ongelelea lile jambo unataka kuongelelea. Usianze kulazimisha watu ati mwache kuongea hii. No. Let's not do that.
Okay, sir.
This is a
Okay,
listen.
Sir.
Wait. Like, let me give you fair direction. When you come here and you realize that, number one, this place has been this platform has been on for 8 hours. Okay. And Mutembe TV is not the only channel on YouTube, okay? So if you come for the first 2 hours and you realize what people are talking about is not what you like, you can switch off, go to another channel, angalia nyimbo. Kuna channel ya watu wako na nyimbo, kuna mali wako na kukari, kuna mali wako na dini zingine. Just go watch those. Don't stay here for 8 hours. Alafu nataka sisi ndio tubadilishe ile kitu tunasema. Sasa wewe ndio tukunini. No. Number 2, when you come on and you realize, okay, kuna menu, tunapeana menu hapa, and you realize you don't want to talk about IBC. Don't talk about it. You just come. Talk about what you want to talk about. We will listen to you. Alafu kisha utoke uende. I mean, what is this thing with people giving people pressure? Sasa wacheni kuongea hiyo, ongeni. Wewe unafanya nini hapa? Kuna mwingine hajasikia. We have over 276 people watching.
May I respond?
So, yeah. No, don't respond. Just go straight to the other things ambazo.
That's what I'm now, you know. Remember, that's why I say, to me personally, now I'm speaking as Black. I personally, in matters to do with KPA, and all this blah blah, I've had this conversation here 1,000,000 times. Now, and I remember I had this conversation here with Bob, for those that have been watching here, over and over and over again. I even went as far again, if I can recap, and saying that it will seem so, it doesn't make any sense, because if it would be moved, what would happen to the people that are in Naivasha? I mean, we had this discussion before. So I don't see why I should go again to repeat myself.
But
for the same. I think, no, I just gave a recap of that, just in case you forgot.
Listen, let me guide you again. Listen, just mute a little bit.
Allow me to speak, Temba.
I want to help you so that you save on time and you save on yourself. When you come in
Don't
here,
let me finish, Temba. Let me finish. I'm just only 1 minute.
Hold on,
1 minute.
Hold on. I'll give you more than 1 minute. I'll give you 10 minutes. Now listen, when you come here and you realize you don't want to respond to Bob, what he has said is something you have talked over and over. When you come in here, nobody gives, you don't have a right to respond to everybody. You have a right to remain silent and only talk on what you want to talk about. Aya, Bob ameongea, ashasema, wenda straight to what you want to talk about. You can even ignore what Bob said and then go straight to what you want to say. All right? Nobody forces you to respond to it. That is how the debate here is. If you feel like responding to Bob, fair enough. If you feel like not responding, fair enough. Just move on. But you should not take Bob's right to ask you the question on that and commenting on it. So your right ends where Bob's right starts. Sasa Bob akikuja ulize hiyo swali, wewe usimzime pia wewe unamwambia Bob usiulize swali. Wacha ulize swali yake. Wewe ukitaka kurespond sawa. Haya, twende Black. Wachana na Bob. You just go straight on to what you want to talk about.
Number 2, Julia, like you said, it was just figurative speech, or in my view, maybe it may have been a slip of the tongue. These things happen. That's how I look at it. The way it came out wrong. Correct, I agree. Just as the way the issue of Mtumba, when Baba said it came out wrong to some people, right? But some way, somehow, as much as watu walijaribu kuitumia kupiga nao vita, I included. But at the end of the day, we got to understand that, yes, it may have not meant it the way it came out. Similarly, I'm trying to put the same, or rather to apply the same for the words of DP. It may have been a slip of the tongue. And like he said, for sure, and like also you agreed, Julian, there's no way he can slap the president. We know that. So in my view, I think I personally would distance myself from that. It may have been a slip of the tongue. Vile tu nilichukulia tu inaweza kuwa uende kawa Raila aliposema kuhusu ile mitumba and all that. May have been a slip of the tongue. It may have meant it that way. Because I'm sure Raila even akiingia leo, there's no way kwamba itataachisha mambo mitumba. mtumba ati leo leo. So similarly, take it that way. And that's how I would like to respond to your answer, to your question, Julian. And as to whether we would still go ahead to vote for him, whether he's dumb or not, I think it's my right to choose whoever I feel, Julian. I mean, if I feel like voting for a dumb person, it's fine. It's okay. I have the right to do so, isn't it? So that's it.
So you agree he's damn black? Like we are in agreement that he lacks some intelligence, because ukisema kitu na ukutaka let me say this, Black. If I would have said something, if I were him and got out in the public, I would have said I'm misquoted. It's out of context. I cannot slap my president. I respect my boss. You know what he went ahead and said? Nakama Nivo, he went to Maryhead, he said, what if, you know, he emphasized that. And even with KTN, he still did not regret saying it. If I were him, even if I don't regret, I would have acted regret. I'm telling you, because, you know, there are things you say and how they affect people. You use your wisdom, you don't say them again. So my take is this man has been very unwise. If that is how to plan to become president, Kenyans, when you grow up, don't behave like Mr. William Ruto.
Yes,
Black, I think if you watched what was happening at Serena, that was the DP's just another double speak. If you remember what when he was in Tarakaniti, more than once, 3 times, he asked the crowd that should he have beaten the president for throwing away their toiled all over the country campaigning. You don't remember? And the crowd said, makosa iko wapi? He asked that, iko makosa. And what did the crowd say? Hakuna. And he did say that he has nothing to regret. Don't forget it. Now, that is besides the point. When I first touched on this issue, I asked you here, and you have all along, I've noticed you have avoided it. I just asked you what would have happened if the DP had started that fight at State House. What do you think would have happened? Even hiyo ilikuwa wanaogopa in the streets would have been just a child play. What do you think the security forces were going to do there? Sometimes we should not be so narrow and short.
There's a story that goes, I don't know how true it is. There's this lawyer from, I don't know, it's Imanyara, from Meru. Okay, this is an allegation. I think it's an allegation that when Kibaki was president, and when we had this fracas year 2007, there was a meeting in State House, and because I think Umanyara was on the side of, I think ODM or something, I think Umanyara went to State House, and I think there was a critical meeting, and then I think Lucy confronted Umanyara, and you know Lucy, how Lucy Kibaki was. That is a story. I don't know how true that is. That I think Lucy was kind of physical, ama kama alimsukuma ama nini. Sasa Imanyara alijaribu kuinua mkono yake achape mwanamke, kwamba inasemekana all the State House dogs, the human dogs. Did you people hear that? All the State House human dogs. Waliangukia Imanyara, that Imanyara ended up in a hospital in South Africa. Nyini mnasikia hiyo story that Kibaki had to pay mbuzi za sijui za nini za Kimeru kama hasara for Imanyara. There was a case that went on that Imanyara was assaulted in State House, and the case did not go to court because Kibaki had to pay alikuwa alipe mbuzi kwa sababu what happened. It is because Imanyara maybe tried to be aggressive to the first lady, just attempt to be aggressive, whatever happened to him. So all of us know that DP cannot slap the president because of what could have happened, the aftermath of that. But he goes around bragging, and Tarakanidhi, ati kuna ubaya. You know, he's bragging, he's boasting about it. First, he has done some damage because
Black, did you hear any of what we are talking about?
Yes. So Black atawe ni mwerevu tu. Ukweli wewe huwezi fanya hivyo. Hiyo akili yake si timamu. Something is very wrong with that man's head.
Julia, you see, according to me, when the DP went to Serena, he realized just the magnitude of what he was playing around with. So he decided that was his way of trying to completely downplay it. That anybody who thinks that you would go to State House to cause chaos, that is out of the question. He was trying to manage it. That is basically what he was trying to do. But that he went to State House annoyed and ready for any event is just that maybe the president did not respond as much. If the president also had gotten annoyed, what do you think would have happened there?
If the
Because
president,
they didn't have a friendly conversation.
if the president was like the DP himself, Akonayo character DP, I think would have been talking other things today. So, Mr. Black, you
he
have
has just come to realize that he was serious. He went overboard.
See, power. Kenyans
Okay,
should
thank
think
you.
very hard.
Thank you. I think we don't need to belabor the point. Black has agreed that his boss has a lot of time to cover before he becomes presidential.
Let him apologize.
And no, he wouldn't even
covering for the.
he would even apologize. But now I think we want to start closing. Thank you so much, everyone who has joined us in the comment section. Thank you, panelists Makiadi, Julia, Kuseo, Black, and Selina. And those who are joining us in the comment section, we have MC Evans 254 Kenya. Black leo ni leo, anasema leo umelemewa, mpatana na Julia, kiboko yako amekuweka kwa carpet vizuri. That's nice. Michael Waweru, asante. Elkana Shivashi, Njoki, Anita Bobo, Lawrence Ochiel, Kavita Boniface, Michael Waweru leo amekuja na fujo kweli. Elkana Shivashi, leo tunafurahi sana. Sioni Yufino Tieno. Umeona Yufino Tieno leo kwa comment section ama wameenda na Adams? Leo ni Friday. Okay, yeah. Sawa. Hata Bob ametoroka kwa sababu walienda honeymoon na ameona mtu wa roho chafu hapa Black, so ametoroka mapema. Yes, Joki. Hata Julia karibu anatuhepa hapa kwa sababu sioni Njiru. Hakuna shida. Steven Mutumbu, Danny Darius Father, asante sana mkubwa wetu. Maombi unayoyatoa yanafika vizuri, yanasaidia. Real Talk TV, asante. Wacha basi leo tufungie hapo, manake pia wanasema maneno yaishi na mawazo hayawezi yakamalizika. Yote 9-10 ni kwamba ni vizuri ya kwamba tumeweza kujiwasha, kujipasha misuli ya ubongo moto. Tumeweza kusikiza Kariso Fisher, asante. Joy Njoki, asante. Panda mtu babu kubwa, Pen Nyagaka mzee mwenyewe. Pen Nyagaka siku hizi ni matusi tu kwa wingi, lakini hamna neno. Anatuita majina yote. Dorcas Okendo, sijui nani huyu. Duke Moses, asante. Kama sijakutaja sio eti kwa sababu si nakuchukia, ni kwamba sijaona jina lako. Kipindi kingine labda nikiona nitataja jina lako. We invite you to subscribe to Mutembei TV. Kama kawa, please subscribe and invite as many friends to Mutembei TV as many times as you can, so that they can come and listen to what we have to share. The program starts at 9:30 Kenyan time. Saa 3:30 masaa ya Afrika Mashariki ya Kati. You can come at any point. You can join in, drop out, come in, join in, drop out, give your views, come in, join in, drop out. Sikiza, ongea, usikize wengine, pia wewe uongee. It's an open forum. It's an open platform. You can always come in and share. And when you're talking, remember there are so many people listening to you, not just the panelists who are here, but you have so many people who are listening to you. So come and talk to us. Let us hear what you have to share. And maybe someone will learn from what you have to share with them. It's always very nice to share. I mean, don't. If you know some information and you think it will be beneficial to people, kindly come talk to us. And again, as I say, let us keep talking as Kenyans, because if we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. Come and talk to us. They say that no one has monopoly over information, and nobody has monopoly over knowledge. So whatever you have and whatever you know, someone else can benefit from it. Also, kindly, if you haven't subscribed, I keep mentioning my channel with my daughter. Kindly go there and subscribe. Nitafurahi sana. Kama uja subscribe, ni wewe tunangoja tufike at least 600 jamani. Ni wewe tunangoja. Ni wewe tunangoja. Kwa hivyo nenda pale subscribe kama uja subscribe. Themba and Lulu Show. Go there and subscribe, please. Go there and subscribe. Themba ni msimu wa Kiswahili. Toa maana mbili ya English ya neno muto. Hakuna muto kwa Kiswahili, ni mto. MTO. Hakuna muto. Ni mto. Linet Wabomba. Nimefanya nini tena? Everybody on the comment section. Kwani nani sija? Linet. Sina chuki na Linet Wabomba. Sina chuki na wewe. Nimekunem jamani. Nimekunem. Kiongea na kunem kabisa. Jina benem. Papa, hivi usazi kidogo, usazi au baki? Haya, we want to give our last comment, 2 minutes. Naanza na Kuseo. Selina uko hapo? Selina shalala naye. Acha tumtoe hapa ili asije akaanza ndoto zake hapo. So Kuseo, utatoa dakika zako 2, then Papa dakika zako 2, alafu Julia niende hapo first floor. Julia naona anapata kikombe cha chai, anaanza kututisha hapa mapema, ni sawa tu. Alafu kisha Richi Makiadi. Muto ni mattress, hiyo ni mattress na kikamba. Muto ni mattress na kikamba. Haya, Kuseo.
Yeah, all I can say is to close up with what I've seen AZIMIO is doing is, for me, I see as if the elections are already done. And interestingly, the heat seems to be going up with every rally. Since they started in, was it in Meru? All the consequent rallies, each of them is a step ahead of the previous. The one I saw in Kakamega was now even better than yesterday. I thought yesterday was, the other day was even better. Now I don't know where they're moving next, but I think it's like there's a lot of excitement, and I can see the crowd participating, which I think is a very good sign. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuseo. Papa, dakika 2.
Yeah, all I wanted to say is that the IEBC should style up. We don't want these stories of commissioners not being aware, being ambushed by incoming ballot papers. We want one voice. Otherwise, things might turn out very ugly in this country. The elections have always been emotive, and they need to get serious. Chebukati must act like a manager and not like a pedestrian or some backroom staff. With regard to AZIMIO, they are doing it well. I want to believe that in a few days, UDA will be back in Western Kenya, trying to mend the cloth where it is torn. But this thing is done and dusted. The best they can do is to continue cheering the IEBC, because they appear to be holding brief for them. Meanwhile, let's come out and vote, and we can always keep them in check by voting in large numbers, so that the margin is that big. We don't need to go back to the Supreme Court this time. Thank you.
Asante, Julia.
Okay, I want to say this about the IBC. I appreciate our reservations, and I think they make sense, and we hope something is going to be done. But I want to ask Kenyans, irrespective of our reservations, come out and vote. I also hope that AZIMIO, because I don't care about Kenya Kwanza, AZIMIO will have strong agents, especially in Mount Kenya region. That is how we are going to beat this thing. That is how we are going to prevent people from stuffing ballots. Now, today, I think yesterday for Kenyans, I was very pleased to see the president, what he was saying. And I picked two things. Now, one thing I picked, he talked to the religious people and he asked them why they have allowed themselves to be bought by politicians, why they have allowed corrupt money into the church. He asked them such questions, such direct questions. So because I think that's the situation that has happened in Kenya, in some, not all the churches, some of the churches in Kenya. And I hope that the members, the congregation is going to see that. And I'm praying that God raises men and women that will not be prone to corruption in the house of God. Now, about the second thing he talked about the said slap. And he said, even if he was to slap me this side, I would allow him to slap the other side for the sake of Kenya. And he said, power is not more important than the lives of Kenyans. And I was not going to sit there and allow more lives to be lost because of power. And he said he preferred going back to his home rather than having bloodshed in this country. On the contrary, the DPO has been bragging around how he could have slapped the president to retain power. Now, he now shows us who his real character is. I think he's a selfish man. He's a power-hungry man who will go at any length, even risk the lives of Kenyans for the sake of power. And I asked myself, if he contemplated slapping the president to push him because of power, how safe are we as Kenyans in his hands? Last thing I want to say, the DP is going around saying that he made the President Uhuru president. No, it is President Uhuru who made the DP deputy president. It is because of President Uhuru that William Samoei Ruto had a golden opportunity to become a deputy president, because he will never go close to such seat again in this country. I even believe he will not be allowed to vie for presidency again, because after this tunapelekana kotini na pengine atamalizia kamiti. Otherwise, fellow Kenyans, don't vote for losers. Don't vote for people you cannot trust your life in. Somebody who alleges that he can slap the president. In whose hands are you safe? Don't vote for land grabbers. Don't vote for warmongers, hate mongers. Fellow Kenyans, in whose hands are you safe? Na waomba mvuke sakafu mje tupigie baba kura. You are safe in baba and mama's hands. I can assure you. I can promise you are safe. Asante Demba.
I don't have much to say. I think, like I said yesterday, I love what I'm seeing. The campaigns are going on very well. Baba na mama wanafanya kazi vile tulikuwa tunatarajia. And the other political players too in AZIMIO are doing a good job combing the hair. I mean, combing the ground all over the country. I also want to thank President Uhuru Kenyatta, because it's like he listened to us once in a while, one for the road, just once in a week. And then UDA will be scattered all over the country, crying foul for the whole week. So the one that he did yesterday, I think it will take them to sometime mid next week, which is a good thing. And then we have the president then coming out again, doing another one, and keep these guys busy for the remaining, I think, 4 weeks. Meanwhile, I think AZIMIO should continue demanding what is best for the coming election. I know Chebukati is a complex man, and I think maybe he might yield to demands, maybe he might not. But I am still wondering if this guy called Gulia, I don't know Gulia or Professor who, Gulaya Magulaya, anaitwa nani kuse?
Gulie.
Gulie. I'm still wondering if he's the co-chairman of IEBC, because I am surprised that he also speaks like he's the chair of the IEBC.
I think he's the one on the ICT side, commissioner.
ICT.
You know they have divisions. Yeah. So on the IT side, I think he's.
So he's in charge of IT.
I think so. He's the one chairing, heading that department.
Yeah, when I hear that guy speak, I also ask myself, is he the one who is running the IEBC? Because it's like he's overshadowing even Chebukati. He's a very arrogant man. You know, the way he treats the returning agents of the presidential candidates is so very bad. It's very bad. So I think that should not distract whoever thinks that they are being treated unfairly, and they should continue to demand for changes before the election day. That is it. I think so far we are doing the strategy is working, and you might just realize how Kenya Kwanza look like they are deflated, look like their strategy has gone down. They are not talking about their agenda anymore. They're not talking about their manifesto, which is good. Finally, like I always say, watu waendelee kupima suti. I will always encourage you. Na usia kama yako haiko tayari, tafuta material. Unasikia bei inaenda kupanda. Hii vita ya Ukraine imepandisha bei ya material juu. So Bob alisema yake anapiga pasi sasa. Majaliwa ya Mwenyezi Mungu, tutakutana mwezi wa 8 tukiapisha baba. Asante.
Asante. Mimi Makiadi, mimi nasema tuwe na siku moja tufanye dress rehearsal. Tukuje hapa tu na suti zetu za blue na white yani tuchape luku ya rehearsal.
Julia hata hajapima. Unajua Julia anasemanga watu wavuke sakafu na ana suti.
Niko na suti, kofia ndio sina. Is there an online thing I can order?
Ujaongea na Selina akusaidie.
Selina, I should talk with Selina. I need a hat.
Ongea na Selina, ama kuna jamaa alikuanga anakuja hapa anaitwa Geoffrey.
I'm very serious. Even my car is blue.
Bas.
My car.
Tutakuwa hapa na dress rehearsal. Tutakuja hapa tumepiga suti na white na nini. Hiyo siku tunaongea tu Azimio, mtu kama Black ikifika hii masaa ya jioni hatuingizi mtu wa UDA hata mmoja. Hiyo Kenya Kwanza tunakaa tu sisi tu ni Azimio. Tunaanza kupiga dress rehearsal. Mimi kwa kifupi ni kwamba Azimio and waendelee kupiga pressure kwa IEBC. Waendelee hivyo hata wasinyamaze. Hopefully next week IEBC ipeane nini mzuri, but wasipowekwa on toes, mtu ambaye anafikiria kitu fishi atakuwa labda anafikiria haonekani, anaweza kufikiria kitu fishi, lakini waendelee kupiga pressure huko. Ruto, I mean, he speaks too many lies. I think even his people have already noticed that this guy has too many lies. So wamemwacha tu sasa aendelee tu kudanganya, because how do you, if you could make Hussein Mohammed to Photoshop State House, I mean White House, you know, and pretend that you guys have visited White House of all the places. You know, I mean, you're forgetting that we live in an age of internet. People know.
Remember, to be fair to Mohammed, because he received the word to air. He's not the one who did it.
No,
he believed it was true.
He's the communication guy. He was with him.
No, he was not at the White House himself.
No, he was with the deputy president in the US.
So he knew that they were not at State House.
Of course.
At White House.
He photoshopped. You know what's photoshopped?
He photoshopped and sent the information to the media.
Hey, that is worrying.
Yeah, so he was forced to try and their propaganda machine is people like Kinaitumbi na Babu na Mwamba. They're the ones who said, you said by the time we go back, that story will have died down. It has not died
Maybe
down.
he didn't know that was not White House. Has he
No,
ever been there?
They knew.
Kuseo, he's saying they knew it was not White House. That's why they photoshopped the picture to lie.
And then they photoshopped some people. We are just from White House, and then the people they are meeting. You see, we don't forget. We remember. We remember you photoshopped White House. We remember you met some Episcopal church in some place and said that you have met very important, what do you call them? Investors in the US.
No, it was. They said they were meeting very senior government officials in the Biden administration.
Yes, and yet you are speaking from a church, and it was
it a closed door meeting?
They went to some. They went to some room here. I don't know, is Dakota or where. There's a state here that is a farming state. Mahali kunatokaga viazi kunaitwa aje? Demba. Mahali kunatoka viazi ya chips.
There's a place kunatoka viazi hapo.
Nebraska. Yeah, walienda Nebraska mani wapi?
Sisi tunajua Nyahururu huko ndio kuna viazi.
So we remember they photoshopped White House. We remember they have lied to us. So we cannot forget, and we will not forget. And we remember he said that he gets information from NSIS even before our Tuadogo amepata. And then he's telling us that he was just 3 years ago. So he's not presidential, and Kenyans, please make a choice. We are not telling you to make a wise choice. Tushatoka hapo. Make a choice for Azimio. What otherwise would you have if it's not Azimio? Now, finally.
Vote wisely.
No, we don't say vote wisely now. We say vote Azimio. Wisely can only be Azimio. What other ways?
There's no other wisely Kuseo. If Ruto thinks he's wise with the things he's doing, some people don't know what is the word wise mean.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot equate Ruto to wisdom.
Yeah.
Wisdom and Azimio go hand in hand. So when you're saying wisdom, say Azimio. When you're saying vote wisely, vote Azimio. What are you talking about? Now, we have to finish.
Demba, did you see the tweet from Ahmed Nasir? Ahmed Nasir is complaining. The guy of the Zubrim goat is complaining that the rally in Western had no native son. He does not know that that Oparanya has been doing cleanup. So I don't know why he's even complaining on our behalf. Yet we are there rightfully. Raila has roots in the Western. So is Ida.
No, him is a blogger for Kenya Kwanza. So he picks his blogging from can you imagine a lawyer in the stature of Ahmed Nasir is being fed propaganda by Itumbi? Can you imagine what has happened to wisdom in that place? So you have become a blogger for a political you are being fed propaganda by Itumbi, honestly. Anyway, such is politics. Makiadi, tusome constitution ndio tuweze kufunga.
Yeah, Julia, there's somebody who is called Paula, says you should sometime translate for them what Uhuru said in the church. Okay, I'll I'll read the constitution, and we are reading Article 99. It talks about qualification and disqualification for election as members of parliament, as member of parliament. Number 1, it's fairly long, so we'll read just the first part of it, and then the second half will be read tomorrow. Now, 1, it says, unless disqualified under clause 2, a person is eligible for election as a member of parliament if the person A is a registered voter, B satisfies any educational, moral, and ethical requirements prescribed by this constitution or by an act of parliament, and C is nominated by a political party or is an independent candidate who is supported, Roman 1, in the case of election to the National Assembly by at least 1,000 registered voters in the constituency, or 2, in the case of election to the Senate, by at least 2,000 registered voters in the county.
Thank you, Makiadi. Yesterday we were looking at yesterday we look at which one was it, digital or agriculture? We looked at manufacturing. Yeah, I remember manufacturing, and we went up to number 8. Now we look at our commitment to manufacturing, and we looked at what did you look at, Julia? If you are listening.
I'm sorry, I can't remember. Ask Kuseo. Kuseo, what did you look at?
So was looking.
I think we went past MSMEs the other
MSME.
day, and then we followed. Yesterday was the one that comes after the MSMEs. What is it?
MSMEs, manufacturing.
It was very long. You said that it was Kishanusu.
Yeah, we did half of it. So that was, hold on. MSMEs. Yeah, we finished MSMEs. Digital economy. We finished on digital economy. Creative industry, right?
Yeah, I think that's it. Creative industry.
Yeah, creative industry. Was it creative? Yeah, creative. The commitment to creative industry. Okay.
The one country, one product.
One country, one product. Is that, no, not one country, one product. You already finished with one country, one product. We were looking at creative industry. We finished on creative industry, I think, and then we started on our commitment to the creative industry. We did half of it. It's fairly long, by the way. It goes up to number 22. So I did number 8. I wanna do up to number 12. Then we proceed on tomorrow. Commitment to creative industry. Commitment to creative industry. What are they going to do? Establish a sports business council to develop new business strategy, improve access to finance and skill development, whose membership will be drawn from leading public and private sector organizations. 11, introduce a sports cabinet, bringing together the sports ministries in all the countries to help achieve a coordination and sharing of the best practice with specific focus in the following areas: physical well-being, mental well-being, individual development, social and community development, economic development. 12, intensify state input, support and training development in strategic geographical locations. 13, role performance and training support. And 14, we will introduce new grant conditions and guidance for academic institutions which place emphasis on sports and PE programs. So tomorrow we are looking at creative industry from number 15 to 22 on the commitment of AZIMIO to creative industry. So let's keep reading and see where we are going to hold it accountable. We have to now, kama kawaida, Julia, tuimbie wimbo wa East Africa.
Okay.
Ulisema utarecruit Kuseo muimbe pamoja.
No.
You want to sing?
Me, I need to learn the Kenyan one first. I can learn the first one. Then tutafuatana hivyo. Then we go rotating.
We'll say you don't know the Kenyan anthem.
I need to practice it.
Really?
I can say it, but to sing it.
No, actually, it's the time when we do the national anthem, the Kenyan national anthem, we just recite it. We don't sing it. But now, because when we do the East African, Julia is generous enough here for to sing it for us.
That means I need to be a singer, you know.
Yeah, you can if you want. I mean, it's something you can try.
Well, I can sing after you, but first we do practice when they are not listening.
Now, where are we going to practice with you? Because you are so afraid of me.
I don't know.
Okay, let's sing fast.
You are the teacher, so you.
Okay, East African anthem. Mungu tomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tujenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu. Amen.
Thank you. Now, Kuseo, before you go, wewe na Papa Boba mko hapa jana. Jana tulifanya quick fire moja and ilikuwa challenge ya kujua vipi Kiswahili chako kimefika wapi. Sasa wewe na Bob nataka mfanye kitu tunaita nipe nikupe. Na you will go, we get to the person, yule mtu ambaye atafika namba 10 wa kwanza. Sasa mtatupa maneno ambayo yanaisha na zinaitwa nini? Cha. Kwa mfano picha. Sasa ukitoa moja, Papa Bob anatoa moja. Tuone ni nani Kiswahili kimekomaa kidogo. Najua Papa kidogo. Haya, tunaanza na Papa Bob, alafu Kuseo pia pale. Sasa tuanze na nani? Nani anataka kuanza? Haya, anza.
Picha.
Bob.
Picha.
Kuchocha.
Kucha.
Kuchocha.
Osea amesema.
Kucha.
Kucha.
Amesema kuchocha.
Amesema kucha. Haya, Osea ako na 2, Bob uko na 1.
Ni bwana wachana bwana. Hiyo ni kunisumbua akili. Nimeshindwa.
Chacha.
Kuna 3. Bob bana, wewe unaishi Coast bana, acha kuangusha watu wa Coast. Wende Bob.
Mapacha.
Mapacha ni Bob Haya, tuko na 3 kwa 2. Haya, Kuseo.
Kuseo ndiye amesema mapacha, si Bob. Bob hajasema kitu.
Haya, 4 kwa 1.
Mimi nimesema mapacha.
Ni Bob amesema.
Mimi ndio nimesema mapacha.
Haya, 4 kwa 2. Twende.
Cheka.
Cheka bwana, haina cha bwana.
Cheka.
Ficha.
Chache.
Nini? Chacha.
Chache.
Hii haina cha, lazima ishe na cha.
So what is the score now then, Ba?
Mimi nimesema
kuna 5 to 4. Kuseo ako na 5, Bob ako na 4.
Mchicha.
Okay, mucha.
Wewe
Bob amesema mchicha.
Mucha.
Unajua Bob anangoja watu waandike pale chini alafu ndio asome. Bado tuko pale kwa 5 kwa 4. Twende nani ni Bob sasa. Bob bana. Sekunde zako zinaisha. Haya Kuseo, nafasi yako. Kuseo twende.
Kucha tusasema.
Ushasema kucha. Yaani mbona wafikiria hivyo bana? Haya basi, inakaa mmeshindwa. Kuseo atakuwa mshindi kwa sasa kwa sababu Baba amefikiria ni mtihani sasa ameji.
Bob, unafikiri ni test eh?
Muliniambush. I was not even thinking about that.
You're not supposed to be thinking.
You're not supposed to be thinking. You're supposed to be Kusema sasa kwa sababu wewe ni mshindi wa leo nitakushikanisha na mshindi wa jana ambaye alikuwa ni Makiadi ndio tuone. Tuone ni nani zaidi. Sasa naomba Julia tuambie walete neno inaisha na neno ipi?
J-U-I.
Hiyo nini hiyo?
L-I.
Jui.
Pilipili. L-I.
Ina maneno mengi hata pata zote.
L-I. Pilipili.
L-I unachagua ile unaelewa.
Pilipili nishaanza. Pilipili.
Wacha niwape.
Wacha tuende yake basi.
L-I. Pilipili nishaanza.
Subiri kidogo Julia nayo.
Mbona nisikupatie Julia kwa sababu mimi nilishinda jana. Okay, chuki.
Unataka nini? Unataka
nilikuwa nataka hao walimu wawili waende pamoja.
Mwalimu gani? Julia
na Ose waende pamoja.
Sawa?
Basi waendelee.
Mimi nilichagua LI. Sasa pilipili nishaanza.
Ni sawa hata ukisema Lee, Julia, Ose endeni sasa.
Haya Julia uko tayari?
Amesema Lee, twende.
Pilipili.
Sawa.
Akili.
Wakili.
Moja.
Pilipili.
Subiri, mbona Haya moja twende kazi Julia.
Mlili.
Nini hiyo wewe?
Dalili.
Haya.
Hiyo si alikuwa amejipanga. Hiyo nimekataa.
Umesema dalili Haya tuendelee. Akili. Umekwama?
Kwani wako wangapi?
Nimeendelea kusaidia. Julia.
Julia amejitoa.
Hiyo si alikuwa amejipanga.
Tuendelee. Mali. Tuendelee. Usijali.
Wewe hizo vingi bana, subiri.
Tuendelee.
Wanaangalia kwa chat.
Mimi sisomi kwa chat, mimi ninasema hakuna mahali wameandika kwa chat.
Tuendelea. Uko katika mbili hapo.
Chili.
Nini?
Chili.
Bana.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
Chili.
Chili ni Kiingereza. Usituibie usiku na
Chili hawezi kuwa Kiingereza.
Chili.
Consult with the teacher.
Hiyo tumekataa bana. Hiyo ni rigging.
Hiyo ni ina maana gani?
Sema nyingine.
Chili inamaanisha nini?
Chili is
Okay, kamili.
Haya sawa.
Ngoja tuambie chili inamaanisha nini?
Wacha tumpe hiyo.
Consult the teacher.
Tushampe kamili. Endelea.
Haya, kisulisuli. Endelea.
Mkatili.
Akili.
Akili sema.
Haya, niendelee.
Ndani.
Haya.
Ndio.
Nirushe nyingine kama medhali. Medhali iko, medhali. Endelea. Baisikeli.
Wewe wacha kwenye comment.
Saidia kuseo mwili.
No, mimi nataka kuwapatia moja ambaye ni aina ya mnyama, nduma kuwili.
Kama mwili ya mtu. Mwili. Mwili. Mwili.
Umepata hiyo.
Hiyo tumekubali.
Those are two.
Mwili, umesema mwili.
Yes.
Ndio karibu Makiadi inafika 10.
Umechukua wingi na umoja na ukasema yote pamoja, sasa unasema those are two. Mwili na mili.
Si ndio? Si magina mbili.
Okay, feli.
Kamili.
Haya, upili.
Rudia.
Pili.
Umerudia?
No, not yet. Kamili.
Makiadi ambakisha moja afike 10, wewe bado 3.
Hapana, what do you mean? Unless hiyo ingine tulianza na Julia. Si Matiang'i alikuwa. Matiang'i ndio iko chini.
Sikia tena ananiita Matiang'i. Mpaka ananiita Matiang'i. Sasa wewe unaharibu.
Kwa sababu hizo za Julia usimuongezee Makiadi.
Matiang'i anaharibu Makiadi.
Ananiita mpaka Matiang'i.
Usiongezee Makiadi.
Ose mimi niko kwa 10 tayari.
Sema wakili.
Why don't we do something?
Okay, dalili.
Nataka
dalili.
Haya, na mimi niongeze ingine ya kumaliza, bangili.
Sema Kiswahili.
Wewe bora.
Kiswahili.
Nimemaliza hii.
Makiadi shamaliza. Haya, sema nini?
Hizo za Julia, Makiadi bado iko 6.
Hapana.
Demba.
No.
Demba alikuwa na 3. Ninataka kuuliza Makiadi. Makiadi amekuwa ndio shujaa wa Kiswahili hapa. Mimi nataka kumuuliza.
Wacha tuambie sasa tunataka kuuliza Demba na Makiadi.
Haya, sawa.
Haya, ngoja niwatafutie.
Mimi nataka kuuliza ile inaitwa nini?
Ngoja twende na Makiadi.
Bob.
Va.
Yes.
VA.
Yes, VA.
Sasa Makiadi
na Demba.
Eti mimi na wewe sasa twende. Nipe nikupe VA. Eva.
Hiyo ni ngumu. Va.
Hapana, hiyo iko na 2 A's.
Lakini ni va.
Hakuna jina
kama
Eva.
Umesema Eva.
He said.
Hakuna jina ingine inaisha na va kwa Kiswahili kwa hiyo moja. Ni hiyo tu peke yake. Hakuna jina nyingine inaisha na va kwa Kiswahili, ni hiyo moja tu peke yake. Nipatie nyingine Julia kama unajua.
Viva.
Biva ni kizungu.
Nimekupea.
Biva ni Kiingereza bana. Hakuna kitu. Hakuna kitu kingine.
Okay, let's do this Demba. Let's all try to find a word with va.
Eva, Adamu na Eva.
Hapana.
Kuna Eva
Adamu na Hawa. Adamu na Hawa.
Useme au majina ya watu.
Umeanza Kiswahili sasa. Anaitwa inasemekana Adamu na Hawa, si Adamu na Eva.
Haya, twende na hii. To.
Mtoto.
Hapana, Makiadi hajafika.
We are all doing it now. We are all doing it.
Nimeshinda.
Hii ya VA.
Si nimeshinda.
Umeshinda kusema moja tu. Moja
peke yake.
Hakuna neno lingine
linaisha na hapana.
Nieleze
at least a minimum of 5.
No, nieleze jina lingine linaisha na
wewe leta nyingine.
Dereva.
Hatuwezi songa.
Endelea.
Umepata dereva umepata.
Nimepata.
Aendeleeni sasa.
Okay. Hiyo ni moja kwake, moja kwa Themba. Ingine Themba.
Hiyo imekuwa ngumu.
Hata kuna nyingine believer. Inaisha na va.
Believer ni nini? Tueleze maana yake.
Mtu ambaye anaamini.
Wewe acha bana.
Hapana. Hakuna kitu kama hicho.
Na mambo ya kutafsiri, mimi nataka muniambie ya kutafsiri.
Siwaje tufanye hii to kwanza.
Wacha tufanye to zote.
Sisi wote tufanye to. Mimi naanza mtoto. Bakiadi.
Kifoto.
Kitoto.
Kifoto nini bana?
Kifoto ni jina ya Kiswahili, inamaanisha mtu ambaye anavuna miti. Ile miti inatumika kutengeneza kifagio. Ushaisikia mtu anaitwa Abel Kifoto? Ngoja. Ushaisikia kuna jamaa anaitwa Abel Kifoto?
Nimesema kitoto.
Kitoto tena jamani.
Haya, umesema nini Ndemba? Umesema nini?
Nimesema mtoto.
Haya, na mimi nimesema fito basi.
Na mimi nimesema kitoto. Kitoto ni kitoto kikubwa.
Useo.
Mto.
Hakuna kitu kama kitoto.
Kuna kitoto, kuna jitoto na kitoto.
Mtoto sema.
Kuna jitoto na mtoto na kitoto.
Basi sawa, tuacha tukupe. Kuseo.
Mto
nini bana? Mto.
Mto.
Papa.
Mwito.
Majuto.
Moto.
Mapato.
Ukisema ile ambayo iko kwenye comment
Julia anasoma comment section. Julia tumeona. Kwanza naweza kuambia
ukisema ile kwenye comment atuhesabu hiyo. Haya.
Ndio umesema majuto.
Julia Christine amesema mapato. Sasa unarudia
tu. Julia nishasema majuto mimi.
Majuto.
Nishasema majuto.
Haya, mofuto.
Gani hiyo bana? Wewe ushasema
mofuto ni longi ndefu.
Subiri kidogo ni kusema sasa.
Okay.
Kizito.
Kusema ni wewe?
Kivito.
Nini hiyo?
Hiyo.
Papa Bob.
Hapana, hujasema kitu kusema.
Mlikuwa na mapato, mlikuwa mmeshasema mapato?
Hiyo imemalizwa kitambo sana.
Kokoto.
I think it's there.
Kokoto when you don't know gravel.
Tuajua na nafikiri. Imefanya nikafikiria wewe ni mtu wa projects bwana.
Ndoto
iko hapo kwa nini kwa comment?
Haipo, ngapi?
Ndoto iko Ndemba.
Imeandikwa
hapa bwana. Imeandikwa na si ndio ni kuonyeshe kwani nakudanganya.
Onyesha hiyo ndoto ambayo asema.
Ndio hii.
Imeandikwa saa hizi.
Ndio hiyo ndoto imeandikwa mapema sana 10:50.
Asa wanaandika zote bwana, wanatumalizia bwana.
That is the fun of the game.
Wewe fikiria.
Useme haraka.
Wewe fikiria, mimi wacha nikurushie mchakato.
Mchakato ulikuwa shaweka ushasema.
Hakuna mchakato hapo, angalia.
Iko.
Hakuna.
Iko.
Hakuna. Haya, msokoto.
Mchakato hii hapa imewekwa na nani hii hapa?
Msokoto wa bangi.
Na mimi nimesema mpito.
Ndembo
mpito ishasema pale.
Mpito ilisema.
Wapi nionyeshe.
Mpito ilisema.
Mimi nasema manukato.
Okay, nimesema mwito.
Manukato umepata.
Mapato, yes.
Mapato ilisema kitambo sana.
Mwito imesemwa hapana.
Mwito ilisema kitambo sana.
Mwito haijasemwa.
Kuna jamaa anasema mkojo.
Uzito.
Hiyo ilisemwa kitambo sana bwana. Hiyo ilisemwa kitambo sana. Jamaa wa kokoto labda tuletee nyingine. Unasikia
yule atasema mbili ambazo ziko huko chini atakuwa mshindi kwa leo. Haya, twende kazi. Sekunde ni 5.
Mpakato.
Hiyo iko bana. Iko.
Mpakato.
Upo. Sasa muonyeshe. Twende kazi, tafuta nyingine.
Sasa mahali imefika. Majuto
joto halijasemwa.
Joto ilisemwa kitambo sana, nikuonyeshe. Ilisemwa ngoja, ilisemwa joto hata usiongee.
Tafuta.
Mwenye alisema joto alisema pamoja.
Panda bwana jamani.
Mioto.
Panda alisema.
Mioto bwana, hakuna mioto.
Mioto ni pia ya moto.
Moto hauna wingi. Hii ni ile mioto ya kuotea mbali. Hiyo ni ya mtaa hiyo. Haina wingi. Utoto ilisemwa kitambo sana bwana.
Nani?
Ilisemwa kitambo sana. Ndio hii hapa ilisemwa na Albert Nyangoya. 1046 alisema hiyo kitambo sana. Unaona mmefanya Bob Papa sasa anafikiria. Unajua Bob Papa hiyo curtain ukifikiria ukiwa mbele hiyo curtain tunafikiria mambo mengine. Hiyo shower curtain hiyo ukiwa mbele ya shower curtain ufikirie inaonyesha picha mbaya.
Tusema
Mzito ilisemwa kitambo sana.
Nimesema Sabato.
Sabato ni mzuri. Hiyo Sabato.
Basi
hiyo umesema.
Kusema ameshinda banage sasa.
Tumekubali.
Tumekubali.
Daktari tumekubali.
Tuendelee na hiyo.
Lakini before ni stoke, jana watu walisema go back kwa bafu. Bafu ni kweli kwa bafu.
Sasa bafu gani bwana? Mimi niko kwenye sitting room.
Unajua hicho kitambaa kiko nyuma yako, kinakaa kama shower curtain.
Kwanza kabla mjaenda, mimi nataka wewe Makiadi kwanza ndio unaonekana uko kimbelembele na hii lugha ya Swahili. Na nataka unitafsirie hii maneno matatu. PhD inaitwa nini?
Philosophy.
Inaitwa stashahada.
Saa yangu imeisha.
Haya,
hapana.
Anasema
stashahada ni diploma. Stashahada ni diploma.
Shahada si degree.
Hiyo ni kama
shahada ni degree.
Shahada ni degree. Shahada ni degree.
Wacha kusea tuambie na yeye ndio mwenye PhD.
Haya sawa, sio tuambie. Cheti ni hiyo karatasi yenyewe ndio unaita cheti.
Wacha nisiwasumbue sana.
Sema neno inaisha na TI cheti. Kwa hivyo wacha temba
uzamifu.
Inaisha na TI.
Uzamifu. Kuna jamaa Mswahili bwana. Kuna jamaa hapa anaitwa Albert Nyangoya.
Nyangoya yofahamu Kiswahili bwana.
Achezi na Kiswahili.
Kuna Waswahili kabisa hapa, wachezi.
Haya basi nipatie. Unaona Osea anatoroka. Neno la Kiswahili la juice hii tunakunywa.
Maji ya matunda.
Maji ya machungwa. Unajua Kuna vitu kama hivyo, kuna vitu kama hivyo haviko kwa Uswahilini.
Hapana, inaitwa sharubati.
Sharubati ni aina ya kinywaji ambacho kiko pale pwani. Sasa sharubati haiwezi kuwa juice bana.
Ni juice. Sharubati ni juice. You go and Google.
Yeah, sharubati ni juice, you're right.
Kwani Makiadi ulikuwa na Google hii wakati wote ukitushinda hapa, kumbe ulikuwa na Google?
Mimi nilikuwa nimekuja na list yangu. Mimi nilikuja na list yangu. Vile Bob Papa
na Google. List yenye ulikuwa umegoogle sasa tukuletea jana.
Sasa hivi tukitafuta maneno yanayoisha na to, kumbe ulikuwa na Google hapo unasema sasa yanaisha na to.
Kama nimeshinda.
Kumbe wewe
kama nimeshinda. Unajua Bob Papa alienda akafanya assignment wakati jana, wakati alikuwa anatutazama, alienda akafanya assignment na akarudi na majina. Sasa
una jina lingine
na sasa wacha nikuulize, hii chakula mmezoea kukula inaitwa chips, yaitwa nini kwa Kiswahili?
Viazi karanga.
Viazi karanga.
Chips ni viazi. Hata uweke ndani ya mafuta ni
vibanzi. Ni vibanzi.
Vibanzi. Oh yeah, vinaitwa vibanzi.
Chips ni viazi bwana.
Hapana, viazi si chips.
Ni vibanzi.
Ni vibanzi. Ni kama Bob kusema uwezi kasema uenda kula mchele, si unasema waenda kula wali.
Tulisema tulisema ukiwa shambani unaitwa nini Julia?
Mkunga.
Alafu
na passion, what do you call a passion?
Ukifuna unaitwa nini?
Mchele.
Ukipikwa
wali
na ukiliwa
chakula
ndani ya tumbo.
Hebu nikuulize, passion fruit mwaita nini kwa Kiswahili?
Pasioni.
Wewe buda leo umetuwai. Nadhani
umeamua
ulifanya assignment.
Unajua nini Makiadi?
Okay, Makiadi, where did you laugh? Can you tell me the answer? Sasa wewe ni mwalimu mbaya sana. Sasa nimepata jawabu.
Bob alikuja akapata tumemwambush, akaamua sasa acha aende ya Google. Sasa
no, passion fruit yaitwa karakara.
Unaona? Bob amegoogle hapo sasa anatusumbua hapa.
Huyu bwana inaonekana leo hakutoka kwa nyumba bwana.
Ameshinda. Ni kwamba amesema hayuko kwa bafu. Nilikuwa na huzuni sana niliposikia ati Bob ako kwa bafu. Lakini Makiadi, nimesema wali unaitwa wali uko ndani ya tumbo. Kwa nini unataka niseme nini?
Nitakufunza kesho, hata mimi wacha
haya basi ya mwisho manake nyote hapa mimi naamini mnatumia laptop. What is the keyboard kwa Kiswahili yaitwa nini?
Tulimaliza hiyo jana. Unataka turudie?
Anauliza keyboard.
Ndio namuuliza, anataka turudie.
Keyboard.
Sijana nilijibu hapa anauliza keyboard ya computer. Nilijibu hapa kwa comment section. Nataka nijibu tena saa hii.
Jibu Makiadi.
Tuachane na hiyo. Anajua nilijibu jana. Nilimjibu jana, aliniuliza
inaitwa nini?
Wacha tuachane naye. Nilimjibu jana. Bob Papa nilikujibu jana hapa kwa nini kwa comment.
Bob inaitwa nini?
Niuliza.
Makiadi anafanya tu alijibu hajui
amesahau. Nilikujibu jana kwa comment section.
Wewe sema Makiadi.
Kumbuki?
Mimi sikumbuki.
Makiadi anatudanganya manake jana sikumaliza.
Hapana, unajua hiyo tulimaliza jana, sasa anataka kuturudisha nyuma. Hiyo nilimaliza jana.
Wewe tuambie
jana nilifanya wewe sema laptop.
Hata nikiuliza laptop mlisahau. Niliuliza laptop na nikawaambia keyboard inaitwa nini. Kumbuka
kipakatalishi ilikuwa laptop. Hiyo nyingine hukusema. Niliwaambia
kusema maneno ya keyboard.
Niliwaambia tarakilishi ni computer.
Ni computer.
Alafu nikawaambia laptop inaitwaje?
Kipakatalishi.
Haya, nikawaambia mpepeto inaitwaje?
Mpepeto la sijui nini bana kusema.
Mpepeto is an animal there.
Okay. Haya, tuambie inaitwaje?
No.
Hii haikuwepo. Unaona hata makiadi
keyboard.
ya juu. Inaitwaje?
Keyboard inaitwa kicharazio. Walai ya Mungu. Inaitwa kicharazio.
Lakini Buda leo umetuenjoy, lakini sawa tu. Acha tukuachilie namna hiyo. Ati kicharazio. Yaani unacharaza.
Inaitwa kicharazio.
This was funny.
Ni sawa tu.
Tuonane kesho, nitatafuta kamusi ya Kiswahili on that note.
Haya, tuonane kesho Julia.
Haya, Julia, kabla hujaenda weenda ufanye research, ukuje na jibu kesho. Scanner yaitwa nini?
Nitakuja nalo. I promise.
Lakini what is a scanner?
Scanner kwa Kiswahili ni scanner tu.
Yaitwa mdaki.
Amenipa. Inaitwa
mdaki. MDAKE.
Sasa nikuulize Bob, hivi utaambia nani? Mtoto wako utamwambia nipe mdaki?
Lakini kama niko
lugha zingine hazina haja kabisa kujulikana.
Fikiria hivi Mdemba, fikiria hivi Tanzania wanafundisha kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, tunaona na vitabu za physics, wanaita fizia, kemia, wanafundisha kwa lugha ya Kiswahili kila kitu. Wanafundishaje? Si wamefaulu kufundisha lugha ya Kiswahili?
Ni kweli Mdemba.
Nasema hivi, the reason you have a language is to communicate, all right? Sasa pale Tanzania ina umaana, lakini sasa ukija Kenya bana, wewe sasa kama saizi wewe ukienda kusema mdaki, kusaidia nini wewe?
Unaona? Julia umeongea pointi sana.
Unajua bana Mdemba, wakati nilikuja Coast mara ya kwanza in 1999, unajua kila siku asubuhi nikienda kazini, jirani yangu kila siku ananiambia umeraukaje? Sasa kila siku nilikuwa nashangaa hii kurauka ni nini? Manake siku nimezoea hiyo lugha ya kurauka. Sasa ndio nikakuja, it's like a greeting ile, how did you sleep, good morning, but it used to bother me. So hii language ukiishi pali kuna watu wanaongea hiyo lugha lazima uzoee, otherwise you'll be doing your own things.
Yeah, think about that. Tanzania wanafundisha kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, vitabu zao zimeandikwa kwa Kiswahili, na wanaosha vitabu za fizia, kemia. Unaona hizo vitabu Makiadi walikuwa na tatai sana.
Ndio niko nasema, umesema kitu cha maana. Hata Tanzania unaona training yao ya majeshi inafanywa na Kiswahili. Unasikia mtu anasema kushoto kulia. Kenya wanasema left right, mahali pengine wanasema left right, huko wanasema aya geuka kushoto, unageuka, aya geuka kulia, namna hiyo. Lakini nchi zingine zinatumia Kizungu, kama Kenya wanatumia Kizungu, Uganda namna hiyo. So kila kitu yao wanafanya na Kiswahili.
Na Kiswahili chao
mimi nasema hivi, kwa nini tuwe na lugha? Maana yake ni kwamba tuweze kuelewana. Sasa kama siwezi wasiliana na wewe, nikija kukuambia umesema yaitwa nini scanner?
Mdaki.
Sasa mimi nikija nimwambie pale Kenya, niambie Julia, nataka mdaki hivi.
Mdaki.
Hatutaelewana bana.
Mdaki ni jina la mtu, usiende kusema
mdaki.
Now,
Demba, for instance, ukienda Tanzania, wale agent wale wa pesa, M-Pesa nini, agents generally they are called wakala. You know, if you go there and you have just crossed over from Kenya to Tanzania, and you ask a Tanzanian, naweza kutoa pesa kwa simu wapi, anakuambia nenda kwa wakala pale. Unajua itakusaidia kama hujui wakala if you don't know an agent is called wakala.
Wacha nikwambie there are some universal language. The one universal language is a smile. Another universal language is sign language. Ukifanya tu hivi smile alafu ufanye hivi nataka pesa.
You know, even Ugandans have last week Ugandans made it mandatory for their for Kiswahili to be taught in schools. So it is important to know some of these things.
Si lazima ujue misamiati mingine bana. Misamiati mingine kuna jamaa anaitwa mwalimu wa Kiswahili alikuwa anaitwa nani yule? Wala bin Wala walisema kwamba hivi lugha inakuwa kuna wakati ambapo inafika lugha inajaribu kubuni kujaribu kuweka iwe katika ile hali ya kisasa, unabuni maneno mengine. Si sote lazima tujue maneno makali kama haya ambayo natuambia. Kama sisi ni wasomi, usomi wako na kupeleka katika hali ya kujua Kiswahili na kufanya utafiti, basi wewe endelea kufanya kujua mdaki na vitu kama hivyo.
Lakini Bob umetustress na majina.
Mimi nikisema tu nipe skana bwana.
Na nikwambie hivi jina lolote la Kiswahili ambalo haliishi na herufi a, yani a, ni la kuigwa, ni la kuombwa. Jina lolote
nini? Hata mali mwili.
Jina lolote ambalo haliishi na herufi a ni la
nataka kumaanisha majina kama Mirindimo, Mali,
hao majina yote yameombwa kutoka lugha nyingine.
Mkuki.
Ni majina ya kuombwa.
Yameombwa wapi bana?
Majina mengi yameombwa
kwa Arabu, majina kama sana Waarabu wametusaidia
hapo umetupiga chenga.
Nakueleza ukweli, nenda ukafanya utafiti utaona. Utafiti.
Hamna umetupiga chenga.
Kwa mfano utafiti. Unaona? Si jina la Kiswahili, ni la kuombwa.
Ni vile sina namba ya Themba, lakini nimetumia Makiadi na Julia. Pali nilikuwa na
umetumia Makiadi. Mbona umetumia Makiadi? Ungenitumia ni peke yangu ndio niwasumbue. Sasa wewe uko aje?
Umefanya kitu mzuri ndugu. Sasa kesho
unajua lugha za Kibantu zimeombana maneno mengi. Alafu tena kuna vitu ambavyo havikuwa katika itikadi fulani, yani some cultures they didn't have certain things. Sasa hicho kitu kifaa kilipoingia katika hiyo culture, wakaipa jina ambalo lilikuja nayo. Kwa mfano kuna wale watu jina kwa lugha ya Kikwao hawana neno ambalo wanaweza tumia kutaja hilo jina. Kwa mfano kuna wale ambao hawana maneno mengine kama kwa mfano nipe jambo ambalo mnatumia maneno ya Kibantu.
Kama wacha nikwambie, kama kwa mfano tunasema shukrani. Shukuru na kushukuru kwa yale maneno ulionipa, kwa yale matendo ulionitendea na kushukuru. Shukuru inatoka kwa shukrani. Shukrani ni Kiarabu. Na nimegundua kwamba hata Indians, niko na Waindi hapa marafiki zangu pia wanasema shukrani.
Shukri.
Alafu kuna Wakisii kama kina Bob Papa hapa Kisii hawana jina pole, manake hilo alikuwa na hawana jina tafadhali, halikuwa katika lugha zao. Sasa mwambie Bob akwambie pole kwa Kisii yaitwa nini?
Obosontoto.
Kuna yale majina yaliyo, unajua jina la lugha ya Kiswahili ni mix ya lugha za pale coast na wengine ni Bantus na Kiarabu.
Hata motokaa, unashasema hapa motokaa. Unajua motokaa gari, kuna wengine hawana hilo gari, hawana hilo neno kabisa. Manake hakukuwa gari. Wakati zile zama hakukuwa gari, kwa hivyo hawakuweza kuwa na jina la kinyumbani la kuliita motokaa.
Kama kwa hivyo barua, hatusemi barua, tunasema marua.
Kwa hivyo wamaanisha hata ili jina Morani la kuombwa.
Hivi kwa nini wasema hivyo?
Kwa sababu liko kwa kina Bob Papa, na umesema ikiisha na ni ya kuombwa. Nimesikia
sema ikisha na wewe ndio umesema ikisha na
umesema kwa Kikisii, mimi nimesema kwa Kiswahili.
Hapana, amesema hapana, lakini wale ni wale wanafunzi
nichanganye Ndemba kidogo.
Wale ni wale wanafunzi ulikuwa unarushia chalk.
Unajua unatakana kuambia Ndemba hivyo ndiye achanganyikia. Na ile kitu alikuwa anataka kusema amesahau tayari.
Sasa mimi sijasema hilo, yeye mwenyewe ndiye amesema, mimi sijasema. Kuna maneno ambayo hayapo katika lugha zingine. Na ukiangalia haswa hata katika jamii za Kiafrika, kama kuna maneno kama utatafuta sana kusema tafadhali naomba. Wengine hawakuwa na hayo. Hadiko manake.
Lakini Ndemba pia mimi niko na point. Kuna yale majina ya Kiswahili imeomba kwa wale watu wa pale coast, wale wa Bantus. Kiswahili imeomba kwao. Sivyo? Sasa kwa nini Ndemba anapenda kupotea?
Umemuuliza swali ngumu, lazima atoroke kwanza.
Auliza swali.
Niko nasema kuna yale majina kwamba Kiswahili yenyewe iliomba kutoka kwa wow, what is happening?
Sasa wewe ndio mwenyekiti. Sasa wewe ndio mwenyekiti sasa.
Kiswahili
umepandishwa cheo.
Iliomba kutoka kwa wale watu wa coast, wale Bantu za coast. Kwa hivyo Kiswahili kimechanganya na Kiarabu na lugha ya pale coast.
Kiswahili kulingana na utafiti, Kiswahili lilitokana na kidogo wale ambao walikuja waka sheheni sehemu za the coastal strip, na kulikuwa na the kingdom of Oman, alafu kulikuwa na Portuguese, alafu kulikuwa na Wahindi. Sasa kuna mchanganyiko. Kwa mfano chapati haikuwa chakula cha Kiafrika. Chapati ilitoka kule Wahindi. Maana unakuta Wahindi ndio walijenga reli, wakumbuka sasa walipokuja wakafika huku wakakuja na chapati. Sasa chapati ikawa ni sehemu ya vyakula. Unakuta tena vyakula vya kikosti viko na spice sana. Wameomba sana itikadi za Kihindi, unaelewa? Alafu hata ile kupaka hina nini, hivyo ni vitu wameomba kutoka kwa itikadi za wale ambao walikuja. Alafu lugha ya Kiswahili ilitokana na kidogo Arabu, kidogo
Afrika. My point is hata Waafrika wenyewe wako pale coast.
Kidogo Afrika, kama unaona Kigiriama sana nakuta kimechanganyika kidogo, wakitafuta so ukitafuta Kiswahili wakipata katika pwani huko Zanzibari nini, wanapata wale watu mchanganyiko hao Portuguese nini.
Wajua hata Kibantu sana Kiluya kiko na Kiswahili kingi ndani.
Kiko na Kiswahili kingi, hata Kikuyu kiko na kama kusema mlima tunasema Kirima.
Kama unga kwa Kiluya. Unga ni neno ambalo liliombwa kutoka kwa Waluya kwa sababu wanajulikana kwa kutocheza na ugali, so huko ndio jina la unga lilitoka. Unga.
Na sijui kama Ndemba ama
mboga hata nyumba
nauliza infrastructure in Kiswahili ni miundo
msingi.
Miundo msingi. At least
na raw material wa Kiswahili inaitwa malighafi. Kiswahili kidogo nimebobea.
Na hawa vijana wa mtaa wanaitwaje kwa Kiswahili?
Chokora.
Chokora sio jina. Chokora ni kuokota kitu. Kuchokora ni kitu tofauti kabisa. Hawa vijana wanatembea mtaani wanaitwaje? Hiyo nendeni mkafanye. Hiyo nimewapatia assignment, mkuje nayo kesho. Ule atapata.
What are you saying? I'm going.
$5 kesho.
Nakuuliza Julia, ushasikia kitu aitwa samaki wa kupaka?
Samaki wa kupaka? Hapana. Ni samaki wa aina gani hao?
Ushakula viazi vya rojo?
Unless nikuje Mombasa pale ninunulie viazi.
Nakula kaimati.
Kaimati nimekula. Lakini Nilikulanga hizo vitu za Waswahili. Wacha nitawaambia sababu yangu ya kuacha. Nitawaambia nikitoka.
Haya.
Sasa mnatoka.
Sawa.
Juu nilisikia hao watu wako na dini nyingine. Hiyo dini yao, sijui kama kuna mtu kwa hiyo dini, wacha nisiseme.
Dini tena.
Yes, samaki wa kupaka, there is a they make a sauce using coconut sauce and what have you, and deep fry the fish, and then they put some coloring, and then they apply that hiyo samaki ndio sasa inakuwa samaki wa kupaka. Yes,
okay,
it's like a flavor.
Oh, by the way, napenda chakula cha coast. Chakula cha coast ni kitamu, lakini good night.
Sawa. Leo wimbo wetu leo sijui kama wimbo leo ni wimbo tofauti kabisa, hata sidhani kama kuna mtu anaujua. Bob Papa mwaisikia wimbo unaitwa Malako Disco?
Hiyo ni kali. Sijaisikia.
Sijaisikia wimbo inaimba ye. Umeimbwa na Samba Mapangala.
Okay.
Samba Mapangala unaitwa Malako Disco. Umeipata
Nimeipata hiyo nyimbo. Hata aliimba kuna live yake in USA na Zanzibar, aliimba hiyo kitu.
Sauti ndio mbaya, lakini wimbo unaanza namna hii, baninga ya mboka oyo. Umesikia mstari mstari unapata, basi ndio inaitwa Malako Disco. Kwa hivyo naanza na kusema baninga ya mboka oyo, boya kaningo malako aye, bakufa kalango mpe ba yembaka ngo balaka, tika leloto landa ye. Yani baninga ya mboka ni friends from this town. Mboka niliwaambia ni nyumbani. Mwana mboka, nikikuita mwana mboka nasema mtu wa nyumbani, ya mtoto wa nyumbani, mwana mboka kutoka nyumbani. So baninga ya mboka, marafiki kutoka nyumbani, friends from this town. Boyakani ngo malako
kidogo. Unajua hiyo mboka ikifika Kenya, mboka watu wanafikianga mboka ni demu.
Ati ni nini?
Kenya watu wanafikianga mboka ni demu.
Mboka ninajua, nilikuwa nafikiria ni ma3. Hizi matatu ambazo zimerembeshwa ndio wanaita mboka, ama si hiyo?
Mboka safi, unasikia hiyo mboka safi. Lakini unasikia mboka, unasema demu safi ati ukisikia naambia wewe ni bosi ya mboka, wewe ni bosi ya mboka.
Okay.
Lakini Kongo bosi ya mboka ni bosi ya nyumbani, kama Kofi ni bosi ya mboka. Endelea.
So Lingala ya kwanza inasema baninga ya mboka oyo, yani friends from this town, yani marafiki kutoka huku nyumbani. Boyaka ningo malako ya yani listen to these lessons. Alafu inaendelea kusema bakufa kalango mpe bayembaka ngo balaka, yani the people who preceded us, wale watu walitutangulia walitufunza ya kwamba tika leloto landa ye, yani let us use those lessons today. Yani wale watu walitangulia walitufunza mambo mengi na ni lazima tutumie hayo mafunzo siku ya leo. Alafu inaenda pale sentence nyingine inaenda inasema mama abota, yani mama abota ngai alobaki nanga boye o, samba awa nakokenda o, batelongo baleki nokibasala mobutu nabo ye. Hapo sasa ndio unajua sasa rhythm inaingia sasa, wanaanza kupiga ile ye chorus. So mama abota ngai alobaki nanga boye o, yani this is what my mom told me. Mama abota ngai. Ngai niliwaambia ni mimi. Mama ni mama tu kawaida. Abota alinifunza. Alobaki na ngai yabo alinifunza ya kwamba samba awa nakokende, yani samba since I am about to pass. Yani mamake alimwambia kwa sababu niko karibu kufa, batelango baleki, yani take care of your young relative. Nakumbuka kuna wimbo umepigwa unaitwa batela makila na ngai, batela bolingo na biso, yani batela sasa ni kuchunga, take care of Bob Papa unakamata hiyo Batela. Sasa hiyo siku nyingine ukisikia wimbo usiniulize na maanisha nini Batela.
You said Bolingo na Biso ni? Na Biso.
Bolingo na Biso tulisema ni mapenzi yako, mapenzi kwako. Yaani Bolingo na Biso, Biso, Bino, Biso ni wewe. It's you wewe. Nasema Biso wewe. You know kuna ile sentence ya kusema wewe, you, it can be inaitangwa third party ama nini. Unajua kizungu inakuwa ngumu saa nyingine. But jana nilikwambia Bino hours. Sawa, Bino ni hours. Biso ni yours, kitu kama hiyo. Najaribu kutafuta kizungu ingiane pale lakini kizungu si mdomo changu. Haya. So tumesema mama Botangai alobaki nga boye o. Yani this is what my mom told me. Samba ndio mwenye kuimba. Samba awanako kende o. Yani Samba, since I am about to pass, Batelango baleki. Yani take care of your younger relatives. Achunge ndugu zake. Batelango baleki. Take care ya ndugu zako mwenye mnabaki nao. Nokibasala mobulu A. Nokibasala mobulu A inamaanisha otherwise they will behave badly. If you don't take care of your younger relatives, wata behave badly. Alafu pale inamalizia na kusema nabo e ye. Yani sasa ni kama kumalizia pale alafu anasema I don't want it to happen. Unashika hapo Bob Papa. So hiyo ngoma ukiendelea hivyo pale chorus chini ndio inakuja inachapa ye. Ukienda tu utafute hiyo ngoma inaitwa Malako Disco ya Samba Mapangala utaipata. Ngoma maridadi sana.
Lazima nisikie tukitoka hapo.
Enda uitafute hiyo inaitwa Malako
Disco.
Malako Disco ya Samba Mapangala.
Safi. Sasa leo naona
I have a wide collection but hiyo majina ndio huwa sijaweka kwa kichwa. Mmefanya nimeanza kuweka hizi nyimbo kwa kichwa.
Sasa hiyo ukienda kuisikiza utasikia vile chorus yake ni smart sana. Maridadi sana.
Okay. Sasa naona Bob at least Lingali na shika. Unajua hata baba ameshashikwa na Lingala, alileta mbilia bela kachapa muziki hapo. So we are happy that at least our Lingala sessions here have not gone in vain.
Baba squeeze anakamata chini kwa chini sana.
Anakamata Lingala.
Unajua juzi ile juzi tulicheza hapa Father Dani Daria Sako anaijua akagoogle hapa akasema amesikiza hiyo ngoma ni tamu sana. Ile nikwambia inaitwa Feredua. Sijui kama ulipata nafasi ya kusikiza. Ulikamata Bob?
Nilisikiza. I even saved it on my
ulisikia vile ni maridadi.
It's a very nice song by the way.
Anaanza na kucheka
sana.
Ndio hiyo.
Kuna ile nyingine
Awino Rapema anasema Malabo Disco ataenda kusikiza hii.
Ni Malako, si Malabo, Malako LAKO MALAKO Malako Disco. KO pale mwisho.
Asanteni sana. Leo inakaa tuko na raha sana manake wapendwa na wapenda nao wametulia tuli. Naona Bob Papa ako poa, Christine naona huko amefurahi. Makiadi at least pia wako na raha lakini sioni DA leo lakini tunajua kwamba wako in peace. Adams atumuoni hapa. Najua ameenda kupiga fataki. You feel
wewe unasema wanaenda kupiga fataki na unasema wanaenda kuona fataki. Unajua hayo maneno mawili ni tofauti.
Bob wanaenda kuona fataki.
Wanaenda kuona fataki si kupiga. Nasema kupiga fataki sasa una
Daribu
nani alikuwa anasemekana iko na ball?
Wachana na hiyo
nani alikuwa anasemekana ako na ball?
Wachana na hiyo.
Wachana na Bob Matakwa namsikia anasema hata mimi napata Lingala imemshika.
Watu wende wasikize Malako Disco. Father Darius.
Anasema anakuja hapa kila asubuhi, anaamka mapema kuenda kushika ni Lingala ipi ambayo imechezwa sasa.
Karibu sana Bob Matakwa.
Bob Matakwa, asante sana. Na wengine wote. Malako Disco. Asanteni sana.
Na sasa dia alipotelea wapi bana? Ningemdediketia moja.
Mdediketi atapata.
Aende asikize hiyo leo Malako Disco.
Awino Rapemo yuko hapa, ataenda kumwelezea.
Awino Rapemo, fikisha hiyo kwa dia, umwambie leo tumecheza Malako Disco.
Bob, unajua mimi sipendi kupiga dedication kama watu wako hapa, so mimi sitawapi. Lakini nakuomba, najua wakati Makiadi anacheza Lingala, yeye yeye ndio presidente hapa wa Lingala. So akikuja akitupa Lingala tunafurahi. Kuna jamaa anacheza nyimbo za kibongo hivi kidogo. Kuna jamaa pale, lakini hiyo si muziki, labda upendi muziki za bongo. Lakini kuna jamaa amecheza wimbo moja mtamu sana. ambao jamaa anaitwa Rayvanny. Nyimbo zake kidogo zinashika kidogo. Naomba uende ukasikize wimbo moja ameimba unaitwa I Love You. Huo ni wimbo ambao wakati ambapo wewe na mwenzako mtakuwa hapa nitawapa kifungu.
Rayvanny ni yule alikuwa anavutana na huyu nani? Harmonize.
Walikutana kidogo na Harmonize, lakini nyimbo zake safi.
Taangalia hiyo maneno.
Kwanza ya love na kosi. Ilikuwa
wakati moja niliingia
yenye mateso. Endo usikize hiyo.
Kuna wakati nilikuwa nimeenda Dar, nikapitia mahali fulani huko, mahali ilikuwa mahali ya Diamond. Hata mimi nikaburudika kidogo na hizo mabongo pale. Nzuri.
Bongo safi. Ukisikiza huo wimbo nitakupigia hiyo moja yazo. Kuna hiyo moja ameandika hiyo ya I Love You, alafu kuna hiyo nyingine ameandika ya wasiwasi.
Unaonekana wewe ni fan sana.
Mimi napenda nyimbo. Nikupigia manini ziko nyingi sana. I love music. I love music. All genres. So naweza kupeleka reggae, nikupa reggae. Kuna moja imeimbwa na Tyrus Riley. Yeah, she's royal. Yeah, so royal. Just hiyo.
Yes, I've heard that. Mimi, by the way, when it comes to
I'm not a qualified physician.
Mimi pia nilikuwa napenda wazee kama Freddie Jackson. Ninapenda sana muziki zake. Huyo kuna message kali sana.
Kuna hii Awino Rapemo anasema inaitwa mwambieni jimbo lake ishawiwa. Mwambieni jimbo lisha chukuliwa. Kabaki wepe alibembembwe.
Hiyo nasikia inachezwa sana hapa Kenya. Ilikuwa nachezwa sana.
Kwanza hiyo ukichezea nani anaitwaje? Anaitwa nani? Anaitwa RUTO. Mwambie jimbo lishanyakuliwa. Ama mchezee mise hiyo. Mchezee mise hiyo Bob Papa. Mwambie mise dedication.
Dedication.
Dan Boss anasema hiyo wimbo nimechapa leo mahali inasema yeye inamkumbusha Uhuru akisema ngwe kwa Ruto.
See, I'm not a qualified physician, but I can give this injection. You push it in. Mr. Dingling, you are terrible. Just hear you.
Dicha isikia tena sana. Hiyo ukisikia kwenye klabu unajua mambo hapo imeharibika.
You push it in, she pulls it out.
Hiyo badala hiyo. Ikishaisikia kwa klabu nimekwambia. Jua sasa hapo ndio wale mafisi.
Inaitwa nini? Night nurse. A night nurse. Only you alone can attack. I need attention from my night nurse around the clock.
Gregory Isaac.
Exactly.
Mimi pia si mchache, nilikuwa pia napenda hizo sana. Kina Don Carlos, Mtabaruka, unaona vitu kama hizo kulikuwa saa zingine. Kuna Alpha Blondy hapa hivi Afrika. Kuna wazee wengi sana tulikuwa najua wakati tulikuwa na when we were growing up, we were fans of Rastafari music, you know. Siku hizi hata tutaki kuweka nywele. Unaona hiyo nywele ilitusumbua sana.
Si ati utaki.
Ukanywa nywele.
Si kupenda kwako.
It's not a choice.
Ni masaibu.
Sasa thereby inabidi ufunge hii show sasa. Tutapatikana hapa saa hii.
Unakubali yaishe.
Wacha tukubali yaishe sasa.
Unakubali yaishe, Haya basi. Richard Okemwa, thank you so much. Ati?
Leo Azimio wako bado Western.
Oh yeah, wako Western. Prediction by the way, Papa.
By the way, I can't tell. Jana sikufuatilia sana, pengine kesho ndio nitatoa prediction.
Haya basi.
Mimi naona itakuwa very slow day, ile kitu mtashangaa ni makaratasi ingine ikimwagika airport. More ballot papers.
Mimi mambo ya IBC nimeachana nayo. Kwanza ninasema
na ujui hata Chebukati ajui hiyo makaratasi inakuja, ataambiwa tu vile aliambiwa.
lakini ile prediction ya leo ni tantrums zitatoka kwa ile kambi nyingine.
Manake watarespond kwa Uhuru.
Lazima hiyo, they can't leave it that way. Hiyo lazima tumiwe salamu. Itakuwa ni ngumu sana saa hii.
Haya, tukutane tena baadaye leo.
Sure.
Haya, God bless you. See you.